People who get locked into a vision. All right, that's it, man. That's their drive. That's their passion. Critics don't matter. This don't matter. They're going to do whatever it fucking takes to be the best at what they do.
This is Dave Tate with another edition of Table Talk. Today I got Carrol with me, powerlifting god. Let's just leave it at that. Make it simple to define. And aside from his background, which we'll talk about as we're kind of going through this thing, the only thing I want to put out there is that we made a conscious decision to not text or speak to each other before this. That way we couldn't lose any good stories over lunch. So I have no idea where this is going to go. I don't think he does either, but it should be a good time. I'm looking forward to it. So to give a little background on Brian's lifting accomplishments, he's been, and correct me if I'm wrong on any of this, he's been powerlifting for over 2 decades, I'm sure. Has competed at every level possible. If you're to look him up on Open Powerlifting and were to try to rank him in any way, you would probably see that he's the number 2 all-time ranked powerlifter as far as total. When you start looking at formulas and coefficients, he's also going to be up there, probably in the top 3, top 2, with maybe Dave only being above. PR lifts in unbelievable ranges for multiply, but a lot of people don't know that there's a single ply background, which is not as long as the multiply background. And I don't think there was a raw background, but the caveat to what was there wasn't one, to be, which we'll talk a little bit about that as well. We will spend some time speaking about multiply training and the layers that are associated with that, only because I think there's a big misconception with that. And to break it down in the most simple format, you still have to train to be as strong as you can possibly be raw, but then figure out how to work the gear aspect, which is kind of like combining 2 strength sports into one, and then trying to get both of those to peak at the same time, which is, in my opinion, way more complicated than just trying to get the raw to peak. Not taking anything away from raw, it's just a layer above that, because you have to get all the gear and shit dialed in and working. The other thing with Brian from the gear standpoint, and he's the only one I know, I'll phrase it that way, that at one point or another has been sponsored by every gear company that out there. So Titan, Inzer, Metal, Overkill, and back with Inzer again. Yep. So, and while that may not seem like a big thing to a lot of people, let me tell you a little bit of the behind the scenes shit that kind of goes with this. When you're with a gear company, you can only wear the gear from that company. So for a lot of people, that creates a lot of handcuffs for them. With Brian, he was able to set PRs with every company that he's ever been with, which means that there's a process to figuring out how the gear works. You just can't put it on and think that you're going to get this big carryover. It just doesn't work that way. But there is an advantage, kind of an unspoken advantage, to when you are sponsored, because you in a way you kind of are handcuffed, because you have to figure out how to make what you have works. And I think a lot of people hurt themselves because they don't do that to their own training. And they think that the answer is always in that other company's gear. So they move from gear to gear to gear to gear without ever taking the time to figure out what they actually have to use it. And you can waste a lot of years doing that. And you don't really have a lot of years to do this, especially when you get to the top level. Then when you get to the top level, the years start clicking backwards. They don't click forward. So you have to maximize those the best that you possibly can. Aside from that, or in addition to that, I should say, when Brian was sponsored through us was a time period to where his back was legitimately getting trashed. And I know firsthand that this is not bullshit, and it's true, because I was getting the text messages with the x-rays and with the protocols that he was using at the time to be able to keep his back healthy, which the cortisone shots or whatever, which I don't think you've ever not told anybody, right?
Right. Oh, yeah,
so
sure.
it's, I don't want to say anything that's, out of there, but going to extremes that a lot of people wouldn't go to the extent of sometimes being weekly, every other week, just to be able to train for the next meet. I personally, when we had a couple conversations, told him it was time to pack it up and quit, because if you have to take spinal injections just to get ready for a meet, then things are pretty bad. And then the x-rays were done, and that was really, really bad. And you don't have to be a doctor or chiropractor or anybody that reads x-rays to understand how bad this was. It was fucking bad. And then he hooked up with Stuart McGill, and over the period of the next couple of years, fixed is probably not the best word, but recovered. It's I'm going to say the word fixed, even though I don't like the word, but fixed his back. Yeah. Got his back to a condition that he could live life again, first off, which is the first most important goal, to be able to move without pain.
Sometimes.
Yes. And then to be able to, it's a squat.
Sometimes the number one goal is to compete, and then nothing else matters.
Yes.
But that's the order that it has to go in to be successful.
Yes.
Sure.
Well, when you're knocked down and you can't move, then it's to move.
Yep.
And then once you start moving, that's when you start thinking, I can probably squat.
Yep.
You go move from there. But out of all the accomplishments, and I've told him this before, out of all the accomplishments and accolades that he's had as a lifter, the most impressive thing to me that he did is through this process that he went through with McGill, and with there was a lot of his insight that went, so there was both of them kind of working together to be able to come up with this process that Brian used, was at the level that he's at, his ability to say, and just to trust what Stu said, and not train for 6 months or whatever. It was a long period of time to not train and just do, as I joked with him down in Florida at Brian Schwab's place, stupid shit. And to be able to take the abuse that I was laying on him, which was more fucking around and, having a good time. So it wasn't personal. It was just me being me, but it was to be able to do that at the level that he's at was something I've never seen anybody else do, because you take a huge ego hit to be able to go from all-time world squat record to, I'm not going to train at all, and I'm going to go in a quadruped and do these exercises where in a gym where everybody's going to make fun of me, but I don't think you ever really gave a fuck about any of that, where it was just funny for us. It didn't have any impact on him, so he didn't even get mad about it, so it wasn't as fun to do. But we tried, and then he came out on the other end of it, and then was able to bring back all of his numbers to previous levels without the pain that he was dealing with before. That to me was more impressive than all-time world squat record and all the other stuff, because I've seen other people do all-time squat records. I've seen other people have the other accolades. I've seen other people I've never seen anybody else do that at that high of a level. It's rare, and it takes mental fortitude and a mental strength that most don't have. Well, they do, but they can't apply it in that realm. So we're going to talk about some of that as well, because it's amazing to me the number of people that can't take a week off because their elbow hurts, because their training is going to go backwards. And I'm sure you see the questions that I see that you roll your eyes like, come on, dude, like 1 week's really going to make that big of a difference. But they can't, and when you see somebody that is at that level take off, what was it, 4 or 6 months?
About 6 months.
It was about 6 months. Yeah. I mean, that's complete. That's not like going in and doing bodybuilding. This is just 100% straight rehab, to where a buddy has also had back issues at the same time that went a different route, and he came back okay from that, but not to the same extent. Wasn't doing the same things.
Right.
He was still doing upper body stuff, doing things that you would have done before.
Right.
And the result wasn't the same. from that standpoint. So that's kind of the jumping off point with all this. So with all that in mind, you just came into Columbus. Yesterday you found out the Arnold is canceled. So you still came. Mm-hmm. So I guess if we don't talk about the Arnold being canceled, it's going to be a disservice. So
Yes.
How did you find out about that?
Well, first of all, thanks for the introduction. That's pretty awesome of you. I like that. And I'm honored to be here. So thank you for that. Jason Pegg actually sent me a text.
Oh, really?
And a screenshot and said, I guess you're not coming to Columbus or something like that. And then my phone started blowing up. And then I just kind of wondered what the hell I was going to do, because I looked forward to come up here and do the podcast with you. I had some other things that I was going to do while I was here. And the biggest thing, because all that stuff you can move around, and honestly, I would have came up here anyway just to do the podcast. Mm-hmm. But with that said, I fly out Sunday to New York. So I had to come up here. Otherwise, I was going to miss my flight from Columbus to New York on Sunday night. So I'm going to see a client. And I thought I was smart, and I booked the legs of the trip, and had it all planned out. And then, the coronavirus said otherwise. So it's a pretty shock, because I saw the petition stuff going on Monday, and I saw some rumblings and during the weekend about they need to cancel it, right? But I thought once Tuesday rolled around in the afternoon, that when they hadn't done anything yet, I figured that it's not going to happen now. And sure enough, last night they mentioned that. And I don't know what the hell they're going to do. Who are they going to decide who they're going to let in to watch the meet and not? And who's going to be a coach and who isn't? And what about all the wives and significant others? They got to sit out in the car in the parking lot or what?
I don't know. It's weird because I got a text as well, and I thought someone was fucking with me.
Right.
It's like, here's an article from Mike DeWine, and I'm like, nah, they want to do that.
Yeah.
And now it's, as you said, it's the competitor. Everybody's still going to compete, but there's going to be no crowd. And how are they going to determine who the coaches are? It's just in powerlifting, one coach isn't. You need like a few.
Yeah, but if you lift in the USAPL, you have a coach assigned to you for the whole team.
Oh shit!
You know about that?
I didn't think about that. That's true.
Isn't that weird? That would
so the handlers can't go, according to what we've read.
Yes.
The handlers can't go, so that one coach is going to have to wrap.
I guess. I don't know. But the USAPL doesn't wrap, so you don't have to worry about that.
Oh, that's true. That's true. So, yeah, they don't have to worry about gear.
So they'll have to find other means to get their triple small knee sleeves on, so they get their 15 pounds carryover on the squat.
Mm-hmm. It's just crazy to think about how it's playing out. It's one of those things that I have no control over, so it doesn't. I don't worry about it that much.
I just laughed about it all night. I'm just like, well, whatever. I'm still going.
Yeah.
But it's not like it's a play with 400 people coming. You know what I mean? It's 200,000 people coming through this weekend, and a lot of people from outside the United States. Mm-hmm. So I wonder what they're going to be doing. Hotels require for this weekend 48 or 72 hours advance to cancel. If everyone's coming in Thursday, they didn't find out till Tuesday night. That's already beyond that.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see, because if they turn around and leave, then the airport's going to get pounded, because it's already pounded.
Yes.
So it'd be interesting to see. We're far enough away from town. I can just like sit and watch from the outside.
Did you hear about Arnold? I heard he had the coronavirus.
No, I didn't hear that.
I may have started that rumor. Remember when I texted you? That's a joke.
So that's why I got canceled then, that rumor.
Yes. No, the rumor is, I started the rumor about Arnold after it was already officially canceled, so I wouldn't get killed. Attacked by a bunch of guys in skinny jeans and what are those, fanny packs?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It's. I wonder, because I mean, a lot of people they don't know. I'm sure. They're just going to travel in. They're just going to show up.
Yeah.
So they're going to have like armed guards to keep all the juice heads away.
I don't know. How are they going to? I mean, what about some of these thugs that come to the multiply meets? Are they going to? Is a little doorman going to keep out? Jeffrey that bounces at the strip club on the weekends. That lives for powerlifting, and if he doesn't get in there, he's going to kill himself.
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, it's because you have to have a coach's badge, right?
Right.
So how are you going to get the coach's badge if you're a coach? Somebody's got to go in there to get it.
Dark web.
Yeah.
They'll be having some coaches passes made on the dark web and selling them for this weekend.
I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. I always, I look at things from a risk benefit type of ratio to where just for them to cancel this, and I don't know what the story is behind all that, but somebody had to get together and figure out what's the risk if we do this. And I'm not naive enough to think that this was just this was a conversation the same way an auto manufacturer is going to decide if they're going to do a recall,
right?
How many deaths are going to happen, and is the deaths going to be more expensive than handling it?
That's a good scene from Fight Club.
Exactly.
That's a great scene. Yeah.
So they had to do a risk analysis of all this to be able to determine that this was kind of the way to go. So my conspiracy theorist to me is like, well, what are we not being told?
Right.
And from that standpoint, but I don't know. I don't know. It's just it's a weird thing from that aspect. But nobody's ever going to complain about them being too safe.
Yeah.
So
well, some people might, but
they will. But what kind of argument can you have about being too cautious or too safe? It's not going to go over real well.
But Dave, I worked my ass off for 10 weeks to diet for the show and walk around and get a sponsorship.
But I know that. You wonder though if, let's say, any of the federations, no matter what the sport is, they still have the event, and then people get sick.
Yeah.
And what's the liability to them from a legal standpoint? How are they going to justify in a court of law when they're being sued that the whole city canceled this event, but we still decided to have it and people got sick? So to me, I'm just kind of like waiting to see all these events just start dropping off because I don't know how. I'm not a lawyer, so I can't answer this question.
Right.
But how do they defend against that? Because would that not just be negligence? It's kind of hard to defend negligence. So we'll see. You
think they just sue powerlifting? Did they get like $10 out of powerlifting as an entity?
Yeah, they're not going to get a whole lot. So there, I guess that doesn't matter.
There's no money in it.
If you got nothing to gain, then it's not going to happen.
So people ask me, they'll be like, so I had a guy on the way here call me and say, I told him I'm here for work and I got to go to New York after. And he said, well, what do you do? That's like the question everyone asks my wife. What does your husband do? He's a professional powerlifter. And a lot of the time she'll just say, yeah, that's what he does. But it's funny to think about how much we spend to be a powerlifter, to go to meets a lot of the time that are half-assed done, that are downright dangerous at times. And we just keep coming back for more with the surgeries, the money we spend in supplements and food and travel and all that stuff. And who knows? People have been talking about the concussions and everything in the NFL. I wonder how much pressure it takes to have a concussion under the bar, whether it be trying to touch 900 pounds in a shirt that should fit, a guy wearing a 165er shirt at 220. You know what I mean? I wonder how much pressure and damage is being done to the brain with a 1,250 pound squat with someone that already has blood pressure that's 220 over 130 all the time,
Yeah, I mean, when you start out red and you end up purple, then blue, that's
what's next?
Passing out.
Yeah,
and that's got its own degree of risk. From not just the concussion standpoint, but anything else can go bad. Where you kind of hit a point that it's always been a big cause of frustration for me, especially for the higher level meets, is people like yourself you put a lot of time, you put a lot of effort, and you're lifting a fuck ton of weight to where you go to a meet, maybe not all the conditions have to be 100%. Like they can have folding chairs that don't they can they can have that shit, which nobody's going to complain about that.
What about no audience?
Yeah, no audience. They can have no audience, but the fucking bars should be the same. The bars should be good bars. And the monoliths should be strong monoliths. And it's amazing to me how many times that's not the case. And I understand the whole standpoint. Well, everybody in the meet has to compete under the same circumstances, but come on, man. Bad folding chairs, I get that. No audience, I get that. Poor judging, I get that. But you can control the bar, the mono. You can control the things that they need to compete with. And when those things are not even as, this is the part that drives me nuts. When those things are not even as good as the shit that they train with.
Right.
All right. Now we're talking about people that can't rub two dimes together most of the time.
Yep.
You know, their monolift and their bars are better than the bars at a meet where all-time world records is. That's fucked up to me. That's really fucked up, because the meet director, let's say they don't have the money, can at least send a group email out saying, look, my bar sucks. Can somebody bring a bar?
Right.
And yeah, they're all going to say, what the fuck? And they're going to make fun of it, but somebody's going to bring the bar. Yep. You know, and it's crazy to me how many times you're primed, somebody like yourself or many others are primed to be able to have the best day of their life, and they get there and they don't, because of something stupid that's completely controllable by the meat promoter. Now, at the Arnold, of course, they have no control over everything that's going on here, but they do, you know, the equipment they use, the bars that they use, the time that they're allocating between lifts, you know, all the things that they can do to fuck up that they normally do, they can control all that.
Yeah.
You know, so with this, it'd be interesting, because a lot of the things that they can't control that they usually stress out about, which is unnecessary, they're not even factors now.
Right.
So now they only have to control the things that they can, and we'll see if they can.
Yeah.
And that's not just this, it's kind of happens in every federation. So I'm not point my fingers at just one. You've bounced around to enough to know, you know, there's good meet directors and there's bad meet directors in every federation. It's just,
I think that's the biggest variable there is a meet director, not just the federation, but the meet director, because they'll go, you know, there's some that'll go, you know, they'll go as far as they need to go to get it to be a good meet and have what they need to have, whether they have to do, you know, call in a couple favors, borrow some bars, whatever. So I think that's something to look at, as well as the federation too. And yeah, it's hard to find someone that has all the right stuff, you know, that you need, and in the warm up room and on the platform. And yeah, man, it makes a big difference having that, because it could come off as being a bit of a prima donna, you know, and trust me, I've cried about stuff I shouldn't have cried about before in the past, or gotten pissed about something that I should have been focused on something other entirely. But it does make a difference having the bars that you use in training. That's why we spend all the money we do. And you know, I've got nothing like you have hundreds of bars in here, it appears. I've got 20 bars. I got every bar. I got the Mastodon bar from you. I had the Bulldog. I have the Iron Wolf bar. So no matter where, and the Texas Squat bar. So no matter what, if I'm training in a meet, when I ask the meet director, what bar are you going to have on the platform? That's what I start training with 10 weeks out, that bar. So, and you know, they're using some bar that you can't buy anywhere, it's no longer made, that's kind of difficult to train with that, you know, for that too. So that can be very frustrating, you know, but powerlifting itself is very frustrating, because most times you're going to be very disappointed in what you do. And the times that you do well and you're somewhat happy, that high is never as low as the bad meets are low.
yeah.
To me, you know, when you do it, it feels good when you hit a you know, a total that you want to, but you're always looking for more. You always want to do more. You always say, okay, well, yeah, I did 26.51 at 242, but you know, my shirt blew out with 810, which would have gave me 22 more pounds, and then I wouldn't have had to try to pull 821 for the record. I would have been pulling 799. That's a different story. And all of my deadlifts leading up to that would have been 20 pounds lighter. But at the end of the day, there's always going to be something that's frustrating. And if you just went out like some of the raw lifters do now and you go 8 of 9, 9 for 9, 9 for 9, if you did that all the time, you wouldn't appreciate it. And I think that's another thing that that equipped lifters have to battle that raw lifters don't. Because think about how many times a raw lifter will pull the 9th lift of the day, their 3rd deadlift, versus an equipped lifter. Man, after that second deadlift, most of the time those bars are falling out of people's hands on the thirds. Yeah. Putting a hole in the platform.
You skip your second. Yeah. You know, just to see what you need to pull on the third. Yeah. You know, I did that. That was routine. Plus you got more rest. And shit, you don't know if your hands are going to be able to take the opener.
Yeah,
they
swollen up from the squat and then the bench press. Yeah, it's tough. But yeah, I think it's very interesting to talk about that stuff.
Mm-hmm. I like the point of, because it's true that even if you have a good meet, you always left something.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so you're disappointed in that. And even when you're done, you look back and like, well, people, even with me, they're like, what was your best total? Well, you want me to tell you my official best total, or do you want to know what I could have done?
Right.
Because the could have doesn't mean shit, but it kind of does if you're talking to another lifter that knows their way around, because there's always those things, you know, a lift that you made that was clean, but it was a bad call and crap like that. So I always tell people you need to be physically strong enough to total 150, 200 pounds more than what you want to total. Yeah. And then that's what you're going to be able to do. And you got to live with that because it's as fucked up as it is, it's true. And sometimes you might be able to close the gap a little bit, but you never close it entirely.
Yeah.
And if you do, I don't know how you would mentally deal with that. Like if every lift you did was perfect form, never fell out of the groove, gear felt right, and it was all just a grind that if you put 5 more pounds on, you were done. Yeah. And they were all PRs. If you ever had that meet, which I don't think anybody has, what the fuck? You know, what's your next week look like? It certainly isn't satisfaction.
Yeah.
Because you're, fuck, now I have to get stronger. Yeah. So what?
Frankel and Hoff has seriously made it difficult for everyone with them hitting so many lifts, and they're so consistent and obviously so strong. And you mentioned the grinding the lifts out. That's the way Frankel's 27:15, his last meet that he did. That's the way his lifts were. His 780 deadlift was pretty smooth. He probably could have pulled 800, but he left a little in the tank. His bench was kind of a grinder at 875, and that's a perfect call. And then he skipped his third squat after he got his 1055 in. But he didn't have a bunch more, and he knew that. He didn't have, you know, and he was thinking, okay, I broke 27:15. That's a record by 175 pounds or whatever it was at the time. So he said, now I got to get stronger, and then the next meet I'll look to try to do 2800, but there never was another next meet. That was it. That was it.
I can see, you know, it'd be a lot of other factors come into play, but mentally that's hard, you know, to kind of deal with. But then life starts, you know, picking up as well, and so that kind of gets in there too. You've worked with a lot of raw lifters and geared lifters as well. What do you see the biggest challenge of taking the raw lifter into geared lifting is? Because you're adding a huge variable. So do you have to decrease the training of the raw work, or do you just throw it on top? How do you kind of work through that?
So I basically started over with the new crew last year, and some were inexperienced but strong, and then others had some experience. So I basically let the guys lift as they did. I got them in knee wraps first, and then got them wrapping early instead of waiting, you know, so much longer into their sets to get used to it, you know. And so instead of throwing them on at 500 and then working up to 535 that day, we threw them on at 365 and got a few sets in before that. And then I introduced them to briefs after that once they got the knee wraps down. But it's difficult. I think the hardest thing is getting them to understand how much work goes into equipped lifting, because they see me throw on the briefs and, I'm just smashing weight. I add, you know, the belt and I'm doing even more. I add the suit, I'm doing even more, and it's smooth and it's easy. And they think that they don't understand how much goes into making it that smooth, you know. Meanwhile, their knees are pointing straight in. They don't understand how to sit back and open up a bit, be patient. You know, the squat depth is a big one, because they think, because their head's about to pop off, they think that they're getting close when they're not even, you know, 5 or 6 inches away from being where they need to be. So that's the whole paradigm shift for them mentally. That's kind of difficult. Now, people that have been around it for a long time and have seen it, they're not so difficult to transition into gear. But people that kind of only seen it on TV or YouTube or from a distance, they really have no idea how much work goes into it. And generally that comes out when I have them break in a bench shirt for me. They've never worn a bench shirt before. And you know, that might be a 400-pound bencher, and then I put 365 on there with the shirt, and they're all over the place with it. They can't even turn it back around to lock it out. And so we have to start over and say, hey, I think you may have been a little bit, you may have taken this a little too lightly, being that you can bench 400, it's only 365. It's not a magical shirt. You still got to stay tight. You've got to drive your legs. You still got to push the weight up. It isn't just going to lift the weight for you. From a volume standpoint, definitely scaled back their volume overall. If they're going from raw to equipped, singles, multiple sets of singles, and not trying to do sets of 5 when they first put on gear, because that's just going to be a disaster. Just focus on one good rep or one halfway good rep, and then we'll build from there. And then eventually, to get more volume in without so many sets, we can add a couple reps or so. But focus on the reps and the raw volume for your assistance work. So if someone wanted to convert into briefs, I would put them in the briefs early. So if they're a 600-pound squatter in knee wraps, I'd probably put the briefs on at 4 or 5 and get them to start sitting back, and then add their knee wraps at 500, open up, sit back. And then even though it's going to be less volume as their main work if they're a raw, then we can go to pause squats or something else after that raw, and they can get all their volume in. And that way they're still building their raw lifts too. Maybe they're training for a raw meet currently, but they want to overload some in the briefs or the bench shirt. So it really just depends, but the conversion is difficult. It's hard to get someone, and a lot of it's just mentally, because they don't understand how much work goes into it.
Do you have to change their technique with the gear if they're a raw? Say they're using gear to overload the raw training.
Yeah.
If their knees are typically mid-foot.
Yeah.
For them, do you keep that knee mid-foot if they're still going to compete raw, or do you still try to get the knee to go back?
We got to change
further?
it. We generally widen them up a little bit, get them to definitely push out laterally with their medius, and it's going to open, spread the floor, and knees are going to come out. And someone trying to sit down with some briefs and their knees are going over their toe, they're never going to get down, to depth, and that's just going to be a lot of extra stress on the back too, as they're just kind of tucking in like that.
Does that change how they compete raw then?
Yeah, I've actually, the guys ended up coming back wider raw and were much stronger, much more explosive too. But I think there is a point of diminishing returns where, yeah, you're, like you said at the open, you have to be strong in gear and strong out of it to be able to lift a lot in gear. But there comes a point where if you're not in the gear enough and you're still building your raw strength up, and your raw squat looks good, but your geared squat's shitty, that's another thing that the raw lifter doesn't understand. It's one's always going to draw from the other. There's neither one is going to go forward indefinitely. And I think that's hard, because if a person has a raw background, they really care about those raw numbers. Now, if they start working up and things don't feel quite as light as they did before when they're lifting raw, they'll get discouraged and maybe want to do an extra couple training sessions sometimes. And start to panic a little bit. It's the same with someone who's been focusing a lot with knee wraps on, then they go naked knee and they don't feel quite as explosive, they don't feel as stable. So that's a huge balancing act with keeping them interested, keeping them strong raw, but also getting them enough time under the bar in the gear. I don't know what the hell I'm doing, to be honest with you. That's what it comes down to. With all this stuff, it's like, I don't know. I'd have to see this person. What have they done? What is their form like? And it's been a weird last few years, man, because you get to a point where you believe your own hype, you believe your own shit, and then sometimes you realize, you sit back, and if you're actually humble and honest with yourself, you realize that, man, there's so much that I just don't know. It's like, I have an idea of how we'd attack that, but I'd have to see. An example would be, it's not to throw him under the bus, but when Dondale Blue came back, his squat was ridiculous, super strong, over 800 pounds again, benching mid-5s again, but his deadlift, after not competing 10 years, it was just not there. It literally was just not there. And he was getting outpulled by people in the gym that had just started powerlifting. He was getting frustrated, and I had ideas for him. It was a confidence thing, because he'd come in, and when he'd snap it up, he had to get fired up. But the deadlift is hard to do in the gym a lot of the time, because it's very much a mental lift. So if you're not feeling it that day, I remember Gary Frank telling me, some days he goes in the gym, he warms up to 750, he isn't feeling it, he'll go home, and then he pulls 925 or 930 at the meet. Because he just knows he can do it. It's like some of those guys in warming up. Tony Conyers never warmed up on the deadlift. He would pull 315 once and go out and pull 700 at 148 or 165. It's a big mental lift. You don't have to feel the weight to be able to pull it. Yeah, it just wasn't there. So I literally, for Blue, I had no clue. In all my experience and all my so-called expertise, I had no freaking clue on what to do. Now, we started sorting through it, and then he got hurt, which was unfortunate. But, yeah, man, if someone tells you they have the perfect formula to convert someone into gear or get their raw lifts high or their equip lifts high or the perfect diet or the perfect, supplement protocol, they're full of shit.
I think the answer is, I think you actually kind of laid the answer out a little bit over the last 5 minutes when you were talking. If you can figure out, what their North Star is based upon their confidence. Yep. You said the same thing with the raw. Sometimes you gotta do things that may not absolutely make sense.
Yep.
But if it restores their confidence, you have to do it because that's what keeps them moving forward. And even if it goes against what you think's right, and it very well may be. And it may actually not be the best thing for them to do either.
Yep.
But without that confidence, it's not going to matter because they don't believe what they're doing is working. So if you can figure out where that person feels the most secure and confident, keep pushing them, that way. And let's say it takes a training program, a protocol, or that's not what you think's right. If you're there to help them, then it is right.
Yep.
Because to not help them is wrong. And you can learn, based upon what they're doing. And usually they'll, over time, end up doing what you think they should do anyhow. Mm-hmm. It's just they're not going to get there the same path that you've seen happen hundreds of times for whatever reason. And who knows, what the hell the reason why they don't is. With I'm going to kind of deviate off path here and go into your back with that. And it's a different question, and that would be, now that you've been through it and you're kind of on the other side, out of all the things, and we'll touch on some of the things, out of all the things that you had to do to get back on course, what are the things now that you take for granted and don't do as you should?
So tell on myself.
Yes. Yes. Because everybody's going to kind of slowly drift back to normal, but
human nature.
Yes. There are some things that in your mind, you're not going to compromise on.
Right.
That those are set solid. They're not going to change. So we'll get to those next.
Okay.
But what are the things that have kind of fallen out a little bit that you're not as conscious about that you were after the first meet training back after rehab?
Good question. I think that the fear has been gone for a while. The fear of picking something up and feeling my back blow apart, or the deadlift. Now I can snatch the bar off the ground and not even think about it. Now I can pull reps on the deadlift and not even think about it. Thank God. It's nice to be able to get more volume in. I think one thing is I take for granted the core work at times because it's not hard for me because I've been doing it for so long. And that's basically what my rehab protocol was coming back, is walking, the McGill Big 3, and then added in some suitcase carries, bottoms up carries. And that was it. And then, but the biggest part of all that was the spinal hygiene every day, the movement. Everything that I did outside the gym was either a squat, a deadlift, or a one-legged morning. So I was never picking the scab, is how we call it. So if you have a flexion injury, like a herniated disc, and you're flexion intolerant and you can't bend without pain, or bend is your injury mechanism, you've got to avoid the cause, remove it, build more pain-free capacity by letting it desensitize, and then eventually you'll get back to be able to get into flexion without pain, or sitting for 2 hours at the desk without pain. But you have to build the capacity, and that's what so many people don't understand. It isn't just doing the right things for one day. It's indefinitely doing the right things to make that perfect recipe with the right ingredients. So I think for starters, I take for granted the fact that I was in so much pain, and some days when I don't feel like walking, or my feet hurt because I'm fat right now, and I don't feel like walking the third 10-minute walk of the day, and instead I opt to lay on the couch and not do that. I'm crazy, so it eats at me sometimes when I'm not doing things I should, but I'll just kind of rebel against myself, as funny as that sounds, and not do it, and then I'll just tighten up on everything when I get sick of being pissed at myself. It's real twisted and weird, but I think that the core work is some stuff that I take for granted and sometimes not walking. But as far as falling back into poor movement patterns day to day, I'll never go back to that because that was my biggest trigger.
So those are the uncompromising things.
It has to be.
Yeah.
Learned my lesson so much on that. That's, when I saw Stu in May of 2013, I was jacked up, like you talked about. I'd just done a meet where I got second overall, the XPC 2013, and it was the second year in a row that I couldn't even get down to the deadlift bar to deadlift, but both years I still deadlifted. And I was sick of that. I didn't want to come back to do that. You and I texted when I was leaving the Arnold that day, and you said that, what else do you want to do? Well, I said, well, I want a total, I want to do better than I have. I want to keep going. And you said, well, you've got to weigh your options, because you are really hurt right now. You got to get that taken care of. And so within a couple of weeks, I was up seeing Stu, and he told me I was done. He said, you're done. You've got no athleticism left in your back. I can likely get you out of pain, but this is one of the worst injuries I've ever seen. And if you're my son, I'd urge you to retire. And so with that, I told him that you said you can get me out of pain, but once I get pain-free, as you were alluding to, got to get rid of the pain, I'm going to come back and powerlift. And he said, okay, let's stop there. Let's get you out of pain. Who knows, maybe you're right. And if you are right, maybe we end up writing a book about it. And I held his feet to the fire with that. But one thing he hammered me, the whole day I was with him was about my movement patterns because they were so corrupt. And they were so much my injury, over and over, bending, slouching, just sloppy movement that I'd taken for granted. But I was so used to it that I thought that, no, that's not a solution, man. It doesn't matter. None of that stuff matters day to day. Well, when you figure there's 168 hours in a week and you're training at most, I know I mentioned at one of our Learn to Trains a long time ago, as an example, John Meadows trains like a demon, right? I asked John, we're on the panel, I said, John, how many hours do you train a week? He's like, 20, 25 or something. So what about the other 140, 145 hours in the week? What are you doing? Well, we know his nutrition matters, the supplement matters. For a back patient, your daily movement, the way you sleep, the way you move, the way you bend, all that is the most important. And someone who moves well is going to clear their injury up way faster than someone who doesn't. Now, some people are just going to be able to stumble through and, in spite of their rehab plan, they're going to get better, just like the people we know that get really strong in spite of what the hell they're doing. You see what they're doing, you're like, how can this person go 100% 7 weeks in a row and then go to the meet and do 102%? That doesn't work. How does that work? Well, some people just, I don't know what it is. Some people will get their back fixed doing things. They think that the reverse hyper for themselves is like the end-all be-all for a herniated disc. And, a lot of the research shows that it isn't the end-all be-all. But for someone with a healthy spine that wants to build posterior strength and hypertrophy and traction in the back, then it's probably fine for them. But if that movement, that swinging is an injury mechanism for you, the reverse hyper is not for you to rehab your back. And that's not me speaking ill of the reverse hyper or saying lose an idiot or any of that stuff.
Not at all.
I disagree with the thought that it's really good for a back rehab. That's all. And if we all agreed on everything, it'd be a pretty boring world.
Well, so you're not.
Right.
It's just not the case. But if it does, there's common sense to a lot of it. If it's a trigger, then obviously, why in the hell is a trigger going to be what's going to fix the problem? And that's with anything. If you're an opiate addict, a trigger is not going to fix the opiate addiction. It's going to make it worse. It's just common sense.
I stopped eating Lortabs. I did a while ago. It made me too moody and stuff. And
that's probably a good thing. If you're not in pain, then you shouldn't need them.
Well, after a while, I was never like some of these people. I would take about 10 milligrams a day, so 2 5s. And that would get me going. I'd slam some energy drinks with them, and then I'd be balanced out, had my combo there. And it was good when I have some aches and pains. Like, I can tell you that I'm almost completely pain-free day to day. I have my knee might ache a little bit, or my hip has arthritis in it, or my forearm, my forearm hurts. I've been competing for 21 years. But with that said, it's nice to mask it, a little bit, little aches and pains, and it helped me get warmed up. But Do you want to hear why I stopped?
Sure.
Good story.
Mm-hmm.
So, in December 2018, I wasn't eating good, and I was taking, like I said, about 2 Percocet a day, and that's right after I hurt my shoulder at the WPO. I tore my supraspinatus and subscap. The subscap's a painful one because that's a really weird muscle that's really deep under there. And I got so backed up that I thought I was going to have to go to the hospital. I mean, I was trying to push out a turd about this big, and I was about to have to call 911 on Christmas Day while we were up at a cabin in North Carolina. I was so backed up that my stomach was just going crazy, and there was nowhere for it to go. So literally, I was outside of the cabin that we were staying at. I sent Rhea to go to Walgreens to hurry up and get me all kinds of suppositories and everything. And I'm in the hot tub naked out in the yard trying to do anything I could to get my stomach ready and my exit hole to open up wider. It was great.
Did it blast in the hot tub?
No, it was in the shower, and I ruined like 3 towels because I bled that much. It was terrible.
Yep.
I know everyone wanted to hear that story.
Well, I know. All I'm thinking is, everybody knows all the ill effects of, Vicodin, narcotics, stuff like that. But the one that is the most prevalent with people who are just using it for what you were, just pain management. You're not taking 30 a day, 20 a day.
Yeah.
Is the constipation's real, man. It's a bitch. Anybody that I've been in the same boat, it hurts and you can't get away from it. And at first, you don't know what the fuck it is.
Yep.
Because it's a stabbing pain. Then you're like stool softeners and all this other shit.
And then like my intestines were working to push it out, but then it was so pop, it was so packed in there that it wasn't going to happen. And it was Christmas Day, and I ruined my wife's day because I was screaming and yelling in the bathroom, and I was acting like it was her fault because she made me eat pizza the night before.
Did it blast out, or did it just come out in the little squiggly things?
It came out in something that it shouldn't have came out of me. Big, humongous, and it was scary. But right after that, I didn't have any side effects or anything. I just came off. I was fine, and then I got blood work done, and that's when I got the sperm analysis. Also, as we started moving towards getting more serious about having kids. And so I came off testosterone too around that time. So that was an interesting time, not taking opiates anymore of any kind, and then coming off testosterone. So that was an interesting 4 or 5 months. But we're way off topic now. Sorry.
Oh yeah, your brain's all over the place if you don't have the testosterone.
Yeah,
it's everywhere. You don't realize how much that hormone plays a role in how you think.
Yeah.
I think we all kind of understand if you take too much, the aggressiveness is there.
Yeah.
But I don't think you understand what happens if there's 0. And I can pretty much guarantee you went to 0 for a while.
January, I got my sperm analysis done. My testosterone was it was good. It was like 850 or something like that. And that was, still on a little bit of TRT. And then I started my protocol. Stan Efferding helped me. He set me up with a HCG protocol. A couple of my doctor friends gave input, but if you look at the literature and the science, each doctor has a different method because it's not for sure what the best protocol is. Like, for instance, Clomid was initially developed for women, not even developed for men. So same for HCG. So it's one of those things that you just no one knows what the right dose is. Someone says you nail it, or the other person says you just ease into it. So I experimented for about 5 months. And my testosterone started to come back. It was 100 in May. It crashed, obviously. And then it came back to 222 in June. And then we had a positive pregnancy in August. But I had 0 sperm in January, 0.0. And that's being on for the last 15 plus years.
When it came up, what did it come up to?
51.3 million, which is well in the normal range.
Oh, yeah. Well.
Yep.
Yeah. They only need, I think, 5 to be able to grab one for any in vitro or anything like that.
Yeah, and we didn't do it. It was natural twins. So she has two placentas. So 2 sperm made it to 2 eggs, which is pretty crazy because they're not identical twins or fraternal.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So you're gonna have 2.
But that's I don't know, man. I'm gonna have 2 baby girls, and I can't even tell my dogs no. I can't discipline them. I can't tell them no. So I don't know what I'm gonna do. They're just
How
going to
many
run
more
all
weeks?
over me.
It's getting soon, right?
Well, she's at 32 weeks as of Tuesday, and the due date is March 15th, but that would be 38 weeks, which is full term for twins. I hope she makes it. I hope she makes it by the 15th, so I'm home.
Yeah.
And don't have to take an emergency trip back home.
It's close.
Yeah.
It's close.
Yeah, Rhea'd be in trouble if she can't hold on for that long.
Or you'll be in trouble if you're not there.
Oh yeah, definitely. I've never been one to really want to have children because I've been so obsessed with strength training, and I didn't realize this until a couple years ago. As I've alluded to, it's been a weird last few years, and to me there was nothing else out there that mattered. Like I love my wife, I love my friends, but I've talked about quitting before, Rhea's like, there's other stuff besides powerlifting out there. And I'm like, what? Mm-hmm. What? Mm-hmm. What are you talking about? What do you mean I can enjoy other stuff? So the last couple of years, I've been better about enjoying my life. I've been better about enjoying my accomplishments, even though I'm not proud. I'm not proud. I'm not happy with what I've done over the last 20 years. I look at the meets that I've bombed out of. I look at the meets that I've got second or third place in where I missed it by a lift, or the meets that I should have beat the all-time world record holder. Unfortunately, a lot of the time I look back and see the glass half empty. Mm-hmm. But I've been better the last couple of years with my perspective of being happier and just not being a maniac about stuff. Everything can't be perfect, and you can't control everything. And once I started to realize that, I started going to counseling and working on some things that were just not right in my head. I started to realize that you can give yourself permission to make mistakes. And that's a really weird revelation. Like, what do you mean? I can not throw a fit if I do something that wasn't perfect? And so that to me, man, it's probably been way better for my wife, but it's been helpful for me and my sanity, like big time.
Yeah. I think we share a lot of the same meathead mentality, which I've joked around with you with before, and a lot of that never goes away. You just got to figure out how to deal with it. Yeah. And because eventually it's all going, you're not going to be able to do what you're doing. It's just,
what do you mean?
I know. It's so fucked up. I mean, I was joking with Barley over there a little bit ago. It's like, it's still in your head that you think, if I can just string 2 months together, get everything fixed, and then not get fucked up in the time I'm trying to do that. Yeah. Increase things, 3 or 4 steps forward, then I can be right there. Yep. And if I'm there, then I'm really only 15, 20 weeks from getting where I want to get. Yep. That never goes away. But you can never get the fucking 8 weeks together to be able to pull it together. But the thing that helped me is towards the end, it was actually before I came to Westside, and it was when it was a little bit after that. It was when my shoulder, I had 2 surgeries on the shoulder, and I knew that this is not going to end well. Right. This is going to be what's going to finish it. There's no doubt. Because the shoulder replacement, just people don't come back and do anything. Well, they can have a life, right, but they're not coming back.
Benching 700.
No, they're just not. And I knew that. And at that point, it was like, you know what? If I go full throttle, I might squeak out another few years. But whatever the case, I'm not going to look back on this and say, what if, to fucking anything. Mm-hmm. All I want to be able to say is, what if I was stronger? I can deal with that because I'm never going to be where I wanted to be. Yeah. But there's not going to be, what if I did this federation? What if I did this? What if I did? Fuck that. Yeah. And then that's when I realized it doesn't matter what anybody else fucking thinks, because I have to live with it. Mm-hmm. When I'm on my deathbed, and people that tell you, this is bullshit, by the way, people that tell you on your deathbed you're never going to think about training, they're full of shit. You are. You fucking are. Yeah. And maybe they won't, because they spent 3 or 5 years of their life doing it. Yeah. You put fucking 2 decades, 3 decades into doing something. Mm-hmm. The fuck, too. You're on your deathbed. You're thinking about a lot of shit. You're not only thinking about your kids and wife and all. You're thinking about what you did, over your life. That's when you don't want to be in that situation and say, man, what if I would have done that? Mm-hmm. So then you can leave, and when it's over, it's I didn't squat what I wanted to, but it's not because I fucking didn't try. Yeah. Everything I knew, to be able to do that, I'm not saying it helped. I'm not saying it made it easier. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah.
It didn't, because it's still it's a rough ride. Once you're done, the kids are going to help a lot.
Oh yeah,
because it's a diversion. You know, that helps. And then you want to see them do well.
I'm scared. I am scared in the way that would be a meathead. So I'm scared that they're going to make me not want to push the limits anymore.
Maybe, but you'll be okay with it.
Yeah. See, I'm scared that I'll be okay with it. That's the problem.
I know.
That terrifies. That's what I told Rhea. I'm ready to be a dad. Man, I'm like practicing with this sounds crazy. It was about to come out terribly. I've been interacting with my friends' daughters now, so I'm starting to get familiar. I was about to say I've been hanging out with girls at church. And that's not.
I get what you're saying.
But I don't know how to talk to little girls.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Yeah. So I've been practicing with that, But I'm not scared. I'm not scared of, having daddy's girls. I'm scared that I'll change so much that I abandon everything that I've loved for so long. And I just won't care.
No, you won't do that.
Okay, good.
You won't do it. You can't. You can't, because it's fucked up as it is. It's part of your identity.
It is.
So you don't change your identity. I guess you can, but I don't think you can.
No.
Because it's too ingrained. And like I said, that's where it drives you it drove me nuts. It drives you nuts when people are telling you that shit. Yeah, you're not going to worry about it. No, that's bullshit.
I'm probably going to need it more than ever. I'll have real stress in my life.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be different. I have two little girls depending on me for everything, and my wife. Luckily, my wife's an all-star, man. She's a badass. When I was gone in Qatar back in November, she had the whole room set up by the time I came back. She put together the crib. She was in the toolbox pulling things together, the dresser, everything, man. So she's, not to get off topic, but, man, it's so important to try to invest back into your partner, especially if they're as supportive as she has been. And you've been around her for long. We've been together for 12 years. And I haven't always been the best or the nicest. When we met in 2008, I told her two things. I said, number one, powerlifting is number one in my life, like a total asshole, right?
I know.
And number two, I need you to give me shots. So I tested her right away. And within a couple weeks, I was having her stick me, and that was the test. And she was good with it. And you know what? She was so awesome that when Sean Frankel and Rick Husby invited me to move to Omaha in 2008, which we considered briefly, she was totally down. Let's go. Don't care. That's awesome. And I kind of wonder sometimes if I'd have moved there, what that would have been like. Would I have went to jail?
You don't know. You don't know. I mean, that's the thing. You don't know. It's what will change is you're used to a lot of your own free time. You need to make sure you still have it.
Yes.
But it's going to be less.
Yeah.
And that's the biggest shift. But as long as you still have it, where it's going to sound fucked up, but you don't want your daughters in there when you're training. You got to have that time. Now they can be there on nights you're not training, or after you train, or before you. But there's that locked in time that you got to have for yourself, and I think that's great for them to see. But Rhea's going to have to be there, so they know, look, he's working, and they see that as a job. I think that's great for them to see, because then they're going to approach their training differently when they get to a point where they have to train for, or they want to train for something. They're not going to see it as this. And the gym is a social place, but it's not. It depends when it's time to work and when it's time not to work.
Yep.
And it changes, throughout the year. If there's a meet 16 weeks out, 10 weeks, should be completely different atmosphere than otherwise. And if not, then the wrong people are in there and need to just fuck out.
Yep.
Because it has to be a certain way. This, that some gyms are not like that.
Nope.
It's always a social, and that's fine for what they are.
Yeah.
But it's not conducive to
chasing ultimate performance.
Yeah.
Yeah, you gotta be, man, it's dark. Chasing ultimate performance is very dark. I mean, I'm sure you're the same way. When you've got a heavy bench press at 6 o'clock, from like 2 o'clock on, I check out. I try not to, but I check out during the day.
Yeah.
I'm angry. I'm frustrated if something, distracts me or whatever. That's the biggest thing. But once I get going, I have anxiety about how it's going to go. But once it gets going and I'm in my groove, then I can like relax a little bit. Okay, everything's going to be good. But man, a lot of the time, people ask a question. A couple of the questions that came in were about confidence under the bar. And I'm not going to say I'm not confident under the bar, but sometimes I look at the plates on the bar. There'll be 12 45s on each side, and I wonder, can I really freaking squat that? Or deadlift, 8, 9 plates on the ground. Can I really pick that up? That's the psychological warfare that keeps you on your toes, because then you go out and you try extra hard because you're doubting yourself, and you smash it.
That's what I'm saying. You got to learn how to flick that switch. Sometimes you have to think. You have to look at that and say, what the fuck? Can I do? Then as soon as you start saying, can I do that? Then that switch is going to flick where you're going to, what the fuck am I even thinking that for?
Yeah.
Then you start getting mad at yourself for doubting yourself. And that's normal. I think what's not normal is when is not getting mad at yourself for thinking it.
Yeah.
That's when you really need to start thinking about retiring, because if you can't flick that, because it's always there. I mean, sometimes it's cool.
Yep.
You're like, man, that's fucking, then it's 100% confident. It's the people who succeed are not the ones that are always confident 100% of the time. It's the ones that aren't confident that make it happen because they have to. And that's kind of with anything. Do we have questions over there from the live
we got quite a
feed?
few.
I'm sorry, I totally derailed your Stuart McGill question and the we can come back to
I think you got
stuff.
it to where the things that, let's circle back though and go with the things that you absolutely 100% will never get away from. And I think because I know the answer and I took it for granted, which is how you do things throughout the normal day.
Yeah.
Let's go into examples for people, because I don't think they understand.
Yeah.
Because I know it's how you get up from a chair. It's how you get off a couch. It's how you get up out of, how you sleep. So all those things. So let's go with the ones that you see through the seminars that you do and the people that you're consulting with, the number one thing that they're all fucking up.
So you have the people that are smart, intelligent people that have read the books, have read Back Mechanic, have read Gift of Injury, have read Stewart's Low Back Disorders and Ultimate Back, and they think they're smarter than they are. They think they're more proficient in the techniques than they are. So I'll ask them, so, okay, you have a bulging disc, you still have pain, you still have nerve stuff down your leg. How pristine is your movement each day on a scale of 1 to 10? And then they'll tell me, oh, it's a 10. It's perfect. It's as good as it can be. And so then I'll have them sign the waiver on a countertop that's about like this tall, and they'll slouch over in a flexion to sign it. I'll say, stop. Before you sign that, look at your posture right now. You're looking down. You're stooped over. Lower your hips down at the table instead of bending over. Use your hips. So it's really about using your hips. And it's about, in some ways, it's about creating the best positions for things that just aren't going to be comfortable for a big guy, like tying your shoes. Put them up in a chair, put them up on a bench and lunge into it, right? Golfers pick up, like the golfers grab the ball out of the hole after they drop it in there on a putt. They lean down on one leg, they pivot and drop the one leg back and grab it out, and there's nothing coming out of their spine. So between the squat, lowering the hips, lunging down into tying your shoe or putting it up on a chair and lunging in, and the golfer's pickup, those are the 3 movements that I do, whether it's taking out the trash, whether it's laying mulch in the yard, whether it's filling the dog food bowls, everything, it's important, it's cumulative. And it isn't just about the dog food being 50 pounds or a cup of dog food that you're dropping in the bowl. It's about your load and your stress of your body and your body weight. It isn't just about what you're picking up. It's your body weight, every time, and the movements. And we call it picking the scab. No, it may not hurt. You may not feel it when you do it, but that flexion under load, you delaminate that annulus over and over, and you're creating the injury over and over and over until the disc is totally flattened. So that's one of the common things that I see. They think they're pristine, but they're really only about a 5 out of 10. Once I get them to clean up that other 50%, then they're like, oh my gosh, I didn't realize. And a lot of it is just the details matter so much because they think they're moving well, but they're not. So once I tighten up their McGill Big 3, where they're really stiffening the core, 360 degrees. Whenever I teach them how to really stiffen up with an abdominal brace when they're squatting, they realize, hey, man, I wasn't really doing these things. I wasn't moving pristinely. I wasn't stiffening my core. I wasn't stiff when I was doing my carries. Once I can show them how it should feel both on me and on them, then they have the light switch go off and see, man, I really wasn't getting it. And getting people to get how important the little things are is very difficult. That's very hard.
I can see that because
Instagram and
things.
YouTube, people bastardize it. You know what I mean? They see, I saw the McGill 3, or I saw, the movement patterns this person was regurgitating that you and Stu have been talking about. I'm like, that's not it, man. And the McGill method is not about the McGill Big 3. The McGill Big 3 is just a 3-pronged system of attacking the core. McGill 3 is a whole process of coming to a precise diagnosis, removing the cause, and building pain-free capacity. Once again, that's what it's about. You're not building a healthy back just because you do the McGill Big 3. You can be contributing to a healthy back, but a lot of people think, oh, McGill Big 3, I don't need to do those stupid exercises, and then disregard it. Meanwhile, there's a book this thick on ultimate performance that he wrote concerning the spine. So there's a lot more to it than just a couple bullet points that you see online.
Yes, that's.
You pigeonhole people.
Yes.
You pigeonhole people just like me. Oh, Brian Carroll's the deload guy. No, that's not even what it's about. I don't give a shit if you deload or not, but at the end of the day, I like to stay ahead of the cumulative injuries, the cumulative fatigue. Mm-hmm. It's not just about the muscles and joints, it's about the bone. Bone takes a lot longer to heal than muscle tissue. So if you're creating micro trauma over and over, you're squatting 3 times a week, you're not letting your bones heal, your vertebrae start breaking, you start having a bunch of stress fractures, and you wonder why. Well, when you've been going 100% 6 weeks in a row, you got to have adaptations where you load, then you back off and heal. You load, you back off and heal. And the same can be said for tendons too. When people get really strong, when they get on some super supplements, and next thing you know, their muscles are growing at such a rate, their tendons don't keep up, and then they blow things apart. So I think that's a good way. A lot of people think about the muscle component of it, the muscles needing to heal, but you got to think bone, especially with the spine.
I think that one of the misconceptions is maybe not a misconception, is a lot of people don't realize, putting that bar on the spine, to be able to squat, and even the shearing with a deadlift, and the bar in your hands when you bench, that's all compressing into the upper back and the neck, and all those things cumulative with a lot of heavy weight over a period of time, especially before a meet, it's getting pounded. Yeah. Even with deloads, it's still getting pounded because it's cumulative. After the meet, there has to be time to let those fractures heal. And the stronger you are, you can support more weight, but that spine's still getting fucking trounced.
And that can be counterintuitive when you don't feel that the weight's heavy. Your 1,000-pound squatter, 650 or 700 pounds is 70%. Doesn't feel heavy. It's light. You could blow it out of the water and do it for 10 reps, but it's still loading a very potentially difficult, system, the spine, and can cause a lot of damage. You're still loading it. Even though it doesn't feel heavy, you're still compressing it. You're still requiring something out of that spine, and you got to let it rest and you got to let it heal. And, you talked about the people that can't take time off from lifting. Those are the people that are always going to have a back injury. And they think they're going to get a surgery, they're going to heal it, but they want to keep lifting. You've got to take time away. Oh, I'm just doing bodybuilding. Bodybuilding is a great way to stay injured for a long time and not get rehab done. Rehab has to be very specific to your goal, and especially with the spine, you shouldn't still bench press a lot of the time. You shouldn't be deadlifting light. You shouldn't be squatting light. You need to start over, let it desensitize, and slowly build with exercises that you need to build a core of iron and get rid of the patterns that have been hurting you.
I'm glad you said that, because I'll see a lot of people that will make notes and post and so forth about how they're unloading the spine. Say it's after meet or for whatever reason, and they'll stop squatting, but they're still benching, they're still deadlifting, they're still doing overhead dumbbell presses. They're still actually loading the spine, maybe even worse, with some of the movements they're doing, RDL, stiff legs, stuff like that. Yeah. But they just think because the bar's on the spine with the squat, and that, it is a contributing factor. It needs to be taken out. But you're not doing what you're saying you're doing unless you completely unload that spine. And do movement. If you're going to do movements, make sure they're movements and are not going to jack the spine all up. And there's movements you can do.
Yeah.
There's a lot lighter ones that you can do. Machines and shit are great for stuff like that. Because every negative of a machine becomes a positive. It stabilizes the spine, it stabilizes the joint. You can still work the muscle, doesn't need to be heavy. But just not squatting is not the end. Because I'll see these nitwits that they won't squat, then they're do god awful walking lunges with dumbbells, twisting and all kinds. Oh my god! It's crazy.
Yeah, it's frustrating, to see a lot of the misinformation that's spread. They'll take some bullet points from you, bullet points from Dr. McGill, bullet points from Louis Simmons, whoever it may be, and they bastardize it, take it out of context, and they bastardize it. And then they try to sell it as their own, and it's just wrong. I see bits and pieces of stuff from me and Stu's book, and I'm sure it's no different from a lot of people. And they're trying to explain something they don't understand, and it's very obvious when someone doesn't know what they're talking about with that, because I lived it. I've lived it for the last 7 years, and I don't know a great deal about the spine, but I know how to build athletes. I know how to rebuild athletes. I've done it time and time again, and it started with me. And it is frustrating to see people take snippets. I had to get on to one person that he has got like 1 million followers on Instagram. And I happened to be on Twitter one day, and I started seeing verbatim sections of my book posted on Twitter as his. No excerpt from Gift of Injury. It was literally descriptions of exercise, descriptions of sections that were copied and pasted. And so I went after him. And I emailed him, I tweeted at him on Instagram, and I commented on Twitter or whatever. And with a little while, he captioned me and Stu and gave us credit. But that stuff drives me bananas. I love the fact that you use my stuff, but give me credit for it. And in my first book that I wrote, Dave Tate's 6 Questions, what kind of person would I have been if I just would have taken your quotes and not given you credit for that? Garbage. Yeah, it'd be garbage.
Well, and you're with the back stuff that you're doing, it's taken out of context, right? So if you guys are putting on clinics to where you're showing people how to do this, and then somebody's taking that same information out of context and presented it, that's devaluing not only devaluing the clinic, but it's misrepresenting the clinic. So that's why there are copyright laws that are associated, because you can't take that, while it's still wrong, right? It's still wrong to plagiarize and all that. That aside from the point, it's taking something out of context that has a purposeful meaning within the context. And that becomes very problematic when it's part of an overreaching system. So you could even make the same complaint of, just taking 3 exercises and putting them, like you said, if all you do with those 3 exercises, well, good luck. It's not bad, but it's a very small piece of this full picture from that.
And there's an art to it. Like when I said earlier, I don't know what the hell I'm doing. There's an art to it that you just can't. I mean, I've written some books, and they're a great place to start. It speaks on my experience and what I've done, but it's by no means everything out there. It's just my perspective. So I wanted to ask you when we were talking about this, because it came to mind. You've been ripped off a lot too. Your website is so big. You've got millions of articles. Everything right now, especially with people that are getting into powerlifting, these kids don't know this stuff. They're obviously Googling. They're Googling and they're regurgitating stuff that you've been saying for 15 or 20 years. How does that make you feel when people are just basically stealing your content and using it as their own? It's flattering in some ways.
I don't care, but I have a different vested interest than some of the other guys do. I don't have a vested interest on the content that we're putting out there. It's how the industry's kind of always been. Usually, from what I've seen being in this industry for so long, is the people that do that never stay around long anyhow. They kind of just fade away because what they're displaying in the act of doing that is they don't know how to critically think for themselves. They don't know how to, I use the term research very loosely because Googling shit is not research, but they don't know how to help really anybody without having to go steal from other people. And people catch on to that. I think the industry's smarter than a lot of people will lead on, to where it doesn't last long. Think of some of the quote unquote experts that have come and gone over the past 10 years. Some people were pretty big names for very short periods of time. They come and they're gone. You know, that's because they weren't the experts that everybody made them out to be, or they made themselves out to be. And they fade away fast, where in this industry, longevity is always what wins the race. Unfortunately, though, longevity isn't always the most profitable.
Yep.
You know, and that's the hard pill to swallow, but it's the bitter truth. You know, sometimes the short-term thief, you know, fake person will make a shit ton of money, which frustrates everybody else in the industry. So you got to kind of step back and ask, well, what's the real reason we're doing this? You know, it's to help other people. If you can have a living, you know, from that and do it for, you know, the rest of your life, this should be better, you know, than that. I don't know. I mean, if you can make $20 million in 2 years, you know, I don't, you know, I'm not too sure, but I personally wouldn't be able to, if you had that huge spike and then all that income and you knew that income was made kind of just on fucking people over. I don't want to leave this world knowing that's how I had to live, you know, to be able to do it. So you want to do some good. So again, it's not like, I've seen the struggles that Jim's had with 531 and people ripping that off, and that's probably the worst. Okay, I mean, that directly impacts his ability to make a living on something that he created, and that's bullshit. You know, it's not that expensive. You know, your book is not that expensive. We're talking products that are under $50 fucking dollars. It's like, come on, you know, you got to rip somebody off over $30 fucking dollars. Just pay them the $30 fucking dollars, and if your clients need it, fucking buy 10 of them. You know, you're charging your client $500 a month. The fuck, you know? So that stuff is frustrating to me because it's not like they're taking something that you're putting out there and this manual costs $7,000.
Right.
It's affordable to fucking everybody. You know, so,
and you can have it at your house in one day from Amazon.
Exactly. Or the ebook.
And it's free shipping.
Exactly. I mean, it's ridiculous.
And Amazon corners you with the Kindles anyway, that if you charge more than $10, you get like 0% of it.
Exactly.
So they have to, you have to keep the Kindle at $9.99, and who can't afford that, you know?
Exactly. It's not like it's not affordable. It is. And it's free if you look hard enough. Which is bullshit too. But it is, you know, so I don't understand. So I understand the frustration. It doesn't bother me as much because I got more important things to be, you know, frustrated and stressed out about. But I do see how it impacts people. On the other side, and it's frustrating. But I do think when you're the person getting ripped off, you can let it get under your skin a little too much.
Oh yeah.
And if it gets under your skin too much, then it's going to rob you of your own creativity and your own ability to put out more product or the next book. Let's say the next book actually gets delayed because you're so frustrated about all that. Well, then not only are they stealing your content, they're stealing your ability to create a better future because they're taking your time and your mental bandwidth that you shouldn't give that to them.
I think they call that living in your head rent free.
Yes, it is. It is. So they're getting you twice. You know, to only let them get you once, you know, then you work on that next and it stays ahead. Because once you put out, and you found this out because there's a couple books, once you put out one book, by the time that goes out, people start digesting it. You start thinking, fuck, I should have put that in there. Or, damn, you know, and then the next one's already coming to light. And then a year later, it's a whole different, you need a whole nother edition. just from all the FAQs that have come out. So when those people do steal things, they're stealing things that really was a complete work when you did it, but now
They're behind.
it's not a complete work anymore.
Yeah.
So they're not going to know how to address all the shortfalls that you had to address through YouTube videos, podcasts, seminars, and all these other things.
Yep.
So they're going to look stupid
Yeah.
because it's still good information, but it's just they're going to look dumb. And that's happened with Jim. It's happened with everybody else. People start asking them questions.
Yeah.
Like, well, how do you do? I don't know. Where if they asked you, it's like, yeah, fuck it.
Yeah.
I've been asked this 100 times. Here, do this. I fucked up. It should have been in the book, but it wasn't.
Right.
And that's the real resource, is what's behind the book and is it available?
Mm-hmm.
And it is. So for a $30 purchase, to be able to have somebody you can DM or contact if you have a question and get an answer from that, come on.
Yeah.
You know, that online person that ripped you off isn't going to do that.
You spoke a minute ago of people that are flashes in the pan, you know, people that come on strong lifting a little bit ago. What do you think about the people that are so quick to jump on the greatest of all time, saying when someone's been competing 3 years or 4 years or even 10 years, it's like, come on. You know, there's a lot of people in whatever professional league you want to talk about, whether it be NFL that have had ridiculous seasons as a quarterback or wide receiver, baseball players hitting 50 home runs for a couple years, but that doesn't make you the greatest of all time. Bo Jackson had 4 years that was really, really incredible, baseball and football, but he's not the greatest of all time. Might be the greatest athlete, but not the greatest baseball or football player because he had zero longevity. You know, 4 years or whatever. So that's something you see, especially the newer lifters. So-and-so's the greatest of all time. You know, see, I've even seen it thrown around by people that are really heading towards being considered that, like maybe Dan Green, but they were starting that at like 3 years in. It's like, hold on, back up a little bit. You know, give it, let them. They might even be better than you think, but give it some time. Give it some time. And they do that in the UFC as well too. Someone that wins 5 fights and not even fought for the title yet. He's trying to be the greatest of all time or one of the greatest. I'm like, hold on. There's a lot of people that have come before you that have done it for 20 years. I mean, when people compare greatest of all time in powerlifting, Ed Cohn didn't lose a meet for 20 years. Yeah, he bombed out of one meet on the deadlift. He got DQ'd in the IPF, whatever, but no one beat him head-to-head since his first meet, YMCA meet in 1921 or whatever it was. You know, it's just no one beat him. No one beat him for the longest time. So how do you compare to that? How do you – who else has done something like that and out-totaled the super heavyweights by 200 pounds?
Yeah.
It's crazy to think about.
I can't comment on the conversation with other sports because I don't follow them really enough, but I think everything has to be looked at within its own time span, its own generation,
era,
so to say, or era. And in powerlifting, I think a decade is a fair number to look at, you know, and with open powerlifting, you can go and you can find, you know, people from my era that were top of their game for 5-10 years.
Yeah.
Not great lifters, but always in the top 5 for that whole period of time. So, and if you looked at what they were lifting, you know, myself included, it's not that big, but it was big enough to be in the top 3 for 5-10, you know, sometimes more years, but it's nothing compared to what Multiply did 10 years later. Does that mean they're better lifters? I would say so. They should be, you know, because it should be building upon that. But you got to look at what they've done over a 10-year time span and see, you know, what's the consistency in there. I think winning matters. I mean, strength is huge. You know, it's huge. But if you can't display the strength when it's needed, that's another conversation, because you can have a great training cycle and go to meet and it's a disaster. And for no reason, unbeknownst to you, don't know what the fuck it just did. And that's a whole skill there, you know, putting it together, where I'd known some maybe stronger lifters than the lifters that put it together in the meets, but they could never do it. So they're not in the conversation, you know, so that's a big, I mean, in powerlifting, that is the sport. You have to complete, you have to display that. So with that, you got to start looking at how many titles, you know, who they compete against, and what federation was popular at the time. Powerlifting is very convoluted.
Yeah.
So you got to kind of ask around, during this time, what was the good federation? And somebody could have 5 world titles, but 3 people, lifted in their weight class compared to this guy that never had a world title and had 20 people in a weight class. But I do think 10 years, I'm looking at where it kind of ranked within that time frame. But when you start trying to compare multiply to raw, multiply to single ply to raw, raw to single, you can't effectively do that. It's raw, I don't think has the history to have that conversation yet, because it really only started to get prevalent in like 2012.
Yep.
Yes, it's always been there, it wasn't even, you couldn't even select it on an entry form. So here's the thing with that. If you couldn't select that in a meet, but the lifter yet competed that way, they would have been marked as single ply, or they would have been marked as multiply.
Yep.
So how many raw lifters aren't getting the credit for when they did lift raw?
Yeah.
Because it wasn't somewhere on the entry form to be able to lift. How many benches? Let's use that, because you'll see this.
Yeah.
How many benches were done by people that had a blown bench shirt but went out and did it anyhow?
I've seen it.
And still bench 550, 600. That's not ranked as raw. It's ranked as multiply.
Right.
So how many of those are missed? But forget that, because that's a whole nother conversation. So somebody asked me the other day, they were saying that they thought that the longevity of a raw lifter was longer than multiply. And my answer was, it's not been long enough to know. Mm-hmm. We're only in 2020. So we only have 8 years of history. So my question back was, who was lifting in 2012? Or I'm sorry, shit, my brain's dying. Who was lifting in, fuck, holy cow. Yeah, 2012.
Yeah.
So who was lifting in 2012 that's still lifting now?
Yeah.
Raw. There's some, but it's not a very big number.
Right.
And we're only talking 8 years. I can name 100 multiply powerlifters that lifted for more than 8 years.
Yep.
Almost all of them, because it took that long to be able to get to a point where they could be able to do that.
Yep.
So, but that leads down another conversation of, if you take those guys who did start lifting raw in 2012, they still lifted. A lot of those guys were lifting in single ply before that. So there's still that. So we don't know the longevity is my point. I think I know the answer, which would be the gear of the multiply, because it does support the joints.
Yeah.
But I can't say that without having enough years to be able to make that comparison. But my whole thing is, I don't think you don't have to make that comparison, because they're different sports. They really are.
Yeah.
So I don't know if you can say, if you wanted to say that greatest of all time, I would say, okay, who's got all-time world records raw and in single ply and in multiply, and who's done them all over? There's nobody.
Yeah. No.
There's nobody. And I don't think it matters. It's just fun to talk about, barbershop talk or whatever it is. Because at the end of the day, it's what you think about yourself that's going to matter, because nobody gives a fuck.
Yeah.
That's the unfortunate reality, is you can retire tomorrow and nobody's going to give a shit.
No.
It's just, there may be a few, but nobody's really going to give a fuck.
No.
You will, and that's it. So.
Yeah, you're right, man. It's we're talking about, we got to give credit, because for the longest time I thought it was only powerlifting that had the flaws that it does in it, with the judging, with the meets running, the lack of coordination, like in powerlifting in general. But man, the forums, that's nothing, man. That's everything. I for some reason I got tagged in a forum about scotch and bourbon and stuff. Those people were way more evil than raw people coming after multiply lifters. They are so crazy about the different batches. And then I saw the other day about, I got a new truck the other day, and I was looking at doing a ceramic coat on it. The people arguing on Reddit about ceramic coat and the insults they were hurling. You had one expert saying ceramic coat's the best thing ever. Then the other person with the same, expertise saying it's the worst thing ever. And they're just insulting each other about ceramic coating. So it doesn't make me feel too bad when I look at the state of powerlifting sometimes, Meanwhile, the NFL, billions of dollars in that, can't even get calls right on the field with instant replay. So it's really about the perspective. Yeah, it's frustrating, but it seems like everything's a shit show. The UFC, I know you don't follow it, but just to give you perspective, John Jones failed a drug test a couple years ago, and he was banned in Las Vegas. They would not let him fight. But it was a technicality because it was only metabolites from an early test. So Las Vegas is like, you can't fight here. And it was fight week. They moved the fight week to LA from Las Vegas and went and had the fight after everyone had flights, hotels, everything booked. Talk about a shit show. We feel bad that, the local barn is tight, at the meet where there's animals in there, and it's, the bingo hall like the old meets used to be in. Meanwhile, these guys are running a circus over there, moving around and canceling people's flights and hotels just because they can't get their stuff together. So once I've started to look at with a little bit of a broader perspective, look, there's a scandal right now going on in baseball. Have you heard about it at all? Where they were using technology and all these screens and cameras to signal to the batter if an off-speed pitch was coming. That way they could sit back and wait on it instead of being fooled. That's a giant shit show. That's a giant shit show. So it makes me feel better about powerlifting, the flaws that it has. There's bigger ones out there, and there's bigger problems with the judging, especially in like UFC and the reffing and the NFL and stuff. It's really interesting when you can kind of take a step back and look and say it isn't just powerlifting. It's not just strongman. It's not just bodybuilders that are attacking each other. It's really everything.
It is. It's perspective. And it's very interesting because if you look at, let's just take training, strength training, all the debates and infighting about methods and methodology. And if you step back and just look at the forest, it's just fucking training.
Yep.
Right? So to the common person interested in just getting stronger, this is just gibberish. It's so irrelevant that it's ridiculous, and everything is like that. And perspective is key, where you can look at the infighting, say somebody's saying something about your squat or whatever it is. There could be somebody saying something about your squat in a gym in LA right now, in New York right now. You don't hear it. You don't give a fuck because you don't hear it. You don't know who these people are. Who gives a fuck? You don't care. Right. But now if they become this anonymous number, 00AH56,
right,
Instagram handle, _big lift, and that same person makes that comment, all of a sudden the person's butt hurt. Like, how's that person any different than the person in the gym you don't know,
right,
that's saying that your squat was high? Does it really matter? Because in the grand scheme of things, it really doesn't. And if you ever were at a meet with all these people, very few people are ever going to say anything bad to you.
They'll be asking, for you to sign their book.
Yes.
They'll be telling you how much they like you as a lifter, admire you. I think that sometimes they just don't think, you know what I mean? They don't think when they say stuff, they don't understand that it's real life. But I guess in some ways it isn't real life to them because there's no consequences most of the time.
Oh, well, and there are those that are just doing it to get a rise out of people. They're trolls, and the art of trolling has dropped tremendously over the past 20 years, but that's a different conversation there where, some trolling, years ago, if you could troll somebody and piss them off, but do it in a funny way, that was a high five, man. That was commendable.
Yeah.
But usually the people could brush it off, and that's good. And they were good with that. But there are those people that are doing that, and that's the last person I would think you'd ever want to get any satisfaction to.
Right.
Like somebody that's purposely trying to get under your skin. If they try to do that in real life, you just kind of walk away like, what the fuck? Get away.
I've tried to explain that to people when they get real they're generally the fiery people that get really motivated, and they like people to talk shit to them, and then they get motivated. And I've seen people saying, I never compete raw. Watch this. I'm going to do raw. And I'm thinking, I've had these conversations with younger lifters. And I'm like, you can do what you want, but think about it. Are you just going to let them dictate what you do forever?
Yeah.
Then after that, they're going to say, well, you can't lift with knee wraps, or you can't lift with one knee wrap, or no belt, or no chalk, or it's a rabbit hole to go down. So you really can't worry about what other people think or say, because I used to be like that. I used to be sensitive about it, and I wouldn't like break down and cry and like lay in my wife's lap or anything, upset about it. But I would get pissed. And
if it changes your training, then it's they won.
They did.
You know, and if it produces cortisol, they won, because
Yep.
now you got to recover from that.
Yep.
You know, it's that I don't see how you'd want to give anybody that power, and it's so easy to avoid.
Yeah.
You just don't read it.
Don't respond. And when I broke the all-time record in 2011 with 1185 at the Power Station Pro-Am, the West Side meet, you know, I was getting some ridicule because Jason Pegg was like, nope, squat. I love Brian, but the squat wasn't good. And then the video came out, and he saw that I got the rack command before, and I said, how should I handle all this? You said, post the video up and then just move on. Don't reply to anyone. Don't make a big deal. And there were still some people that said the squat was, you know, higher than, you know, whatever they say. And I've never squatted deep. You know, I'm whatever. I just don't. I've never really been the person to say, man, I squat so deep. That's what I want to do. Some people take a lot of pride in that. I've taken pride in getting them in, and sometimes I have to take them deeper. Sometimes I don't have to take them as deep. With that said, I used to let people get under my skin, but from that point forward, when you're like, just let it go, I let it go, and it went away. It just went away. It
always goes away.
Yeah.
You know, it always goes away.
And I gave this advice to some female lifters a couple years ago. I said, hey, you didn't ask for it, which I don't do anymore. I'll never anymore give unsolicited advice to people, because they'll always hate you for it.
Yes.
It doesn't benefit, you know? And even if the people don't mean to be sensitive or egotistical, and that's what it comes down to also when people get butthurt about their lifts being attacked, it's about their ego. Their ego is fragile, and they should just be proud of the lift. If they're not proud of the lift, then fine. If they are, then who cares what people say?
Yeah.
You know?
Well, the lift it's also what you did. You know, it's not you personally.
Right.
So if somebody don't like the lift, they're not saying they don't like you. And I think people get that really, really fucked up. You know, it's two different things. But and I can see where the signals get mixed, because people put a lot of themselves into that.
Yeah.
But it's still not them. You know, it's not.
Yeah, Joe Rogan said a few times that you have to be very careful when you're critiquing fighters, because they go in there with the mindset they could not come out of the octagon that night alive. And when you're picking on them and belittling them, there's a difference between critiquing them and actually bashing them, saying, what the hell is this person doing? He didn't train. He can't fight. And that's happened at times, and the fighters get really pissed because that's their life's work.
Yep.
And they're risking everything going in there. So I get it isn't the same with powerlifting, so don't misconstrue that. But there is a big price that we pay to get on the platform and do it. So the biggest thing is just letting it go and let people say what they have to say, you know, and then
you can't change it. You know, you can't control it either. The only thing I haven't seen done is for somebody to do a lift that's controversial and then to actually post, man, that was high as fuck. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But I got it passed.
Yeah.
What's anybody going to say?
Yeah.
Like, what are they going to say then?
Nothing.
You know, they can't. You know, it's like, look, I did what I had to do. The judges gave it to me, fucking thumbs up, you know. Great, and go that route, because it really is, it falls on the judges. It shouldn't fall on the lifter, but the judges are never the ones that get called out. And I get it, you know, I kind of see, but in other sports that's never the case.
Yep.
You don't see the receiver getting called all kinds of shit for the touchdown. You know, it's
That he clearly didn't have both feet in or whatever
yeah,
it may be.
it's the refs that get the shit, but not in powerlifting. It's never the case. It's never the ref. It's never the meet director. It's always the lifter.
Yeah.
Like they have any control.
Well, then they turn it into a moral high ground too. So what kind of person are you that just accepts garbage lifts?
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, come on. That's a little bit different.
You're going to talk about morality for a sport that you take and do selfishly away from friends and family for 3 hours, 4 or 5 times a week. You know, it's just, you know, that's the last thing to use to determine somebody's integrity or morality.
So how many years off one's life is a 20-year multiply powerlifting career at a moderate level?
10 years.
10 years off their total.
Well, the quality of life is going to decrease 10 years. That's my, everything still is going to fall back on genetic predisposition. That's what I've learned with, arthritis, any bone disease, whatever it's going to be. If your parents had hip replacements, more than likely you're going to need a hip replacement. Now, if that happens at 70 or at 50, may have to do with how much you weigh, how long you've power lifted, how much you lifted, stuff like that. So you can knock that number backwards, and that number will determine your quality of life. If you can't move because your bones are all scarred up and arthritic, then that's going to impact the quality of life to some degree. So that, I would say, is probably knocked back 10 years if the genetic predisposition's there.
Yeah.
Where I think what's interesting to me is we're starting to see more and more of the lifters lifting bigger multiply weights, moving into their 40s.
Yep.
And it's 45 is kind of like the key number. You get 45 to 50, that's where you're going to start to see that genetic predisposition starting to take some impact, because that 65 is now hitting at 55 from that standpoint. So I've always told, the lifters that are 35, 40, be careful what you say, because you don't want to backtrack 10 years from now when you have to get a fucking hip replacement that everything that you're doing was perfect.
Right.
Because what are you going to say then?
Right.
Or are you going to pigeonhole yourself to where you've been so vocal about things that now you're never going to get it because it's going to make you look too stupid and too hypocritical.
Right.
And you're going to live in pain for the rest of your life. That's a tough thing. By all means, you have to do everything possible to try to prevent it.
Right.
By all means. But when the first and second precursor are genetic predisposition and body weight, you're kind of fucked. Especially if you're a heavier weight lifter. So, and those are cards that, this is one of my rants. This is the thing I don't buy, is there's a risk reward to everything.
Yep.
Even when you got into this when you were younger and you decided to, that there's a risk.
Yeah.
The arthritis is a real, anybody that says they don't know this is just fucking stupid or illiterate.
Yeah.
It's just, they know that. So if they're willing to accept that there's a possibility that they can be on the high end of the benefit side,
Yep.
top 10 lifter or all-time world record, then they also have to be willing to accept that they could be on the low end of the worst case scenario.
Yeah.
You already accepted that. So when that happens, you have to pay the price. Don't bitch about it. You made the decision a long time ago.
Yep.
And no, nobody has to pull you aside and say, hey, look, kid, if you keep doing this, you're going to fuck yourself up to where you can't move when you're older. And I'll tell you what, with everybody I know, somebody did tell you that.
Yep.
And you said, oh man, get the fuck out of my face.
Yep.
And did what you were going to do. So it wasn't going to make any difference one way or another. You accepted that. And when it, hopefully it never happens, but when or if it does happen, you're going to be okay with it.
Yeah.
Same way Ronnie Coleman, everybody else is. He's not faking the shit. He's okay with it.
Yeah.
He knew what it was. Personally, I think he had a shitty surgeon, but that's, another conversation with that.
Yeah.
But I think a lot of it can be offset. I really do. And a lot of it is, as you talked about with the back, figuring out how to stay out of pain, because you can still have fucked up joints and still be out of pain.
Yep.
Sometimes there's no other choice, but I think there's a bigger choice than people think.
Yeah.
I've needed a shoulder replacement since 2005 and still haven't got it done. There's things I can't do, but there's a lot of things I can.
Yeah.
And it's not in pain, most of the time. Not enough where I feel like I have to get it done. That's a long time to go when I had multiple surgeons say, you have to have this done.
Right.
That wasn't the case with my hips because it hurt too bad. You don't walk on your hands. But
that was bad. I remember that was, did you get it replaced in 13? I remember at the old compound, you would have to basically go from machine to machine to get across the gym.
It was bad. I mean, you try to put it off as long as you can, but you can't. So what do we have questions-wise? I don't want to get too far.
All right, first one here from the live stream, going back to Dr. McGill, said, I believe Dr. McGill has recommended not to box squat for the compressive forces on the spine. You guys have any thoughts on that?
It depends. Each exercise is a tool. Not every tool will be good for you depending on your body type, the style that you squat, your specific injury, your strong points, your weak points. A lot of the time coming back to a box is very good, but here's the key. Are you compressive intolerant? If you are, maybe it isn't going to be a good option for you. But all of these things, and we talked about the McGill assessment, the McGill method, it's assessing everything about the athlete and building a program to get them pain-free and back to whatever their goal may be. And getting someone pain-free and back to powerlifting at a high level is difficult to do. Same thing with strongman. I've worked with a couple strongmen that got back, but when you have to do the triple extension, you have to round over to pick up a stone, and you have to overhead press a log after cleaning it with sloppy, terrible form because you just have to get it up in its maximal weight. That stuff is difficult on your spine, so you have to build a lot of resilience and make sure that you're good to your spine when you're outside of the gym, and invest in it. We call investing in your body with the walking, with the core work, with the carries, and moving well outside of the gym. That's important, but it really just depends, and it's not the cop out of giving you a specific answer, but everything depends. Mm-hmm. A lot of the time a box squat is great to limit someone's range of motion, to teach them where they need to squat right now without rounding their spine.
This is assuming that they're box squatting without crashing on the box, and box squatting with poor form. So with that, I would agree with what he said. If it's something that aggravates the problem, then you don't want to do it. You're not resilient enough to be able to do it. Is it going to be something that's going to fix the problem? Maybe, but I would fall back on that and say, well, maybe your squat form needs addressed. And if the box can help address that squat form unloaded, to be able to sit down and sit properly, then so be it. But the squat form is the issue, not the box, if that makes sense.
All right. This guy said, hey, Dave, I heard you talk about leverages changing with the weight gain. Would you mind elaborating on that a bit? And
no,
Brian,
I'll let Brian talk about it, because he's been, you started when? 220. So from 220 over 300. Yeah. So your leverages have changed.
Yeah, things change. A lot of the time when you're lighter, the deadlift tends to feel better for people, but I've seen people go up in weight too and pull better. So definitely a weight gain helps the squat and the bench the best in my experience. You thicken up your joints, you thicken up your torso, you have less range of motion on the bench press, you have a bigger, more stable core most times, as long as it isn't just totally jelly and fat that you got around your core. The leverage gain with the squat is the stability. Instead of being leaner and like a bodybuilding taper, you have a thicker, more of a barrel core, and you're going to be more stable. And like I said, the bench press, shorten up your range of motion, definitely will lead to a bigger bench press and being thicker overall. But like I said, the deadlift, it just depends. Some people, it goes up when they get heavier, and other people can't get down to the bar, and their torso's too thick. What's good for your squat may be terrible for your deadlift. There's so many things you got to consider.
Got to balance out. But don't I guess with that, don't be short-sighted, especially with a deadlift, on how you pull, because as your leverages change, for instance, the guy that may not be able to get down to the bar might be able to get down sumo and actually be able to keep a better back position sumo, but that sumo may not be conducive to when they're 181 pounds. Yep. So I think you should always train, especially if you're gaining weight, you should always train both and kind of decide which one you're going to use for the meet as the meet approaches. Then you kind of get married to it, and then after the meet, pull back out of it. There's never anything wrong with being able to know how to sumo and conventional, because meets can be tricky, and you fuck your back up or your hip up, and all of a sudden you're forced to go from sumo to conventional. Don't be the person that's not ready to do that. It's always, even if it's 100-pound difference, it's still better than not having a total at all.
Yep, Chuck did that many times. I remember that was a 2009 Pro-Am where he hurt his hip squatting. He'd been pulling sumo the whole time and went out and pulled conventional. Yeah, it's really you need to be able to pull both ways, and that's something I learned from you about 10 or 11 years ago. You need to be able to bench both ways too, tucked and out front, because you have a bad spotter on the squat and they crank you up and you can't get a big arch and you can't tuck your feet behind you because it hurts. It's good to be able to put them out in front and at least survive that meet.
Yeah. And even in training, sometimes your back will get a little jacked and you need to, you don't want to trigger it worse, talking about back issues. You know, you don't want to trigger it worse if all you need to do is put your feet out for a little while.
Yep.
All right.
Oh, another thing too, if I could add, when you become heavier and thicker, it's always a good idea to take your stance out a touch more, because your gut's going to want to bind you up if you're sitting in the same stance, or if you err on the narrow side like I do, and that's a mistake I made. Got to get the stance out a little bit if you're getting really fat and thick, for sure.
All right. What are some tips for a raw lifter looking to get into multiply lifting?
We talked about that a little bit. You got to have a crew. If you're going to do it, you have to have a crew, and you need to be around experienced people that know the gear. Another thing that comes to mind is starting in looser gear, and that way you don't have to load 300 pounds more on your back just to approach depth, because it's a super tight pair. Start a tight pair of briefs or shirt or suit. Starting with just not too many things at once, I think is a good idea too. Starting with the suit straps down instead of putting them up right away. Starting with the suit straps down on the deadlift as well. Maybe starting in a little less extreme gear right away. You know, it's like immediately putting someone in a super tight metal ace bench shirt. I used to have trouble touching in that shirt. Someone new probably doesn't have a prayer if it fits them like it fits me.
No.
And that's the thing. Like, some people think, okay, I'm a 275 or I need a size 56 ace. Well, how much do you bench? Oh, I just started benching. I benched 315 in a shirt. Well, you're going to need to go to 62. Yeah.
You can't try to do what gear size is a great one, because you'll look in and you may ask Brian, what size bench shirts do you wear? What size suits do you wear? And you weigh 50 pounds less. Yeah. You might need a bigger size than what he's using. You can't assume that you're going to put on a size that he's wearing is tight and know how to use it.
Yep.
That thing will send you in places you didn't know you could go position wise. Your knees are going to be coupled in. You're going to be all over. You got to learn how to break it in. You know, that's another thing too, is I heard Brian say earlier, and I almost laughed because it's true. You know, you new gear is the worst gear. You always get the new gear and you have buddies break it in for you who are lighter. Yep. You know, so if you're 280, you're going to find somebody that's 220, 240 to break in your bench shirt.
Yep.
And they're getting a carryover out of that because they don't know how to use it.
Yep.
And then once you put it on, the same size shirt,
yep,
you'll touch in it, where if they did 3 sizes lower, they're not going to bend their elbows in it.
Right.
So tips for gear would, I think the biggest one is get around people that know what the hell they're doing, because with multiply, you just don't put it on and get a carryover out of it. You don't. You'll eat the bar. I mean, there's too many bad things that can happen with it, that if you have a group of people that know how to use it, you're going to learn it faster and safer, and it's still going to be frustrating. It never becomes not frustrating. I'll let Brian tell you about it. It never becomes not frustrating. It's a patience game. Mm-hmm. It really is. It's a patience game. The other trick with it is you have to be strong enough to use it. Where I'm not saying that if you're a 200-pound bencher, you're not strong. I'm saying if you're a 200-pound bencher, then you have to be strong enough in your training to be able to do at least 170 before you start putting the gear on. You can't do it when you're benching 150. Mm-hmm. You have to be, I would say, if I was to guess a percentage, even though I don't like them, you have to be at least 70%, 80% of your best strength before you start trying to use the gear, or it's going to be a clusterfuck, and whatever you're doing with it, it's not going to carry over. That's the problem with training with gear, because the more advanced you get, to really start dialing the gear in, not just breaking it in and use it for training, but to really start figuring out what you have to do. I'll guess and say Brian's got to be using at least 85 to 90% of his max weight to be able to know exactly how the shirt's going to work when he touches, to know exactly where the suit has to be set to hit depth. Anything lighter, it's just breaking in the gear. There lies the problem, is if you're trying to figure out where these things are supposed to be, and you can only do it when you're using 85 to 90%, there's not a whole lot of places you can put that in your training to make it happen.
No.
That falls back on having the experienced people with you, because this is not something you can put on in those circumstances every week for weeks on end. And
it's like tiptoeing through a minefield.
Yeah.
Every equipped training cycle, we talked about it earlier about converting a raw lifter over, how much volume, all that good stuff. Everything is just kind of a guessing game, and your body changes because of the supplements, the diet, the stress that you have going into meet. You might lean up a ton, leverages change. Yes. You need to get into a smaller shirt. Everyone responds differently. So sometimes you're scrambling at the end just to get something to work and fit. Your strength's through the roof, but your gear isn't fitting right. And that's, like you said, you have to have the gear strength and the raw strength at a level, and they always play off of each other. And it's very difficult to be able to get them all honed in. And when you do, I'm not even going to use Hoff or Frankel as an example, because they're super outliers. But when you get both of them to work out, you start seeing guys like that Finnish guy, Kalle, that he's starting to chase some of Frankel's numbers. He did almost 2,600 at 198. That's a guy that's super strong raw, and he's getting really good in gear. And I think he did 2050 or something at 198 raw and reps or something, 800 squat, 750 pull. That dude's incredibly strong both ways, but he's been able to get them both up there, and that's very hard to do and convert it over. But it's hard not to push too much in the gear too often, where you just beat the crap out of yourself and you start regressing. So yeah, you figure out the gear, but your body's beat to crap and your forearms are shot and you can't even hold the bench press bar, even though you know how to touch now. It's a nightmare. It's a nightmare at times, and I've lost a lot of sleep. I've lost a lot of sleep about it over the nights. I mean, one time in particular when I was training for the 2011 Pro-Am, and my training was absolute horror show the whole time. I couldn't touch anything. My back was hurting me, but I ended up pulling it out and hitting that 1185 at the meet. It was just weird. But I couldn't bench the whole training cycle. I couldn't touch. So 11 days out, I was reading my training log the other day because I was linking to it, and I attempted 754 times to touch 11 days out because I was so pissed. So I hadn't touched anything during training, and I took 750 to almost a touch, inch off. Fine. Rack it. We're going to do it again. Come down again. I'm even further away this time. Start cussing, flipping out. Rack it again. Third time I say, if I do not touch this weight, I am not doing the meet. I'm not doing the meet. I start yelling and telling everyone how serious I was. And so I go down, and I'm not even close to touching again. I get up, and I'm about to leave. And I say, you know what? I'm extra mad. I'm extra pissed about this. I will kill myself. I will kill myself. And I meant it. It was ridiculous. But I'm just saying, I told Adam and everyone, I'm going to fucking kill myself if I don't touch this. And, of course, I didn't touch it. I didn't kill myself. I went and did the meet, and I had my best meet total ever. But at the time, you get so extreme and so wrapped up in it and so frustrating that it literally makes you crazy. Let's
go back on that training cycle a little bit, because I think you touched on something that a lot of people miss, is the training cycle wasn't good. The gear wasn't working out. Nothing was working out, but you still did the meet.
Yeah.
So there was something in your head that had faith that, you know what, this is still going to work out. All right. That little component there is the component I think a lot of lifters need to work on, because if they're, call it faith, call it whatever you want.
Yeah.
But having that little bit that, I mean, at no point in time did you think at this meet, I'm not going to be able to get the benches in.
Yep.
You just figure, you know what, it's going to be there.
Yep. And
you just trusted that it was going to be there, and it was.
Yep.
If you didn't trust that it wasn't going to be there, it wouldn't have been.
Yep.
You know, you would have mind fucked yourself out of it. So how do you teach somebody that?
That was one of the questions too that I saw the other day. I don't know. The way I did it, it was just total insanity. Like I was just wound up the last couple. I was going to break my arm off if I didn't touch. I didn't care. I was just going to go until the bar either went across my face or my arm broke, and then at least when my arm broke, I'd have a reason why I didn't touch or whatever. But I was just insane. I just didn't care, whatever it was, and that's why I destroyed my back, because I just didn't. I didn't care, and I never planned on living past 40. Never. I didn't give a shit. I did not care. I totally didn't care. It was ignorant, naive of me to think like that, but I literally just did not care. Whatever it took. And things have changed since then. I kind of realized that that's kind of a very small worldview, if that's all that mattered. You know what I mean?
It is. But you know, what's fucked up is you're 40 now, right?
I'll be 40 next year.
Wait till you turn 40. You think that's fucked up?
July 21.
Yeah, wait till you do it. I never thought I was going to live past 50.
Yeah.
When I turned 50, it's fucked up. You go your whole life thinking you're not going to live past that day, and then all of a sudden you're like, fuck.
Here we are.
It's fucked up. Like, I wasn't planning. Like, and on the positive end, everything after that was bonus.
Yep.
I didn't plan on being here.
Yeah.
So it's good, but fuck, I wasn't planning on being here either. I didn't bank on this.
But to answer your question, what is it that like kept me in it mentally and got me going? I just pure insanity, and the fact that I was going against all the West Side guys in their own backyard and their own meat, basically. And I just wanted to just give it hell, and I just didn't care. I had everything to win, nothing to lose. I'm not supposed to go there and beat those guys. It's, Louis throwing the money for the meat. It's not talking shit. It's just saying that my mindset. I'm glad Louis put up money for the meat. I don't care that, I don't care that it was in Columbus and that was going on. I just, whatever, go up there and try to win some money. And every year I won some money there. But, I just wanted to go and just see where I stood. Nothing to lose ever, It'd be more pressure on me if the meet was in Jacksonville and my teammate or coach was putting up all the money. I'd feel obligated to win that money. I felt like I was coming up here every year and to take someone else's money. And so that's the way I thrived off of it. 2008 when I came up here, I had a dismal showing in 2007. You were back in the warm-up room. I was the all-time world record squatter with 1,030 at 220, and I got pinned in the back room with 900. I got smashed, and it was just it was laughable. It was just pathetic, and so I definitely kept that in mind when I came back the next year and went up a weight class, and came in second overall and was one lift from beating Greg, who was the world record holder at the time, and that's when I saw that, hey, I can compete with these guys. I thought I could for a long time. But getting so crazy about lifting in 2007 after that terrible failure and bombing at the Arnold, I bombed 2 meets in a row and said, okay, I'm going up. That motivated me to be fearless. And I think maybe that's kind of answering the question that we were asked. I just got so angry and fearless about it. Hey, I embarrassed myself at the Arnold, earlier this year. I made a terrible showing in the back room with 150 pounds less than my max. It can't get any worse than that. Let's just get after it and let's put some effort into it.
Yeah. I mean, the hardest guy to beat is the one that has nothing to lose.
Yep.
Always is the hardest, because you have to fear that guy.
Yeah.
Or be that guy.
Yep.
So if you can be that guy, then it's there. But when I was in those situations, I just, for some reason, everything just worked better at a meet. Like with the bench shirt, it always came down to me. I don't know why.
Yeah.
It just seemed to come down faster at the meet. Squats didn't go any lower, but the bench, it could be a complete fucking disaster. But it just for some reason, it always. So I almost got to the mindset, I'm not even going to worry about using a shirt at all, because it will be there. But you give up a lot.
Yeah.
If you don't do that. What else you got?
Okay. Take a step back to talking about age again. This guy said, I'm starting powerlifting at 30 and currently have a 1,300 pound total. I'm 6'1" in the 242 pound weight class. Can I get to a world class total before my body falls apart?
Yeah, I don't see why you wouldn't. Actually, I'll say no, because you're asking me the question, which means you're already doubting yourself. So if you change that, then there's no reason why you can't. Other people have. So a lot of other people have. A lot of people that get into the sport don't get into it until they're in their 20s or 30s. I think you really mature, unless you start really young. I think you really mature 35 to 45, right in that range is where the optimal potential is, unless you start really young. Then it's going to change a little bit, but most don't. I think most people would be surprised if they looked at the age when most of the top lifters were hitting their best numbers.
Goggins comes to mind at 41. First guy to squat 1,100 pounds, and he was 265 and 40 years old. And that was after some time off. He came back to WPO and smashed it. Yeah, first squat ever over 1,100 pounds. One thing that jumped out at me with the question was, I believe is he 6'1" at 242? He's too skinny.
Yeah, he's light.
Yeah, yep.
Thicken up, go up to 275, but add muscle. You know, have a day or two where you do hypertrophy training to add some muscle. Make sure your diet's in check. You're eating enough. Don't worry about being. Everything has a cause and effect. There's always a reaction. So if you're too worried about being lean and being a younger guy, being 30 years old, you've got to. If world-class performance is your ultimate goal, you've got to get away from what you look like. You just can't. Not everyone's going to look like Kevin Oak and Dan Green, shredded, six-pack, and be ridiculously strong. They're outliers. Most people that are going to be brutally strong are going to look more something like Dave Hoff. You know, they're going to be barrel-chested. They're going to be round. They're going to have big, giant joints, and they're going to be stubby and stocky. So with that said, when you got someone like Dave Hoff, and again, this is equipped lifting, but he's 5'6" or 7", 300 pounds. You know, he's a bundle of power. So him at 6'1", he needs to, if he wants to start chasing big numbers, he needs to get up closer to 300 pounds. But take your time doing it. It isn't about what you're doing this year or next year. It's like more of a longer than 5-year plan to do it right. Because if you progress too fast, you're going to blow things apart.
Yeah, a long-term plan. I've talked about it a lot on this podcast. You can't look at things in 12-week, 10-week cycles. You have to look at this as where you want to be in 3 years. So if you want to be 300 pounds in 3 years, then start backtracking it. Where do you need to be 12 months sooner than 12 months? And that makes all the objectives they're easier to hit because you're not looking at 300 pounds. You're looking at 20 pounds in the next year and creep it up that way, which is doable. It's all doable.
It's like increasing your income. If one day you want to make $250,000, that's a good number for a lot of people. They'd say, okay, $250,000. Well, if you look at it and say, oh, man, I want to, I'm making 45 right now, and my ultimate goal is to make 250. Each year, increase it by 10 or 20%. Next thing you know, you're making 60. Then you're making, 80, and then 100, and then you're almost halfway there. And that's a longer term plan. 10 years, adding 10%. Next thing you know, you're making $250,000. But if you say, I'm just going to jump from $45,000 to $250,000, that's the daunting. You got to build on that, and it takes time, and it's not just going to happen all at once unless you happen to be an outlier and hit it big right away. So that's what comes to mind too. It's got to be a process. And you can't skip the processes. You got to put one foot in front of the other and build, and be consistent, because you're going to get hurt if you start getting strong. Going from a 1,300 total, this guy's a raw lifter. Yeah. If you go from a 1,300 pound total to a 2,000 pound total in a year, you're going to find some career-ending injuries probably. Because again we talked about it earlier. It's the connective tissue that in the bone that is not going to be ready for that load. The muscles are going to be fine. Yeah. But the tendons and ligaments and vertebrae, they're not going to like going from a 500 squat to an 800 pound squat in a year. No, hell no. Even if you can take it, your body's gonna blow apart, most likely.
Okay. I'm not sure how much you guys touched upon this, so if you want to skip it, we can. But this one says, what was it like when you were first introduced to powerlifting, and how has it changed your life for better or for worse?
I'll let Brian talk. I've talked about that one. I'll let him talk about that.
So what was that again? I'm sorry.
How did you get into powerlifting, and how did it change your life?
Was it for the better or for the worse?
For the worse. No. So in 1999, I went down to a bench press competition with my friend Jake Blanton, and I jumped in the meet that day and just competed. It was in a tent on the beach, and he actually blew out his bench shirt and then benched 350 with his blown out bench shirt on. It was totally split down the middle. He still benched 350 that day, so he's getting like 20 pounds out of his shirt. But I jumped in the meet that day, and I didn't have a shirt, so I lifted raw that day and benched 325 or 335 at whatever I was, 190. And it was raw. And from that point on, I got a bench shirt. I started training with my friend. I did more bench meets in 1999. And then in 2001 or so, a mentor of mine named Skip Sylvester saw me squatting one day. I was repping 405, and I'd only been squatting for a little while, seriously. He said, you should do a powerlifting meet. I'm like, oh, whatever. So I started training heavier, had a little foray in bodybuilding, didn't really like it. And one day he basically just signed me up for the first APF meet in Jacksonville in 2002. He said, hey, you're doing the meet next March. I said, well, I don't even know how to wrap my freaking knees. I never even wrapped my knees before. He goes, promise me you do it, and then I'll show you how to do everything. So I ordered my Fran's squat suit. I ordered my Inzer belt. I ordered, whatever. At the time, canvas frame shirts were popular. I started in just a blast shirt, and I went and did the meet, and just absolutely, it's all Gary Frank there lifting at that meet. Hell, the third or fourth meet I ever did was Gary Frank's biggest total ever, 2804, there at that meet a year later in Jacksonville. But seeing Gary Frank lift, the addition of the squat and the deadlift, along with the bench that I had been doing, was like right what I needed, because I wasn't a great bencher, but I could squat good, like right away, and I could deadlift pretty good. So that equalized all the older guys that had more mature upper bodies than me. My squat and deadlift kept me in with them, whereas those guys were benching 500. I was only benching 400. The squat set me apart. So I immediately fell in love, and I said, hey, I could probably be pretty good at this. So from there, I just joined Samson within a few months, and then trained there for 15 years. And now Samson's in my garage for the last year and some change. But getting with Adam and those guys, because they were already powerlifting, they already had a team, that was what really got my claws dug into it. And I just got completely obsessed. I got so obsessed, I think my girlfriend broke up with me within 6 months of starting at Samson or something like that. So I started with them in September of 2003, and we broke up in May of 2004. But that didn't stop me.
So outside of your girlfriend leaving you, how did it change your life?
Good question. It definitely taught me how to stick with stuff and push and persevere, because it gets hard, man. It taught me about teamwork and building people up around you. It also sharpened my tongue a lot for trash talk and sarcasm, because we were a brutal crowd, man. And if you came in there half-stepping, not on your trash talk game, you would get destroyed. And they would always find something that would be a weakness of yours. They would test you about your wife, about your girlfriend, about your sister, about your lifting, about the way you look. And, once they found that one thing, you couldn't show emotion about it. Otherwise, they would crush you over it. And we got to be so bad. We got to be so bad about trash talking. I had a guy that threatened to kill me one day. He said that I just sold him a gun a couple of months before, and I made a joke about him. And I was actually laying on the ground doing a McGill curl up, and he looked down at me. He goes, one day I'm going to get a gun and kill one of you motherfuckers. And I said, really? So Adam went inside, got his gun, put it in his pocket just to make sure nothing escalated. And then later on, he messaged me on Facebook and said, I'm sorry. He didn't kill me with my own gun, thankfully.
That's a good thing.
Mm-hmm.
All right, with regards to multiply squats, does a wider stance equate to a heavier squat? I am transitioning from single ply to multiply, and I squat with a wide stance, but is a very wide squat stance necessary?
No.
Nope. Go ahead.
I just, no. It's whatever your leverages feel best at. It's hard to say one way or another, because Brian doesn't squat that wide. Mm-mm. And if he went out wider, he wouldn't squat better, regardless of what anybody says. That's not true. Yeah. Because there's his quads, the way that they're built, and the way his torso builds up when he starts to fill up, creates this tremendous spring that he has throughout that, where if he opened that up, that spring's gonna be lost, because it's not gonna fall back on the glutes and the hamstrings, because that's not how he's developed and how his system works. Where somebody could be completely different, and a Vogelpohl's completely different than that. Yep. Where if he came in close, he doesn't have that big torso and the quad to be able to build up through there. So you got to kind of figure that out on your own. I don't think that think biomechanically we can look at people and say short femur, long, but that shit changes with body weight. I mean, no, the bones don't change, but the leverage is doing how the muscles, compress into each other and all that.
Especially in gear, it changes everything.
Yeah.
You can do a hip scour on someone to see what type of hip joint they have, whether it's a really deep one or if it's a shallow one.
Mm-hmm.
Chuck looks like he has shallow. You look like you had shallow because you could go so wide. But the person that has the more shallow hip is more likely to have hip issues because you're going so wide and the hip isn't jammed up in the acetabulum or the femur isn't jammed up there like someone who's really deep. I'm more of a deep. I'm not super deep, but I'm deeper. And you can pretty much. Stu taught me this. You could pretty much grab someone. You could say, okay, who's from Poland? Someone would come up that has Polish descent, and you could put their knee up into their armpit. They're great Olympic lifters because they have very, very good hips. They're very shallow, but they also have a bunch of hip dysplasia. And genetically, they're predisposed to it. Whereas a Celtic hip or an Irish person would be more of a squared off hip that's a lot more shallow. You're not going to put it up in their armpit. So that's a good starting point, too, that you can look at like from a biomechanical standpoint and say, well, that squat doesn't look right. Let's see if it lines up with why it doesn't look right. And you can see where the hip goes and everything. But there's a lot of things to look at, man. Some people are hypermobile and they can just make their body do things. You see someone like Laura Phelps that was squatting so wide too, and you can't really teach that. You know what I mean? So I wouldn't look at squatting wide as being, your route to a big squat necessarily. You need to squat to where your body's going to be the strongest and most resilient, and everyone's going to be so different. A lot of people like to mimic Chuck because he was so badass and strong. He had 3 different squat records, 220, 42, 75. But a lot of people will end their career trying to squat that wide.
Yes.
Okay. Brian, what type of ab work do you recommend to build a strong and bulletproof core without hurting the back and stay healthy? And what exercise sets, reps, and how frequently? Extra tips for beginners as well.
That's a whole program right there, isn't it? So
he crammed it all in there.
Yeah. So here's what I think about that. Don't use abs. Use the core as a whole. I'm talking the glutes, the obliques, the QL, the erectors, the frontal abs, everything, even the lats. Think of building it all as one. And if you're trying to be a power lifter, you're not going to have a bunch of spine movement in powerlifting. You need some extension to get a good arch. You might get into a little bit of flexion on the deadlift to lock your back in, but you're not going to need a bunch of movement. So the McGill 3 is a great 3-pronged system to attack the core. I think that powerlifters that are just doing a bunch of ab stuff, like a bunch of crunches and sit-ups, they're a little bit misguided with that. It could still be part of a good program, but I don't think it should be the lion's share of it. And for the McGill Big 3, I start my workout with it, I end it, and I still do it on days that I don't train. I end with it on days that I train, and I still do the McGill 3 on days that I don't train and get my walks in. But walks is another... Daily walking is another very underrated core exercise. Walking carries is very good too, or are very good. Bottoms up carry, locking in the torso, nice and stiff, and then switching sides here, nice and stiff. Farmer's carries, heavy suitcase carries, sled drags, those type of things are great. Another good thing too that a lot of people don't know about is stir the pot. You get on a Swiss ball and you lock your core in and you do tiny little circles like that, while keeping the torso and back nice and stiff and stiffened up all the way through the glutes. Think of trying to plank on a Swiss ball, but just doing tiny circles. There's so many things that you can do, but that's a good start. For the McGill 3, the Russian pyramid, 5 sets rest, 4 sets rest, 3 sets rest, at about 10 seconds a rep is what we advocate in our joint book, Gift of Injury, and Stu's Back Mechanic. So I would definitely suggest reading Back Mechanic to getting a better idea of all the things you can do for the core. But you got to remember that core work for an MMA fighter, core work for a strongman is going to be different than core work for a power lifter because we only do 3 movements. There's unlimited ranges that you have to be in as an MMA fighter and even a strongman. So it needs to be specific across the board for what your goal is.
Okay. Dave, anything you want to add? I know you didn't hear that, but ab exercises?
For
just in general, to build a strong core for powerlifting?
They have to be able to stabilize the spine. So the planks and stuff like that, you know, they have not only being able to, I think with the planks, things get convoluted. It's just not getting in a position that you can hold for 5 minutes. That may have some application, but getting in the position and making sure the hips are in the right spot, and then creating tension, which if you're actually as a power lifter, you need maximal tension. So if you're actually creating maximal tension, I don't know very many people that can do that for more than 10 seconds.
Yep.
Really hard. So I'm not impressed when a power lifter will tell me they can do a plank for 10 minutes. You know, I'm more impressed, can you do it for 5 seconds with a lot of tension?
Yeah.
The right tension, you know, 360 degree tension. That I think is a starting point, because it's going to teach them how to tighten their core. And I think that especially today, people get very convoluted information with bracing, and it's confusing. Way too many people. I like to dumb it down and just say, make your torso tight. So if I was to take a pool cue or broomstick and whack you anywhere, abs, side, back, you're ready to take that. I don't care how you do it. Just do that. And that's a good start. And I think the plank can kind of go from there. Movements, I think the hanging leg raise is a great movement because it opens up the hip flexors. It does more than just train the abdominals, and I'll just leave it at that because it can be endless. But as I heard Brian say at the end, when you start dealing with other sports, you have to start looking that movements are happening in way different planes. And once you learn how to tighten the core, then doing things like a landmine with a barbell, just short side to side, and being able to do that and maintain that tightness all around goes a long way, because athletes, unlike powerlifters, have to play loose, not tight. But if they have back issues, they can't be 100%. They still have to have some degree of tightness, but still move to do their sport. They're not going to be very good if everything they do is super tight. So they're going to get their ass kicked if they're MMA fighters, or, you know, a receiver's not going to be able to run, jump. They're not going to be able to do a lot of things.
That's a good analogy to different sports where they have to separate the rehab from the performance again, just like powerlifting. Get away from the squat, bench, and deadlift. Stiffen your core, walk, use carries, different things like that. Get away from the barbell. Just like someone who's like a wide receiver that has a hurt back, he's still not going to be able to do all of his agility stuff until he settles down the injury and then gets back to what he needs to do once it's desensitized.
Yes.
So that's a good analogy to what we were saying earlier with powerlifters. You can't back off for a little while. You got to get away from the sport-specific stuff sometimes.
Yes.
Too.
Yep.
So it's difficult, but you got to step away from it sometimes.
You know, they wouldn't have a problem doing it, though, if it was a shoulder, you know, or a knee, right? Because they can't. You see what I'm saying? Because they can't do the sport specific stuff because they're limited. And could that be why, you know, shoulder rehabilitation, knee rehabilitation happens at a higher success rate than backs?
Yeah.
You know, because that fuck it, I'm still going to do it. You can't do it.
Yeah, and it's nerve pain with the back. So you can't just indefinitely push through that. I don't care what you're taking, how many Vicodin you're eating. I don't care how fired up you get and crazy you get, like we talk about before you get into the bar. Even starting at 2 o'clock in the afternoon before I'm lifting at 6, I'm already almost on fire. And it's exhausting. The anxiety that you know, how's everything going to feel? I need to go over 800 pounds on the bench tonight. Man, it wears on you. Definitely wears on you.
Okay. For nutrition, does Brian still use carb backloading? If not, curious what the pros and cons were and current nutrition strategy.
Well, I've tried a lot of different things over the years, and I've always come back to not avoiding any foods just because, and not just eating certain foods just because. Because at the end of the day, I've seen people powerlifting that have McDonald's diets that they're brutally strong, and I've seen people that ate like bodybuilders that are brutally strong. But for me, whenever I ate like a bodybuilder, ate too clean or tried to get too lean, my squat would go right in the dumps. It would just tank when I would get too lean. And I think that was due to some things that I learned from Stan. Stan Efferding is really good with the diet stuff. And it's not just because he's popular. He's a very, very smart and articulate person. And he's done a lot of the research for us where he can pour over the data and then test it on his athletes. But I think one mistake I made with my diet when I was eating too clean was not eating enough beef. I was eating chicken, shrimp, seafood. And for whatever reason, that beef, it's so important. I don't know, it's just because of the extra fat and the micronutrients in it. Something about the beef always kept me strong. But when I'd be worried about my body weight so much, I would cut it out. So now that I'm not worried about cutting down so much, I'm eating more, I'm carrying more body fat, but I definitely feel stronger, just not having to worry about eating like a bodybuilder or anything. As far as carb backloading, I think at the end of the day, it comes down to how much you're eating, how many calories, and that's what it all comes back to most of the time. So I think if you have difficulty with discipline, carb backloading could be something great for you. It's worked for me at times when I wasn't disciplined. But I think for strength training, the best way to go about it is a balanced diet, enough carbs, enough fats, enough proteins for you to sustain your workouts, recover from the workouts, but not put on too much body fat. And what is a well-rounded diet? I have no clue. Everyone's going to be different. You know, like Stan advocates beef, rice, orange juice, peppers, onions, eggs, and then that's Greek yogurt, spinach. That's like the lion's share of the diet. But doesn't mean if you don't eat exactly like that, because Stan doesn't like pasta, pizza, and pancake, doesn't mean you're not going to be a good lifter, or your gut's going to catch on fire, right? Everyone's talking about gut health. I don't think anyone knows what the hell they're talking about with all this stuff. You know what I mean? But I think they make it too hard. Now, bodybuilding is a different story because you have to work on body composition. That's a lot different than just being brutally strong. Because like we said, you can drink Cokes, eat fries and burgers, and get as strong as anybody. Yeah. But you might die a little earlier, potentially, or not.
Yeah, or not.
Yeah.
It depends.
I have no idea.
Yep.
Okay. I'd be interested in hearing Dave and Brian discuss their approaches to 2 to 6 week post-meet recovery and transitioning back to heavier training. They have similar mindsets, but I think there would be some key differences that would be interesting to discuss.
All right, I'll lay mine out, and then I'll let Brian tear it apart. Let's go that route. I'll lay out what I suggest. Now, if they do it, it's a whole different situation. I don't want a barbell on their back or in their hands in any way for 8 weeks if it's an advanced lifter because it's bigger weight, 4 weeks if it's a beginner. So they can do any machine that's out here. They can do dumbbells. They can do, it just can't be a barbell on their back, in their hands in any way. But they can, and the repetitions have to be between 8 and 15. Nothing can be under that. Rest periods need to drop. And that's really about it. You know, if they do that, then I'm cool with that. So it is kind of more bodybuilding type work, and work that doesn't involve any lift that they did 8 weeks, 12 weeks prior to the competition. So it's a complete break from the competition. If they take a week off or not after the meet, I really don't care. You know, I would rather they do take some time off, but if there's other people in the gym getting ready for stuff, they should be in the gym helping them because they helped them get ready for their meet. But the key thing is the bar. No squats, no benches. And if the benches, it's going to be dumbbells and stuff like that. So that's what I have there.
Well, I learned a lot of that from you. I like that idea of just not putting a bar on the back, using dumbbells, using kettlebells. I think one of the most underrated things, at the risk of repeating myself over and over in this podcast, walking, getting out and walking 10, 15 minutes at a time. Not just good for your heart. It's not just good for digestion, not just good for your spine, not just good for burning some calories. It's good for you mentally too, to get out of the office. Don't sit all day. That's the reason why a lot of people have back issues. They just sit. They sit forever, and they get up and try to do something crazy and blow their back apart.
That'd be a good thing to do right after the meet too, because usually the last 4 weeks before a meet, they're going to stop. You know, they're going to start pulling back on everything. Definitely the last week for sure, they're going to pull back. So if they did have a habit of walking once a day, they don't have that anymore 4 weeks before the meet, and it's so easy to just not do it. afterwards. So putting the cardio in some sort, the walking is preferred, but sometimes they don't, because it's not here. But the problem when and this is what I've seen, the problem is if you're programming for people and helping them and there's bikes or whatever in the gym, is that's the only time they're going to do it.
Yep.
So when you start increasing the volume before a meet, it's easy after a meet because you're going to decrease the volume and you can stick it in there. But when that starts going back up again, then the first thing that goes is the cardio, because you don't want them in the gym for 3 hours to stretch. Then they're not going to do that on other days.
Okay. This guy said, I keep popping little blood vessels in my cheeks and around my eyes when I squat or deadlift heavy. How can I minimize that?
I actually would go right to the hospital this second, and I'm just kidding. I don't know how you'd be able to stop that, because I know people that it happens to a lot, and then other people, they never have to deal with that. I don't blow out vessels in my face. I blow out my eyes pretty bad, and that's always a fun one to explain to family about how healthy powerlifting is.
Yeah, gear makes it worse.
Mm-hmm.
The pressure is a little unavoidable. I could say, breathing can help with that, but you have to stay tight in those vulnerable positions. So I wouldn't worry about it unless your eyes are yellow and jaundice, then you need to see a doctor, and because there's other underlying issues going on. Now, if this is happening with warm-up sets and if it's happening with, curls and shit like that, then you probably should ask somebody about it. But if it's happening with max weight and stuff like that, then it's kind of normal.
If in doubt, I'd check with your doctor before you lift again.
Mm-hmm.
But for the most part, you might be able to solve it by lifting less weight, but that's not the goal.
Okay. This guy said, I know you aren't a big fan of the reverse hyper for rehab, but what are your thoughts on its use outside of rehab? I think that was for you, Brian.
Well, I kind of touched on this a little bit earlier, and for back rehab, it really depends on the injury and the mechanism, and if that is included in the movement of the reverse hyper that you're doing, because there's different styles of how people approach it too. For someone that just needs a little bit of traction in their back because it's a little jammed up and compressed, I think it could be great. But I prefer getting them to get out and walk a couple times a day. With the gravity, it creates a natural traction. And it's not invasive at all. It's just very natural, and it happens slowly. But for someone that wants to build their glutes up and their hamstrings and their erectors, and they don't have any back issues, or their back doesn't hurt now, or a history of back issues, I don't have any problem with people doing it. I would just be careful and do it nice and controlled and not swing it so far underneath you. I know that Blaine Sumner does some modified reverse hypers that he and Stu came up with, where it's not swinging back or swinging underneath him very far, but he's doing them and squeezing them back really good and then not coming all the way under himself. Blaine's 400 pounds.
Mm-hmm.
He's not going to be very mobile to begin with. And add the fact that he's totaled 2,800 pounds in single ply, he's not made to move like that.
Mm-hmm.
So that's my thoughts on it. But people would like for me to bash on the reverse hyper or anything that Louis does, but he's a smart man and has come up with a lot of innovative exercises. But that doesn't mean that I think the reverse hyper is going to be good for someone with particular back issues. Some people think it helps them, then great. Don't mess with it if it ain't broken. But if you constantly have back flare-ups and keep doing reverse hypers, and it doesn't get better, then you might want to try some different exercises. But as a rule of thumb, if you have back pain and it goes away for 20 minutes or less, you're only picking the scab. If it stays away for hours at a time, what you're doing is good.
You made a good point, which it doesn't matter on the exercise, but I've heard this a lot of times, and it doesn't matter on what the injury is. When somebody tells me this exercise has helped whatever injury 15 times, then it hasn't helped the injury if it reoccurred 14 times.
Yes.
So that's what you got to kind of watch. So if somebody says something along the lines of, man, the reverse hyper always helps when my lower back has issues, then how many times it had issues? 14. Well, is it helping?
That could be what we call picking the scab, where it's just you're scratching that itch. So if you have a scab on your hand and it's real itchy and you scratch it, it feels better temporarily than what it doesn't heal. Then you have to scratch it more the next time to get that same feeling. Your back has stretch receptors that respond well to stretching. they respond temporarily to stretching, they feel good, but then they tighten up even tighter when you're done. That's why you see people that do the hands to the floor stretch or the knees to the chest stretch that feel good while they're doing it, and then 20 minutes later when they get off the floor, they're debilitated again, even though it feels good while you're doing it. So it's a little bit of a mind trick there.
Yeah, it's like the pec deck helps. It's always helped my pec injuries.
Yeah.
And the last 20 times, it's been the best thing for my pec.
Yeah.
Like the last 20 times.
Yeah.
You know, maybe. And so it doesn't matter if you ever catch yourself saying that with whatever injury it is, then maybe it's not what you should be doing.
Yeah.
Good. That's about it, guys. Anything else you two wanted to cover?
I'm good.
Okay, we'll cut it there.
Cool. We good. What's going on, guys? I'm Dave Tate. We are broadcasting live from the middle of the Elite FTS weight room where the underground still thrives and you're part of the crew. It's time to sit down, get real, and cut the bullshit. Welcome to Table Talk. On deck today, we have Sam Brown and Brian Carrol. Brian, I would love to ask you, because you were one of the last guests we had before we ended the last season, what's been going on?
I'm going to blame all of this on Brian.
What's been going on since you were out here last? Because I believe that was March. And there's been a lot.
Well, I started my transition in life, not what you're trying to think, I'm saying. So, obviously, when we left here, I went to the Arnold, and that was a bizarre deal because some people couldn't come in. Like, certain people were allowed to come back, other people weren't. They still had the strongman events and powerlifting, so that shit was wild. And I almost got trapped in New York City because I talked about going to see a client after I left here.
Yeah.
I was going straight into New York and had a flight, and New York City shut down. The National Guard came in, and so luckily my client had a heads up on it and said, let's cancel the session because I was supposed to be there for about 4 days. So I went home, and but back up, actually, after we did the table talk, I actually got a training session in with Dave Hoff and the guys over at Doghouse.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to be clear that Dave Hoff did play a key role in a couple corners that I turned in my squat, specifically that day when he just talked to me about a couple things about widening my stance just a little bit more. He actually had a really good tip about bringing the uprights a little bit further out. So if they're all the way in, that you got a lot of bar bend. So as he went over 1150, he just inched them out about a quarter, half inch at a time. So by the time I got 1200 plus, the bar wasn't so bent into the rack. So between that and the stance wider, my squat really turned the corner when I left and went back to Jacksonville and got home and then tore my pec. And so I did that 2 weeks before the twins were born. It wasn't a full avulsion, but it was good enough to swell up and become purple. So from there, the babies were born on March 14th, and that was awesome. It was definitely an interesting experience with the doctor coming out very calm and saying, hey, what are we listening to today, Johnny Cash or Bob Marley? And they're just all jamming out in the OR. It was pretty wild. And from there, I got shingles because I wasn't used to being
On your house?
I think on his ass.
on my back after my last cycle. No, so I got shingles because my youngest daughter by 1 minute, Riley, has a very high pitched voice. So she would wake me up screaming in the middle of the night, and I immediately thought that the dog was dying or something was happening. So I kept having these adrenaline dumps, and so eventually one day I felt like my ribs were on fire, and then I felt like someone had set my ribs on fire and then broke them on the inside, and then I got the blisters come up. So I have a spare room in my house, and I called it Chaz. I call it Chaz in my house. You know what Chaz is? The autonomous zone that was in Washington. So that was my room of dereliction and such when I got sick last year. And so I would go in there and bring a bunch of snacks and, my kind of TV and just heal up. So I mean, I endured the shingles. I pretty much kept training through that. And then, I got COVID in July. COVID caught up with me, talking trash about COVID last March. She caught up with me and put me down for a little while. Actually, I had to pull out of a meet because of that. And then I tore my bicep off, and I squatted 1,300.
Well, shit.
Yeah, that's that kind of summed it up real quick. The 13, it was 1306.
1306.
You should know that, right?
Yeah, I know, man.
Because I said 1305 once when we were talking.
How
You're
dare
like,
you.
no, I know. You're like,
How
no,
dare
man,
you.
that was a 6. And that's a huge accomplishment, right? Because I can remember the text messages that we had, man, years ago when it was, you were going for 1175, was that? It was after that I didn't know about your back issues for that one. It was after that one, because that's where it was like, man, I think I need to be done. I'm like, it can't be that bad. How bad is it?
Right.
And so then those conversations started about, the cortisone injections and all the other stuff. And I'm like, man, this guy's fucking nuts. But I would, I would do it.
Yeah, you would have done the same thing.
Do the same thing. But at some point in time, it was getting to where it was a lot. It was like, I think I remember asking you, well, how often? Right? Because people get cortisone and stuff like that.
Yeah.
How we get the cortisone. And it's like every week.
Yeah, I was getting them every week
And it's
before
like,
that last
yeah,
meet.
that's where I was trying to like coax you down this way that, it might kind of be time to like hang it up. And you were kind of there, but not there. It's a weird place, right? And you're kind of there. I mean, you're there now, so you're on the other side of it. Maybe not. You're still probably in a little bit of a weird place.
Yeah, bit of weird.
But it's better weird than it was back then, because there was a lot of unfinished things that you had.
Yeah.
But with all that, going from, that was an all-time world record too, right? The 1170.
1185. Yeah, it was the 275 all-time world record.
So going from there, and then basically just being wrecked with pain, but still being able to train, because there's a distinction there that, you may not really get, but, it's still, what, a lot of people aren't going to get it, so I'm not going to go into it that much. It's just kind of, I want to say it's part of the process, but as we'll talk about, it doesn't need to be.
Right.
But in that mindset, it is. Then wrecked. Then like, fuck. Because then you start thinking, because you and Adam in that same meet it was like a breaking point for both of you, right? Where he handled it one way and you handled it another way. I would say that he handled it probably the way that I would. I'm just going to rest it, fuck it, deal with it. Well, nothing against Adam. He's a great guy, but he's done, right? But he was probably done anyhow.
Yeah, he was mentally, he had so many other things going on, and he utilized some of the McGill methods and protocols, and his injury, he tore off his posterior longitudinal ligament, and that was going to take some rest.
That's a long time.
Yeah, yeah.
And he did come back and squatted 1,000 pounds
he did.
after that.
He did.
Yeah, that whole time for me is kind of blurry too. So he got really jacked up in the 13 Arnold where I did. And then he rehabbed and came back, and at the old compound he squatted, I think 970 or 980 right before the meet, and did that. So he came back, didn't really have any back pain. I actually talked to him the other day when we ate lunch, and he's like, dude, all the stuff I did to my body, as long as I move well and stabilize my core, he goes, every once in a while it'll let me know if I like walk for 8 hours, in the mountains or something. But other than that, man, I just maintain it. I'm aware of what I'm doing, and that's it. So he definitely utilized a lot of the same principles. Maybe he just didn't want to give me credit. Maybe he just wanted to, because I'm the younger brother.
Yeah.
I get that. Yeah.
I mean,
and I say that facetiously, like
Yeah.
not give me credit. Like I'm sure he compliments me, but he'll just tell me like, why are you doing that or whatever. And then he'll be in the corner doing some bird dogs or whatever.
Yeah. I mean, it's funny because I don't know if he's told this last time, but sometime in this, because it gets blurry because it was a while ago, we had some event type thing in Brian's place, Orlando Barbell, and I don't know what we were there for. It was like an underground thing at Orlando Barbell.
A Florida one in
Yeah.
August of 2013.
And I remember you were doing the bird dog, but it wasn't even a bird dog. It's like a twisting ass thing. So you're on your forearms, you twist up.
Plank.
A twisting plank, whatever it was. And I'm like busting your
We
balls,
should have had
man.
Dave narrate.
I would have.
Yeah.
I think that's a good video.
It's like what? And I'm like,
Twisting
look, what the fuck are you doing, man? And I'm like trying to bust your balls, and I couldn't do it. And I'm like, fuck. It's like frustrating me because you're the best person to bust balls for because you're always gonna have a comeback.
Yeah.
Just fucking ignoring it. So I had to I just had to pivot to Chad Walker or Bob Youngs or somebody else to just get off of it. But that's the point where when people ask me about your back injury, that's the thing I always point to because that's when I tell them, and you talked about it a little bit earlier with some of the content you were doing. The most impressive thing outside of, the squats that I've seen you do is you didn't train. And you're just like, no, fuck it. This is what I'm doing. I'm doing this. And to do that in the environments that you trained in, right, is commendable. But forget that. To do it in this environment, when you're used to there's got to be a better way. And for us, then better means faster.
Yeah.
There's got to be a way I can keep doing this, but not have to regress. You had to regress for a year, and then I think at the time that I saw it was when was it a WPO? It was when the thing with the Arnold thing was in the fairgrounds.
XBC.
Yeah.
Yep.
We probably didn't even like each other much at that time, but I'm watching you. It was your first comeback, right? And the squad's like, well, fuck, this dude, this is for real. This is kind of happening.
Yeah.
Then the bench is like, well, fuck, this is kind of happening. Then the back is a little tricky. I'm like, God damn it was almost there.
Yep.
Then I'm starting to watch your live stream meets, right? And I come in like, fucking Brian almost had it. I'm like, what do you mean fucking Brian? I'm telling you, he almost had it. It was this one meet, and you're chasing, what was it?
2,700.
2,700. I was like, man, it's so
right there at the Kern.
close, man. Yeah. And so it was fun watching as an outsider, but more so because I knew what you had to endure, not from the training wise, but from the not training wise, if that makes sense.
Yeah. It's hard. It's like we joked about it earlier, but a lot of us, and I mean, you've talked about it at length for the last 20 years, but a lot of us, it's an out mentally, to train and just blow it out, right? It's an out to forget about the shit going on at home, the stuff going on at work, the whole nine. You take that away and it's hard. So I've been able to have a unique perspective going through that, being that it's been my life since, I didn't even party in high school. I went out 16 years old and I would break into the gym basically and stay there all weekend and just train. And when I got bored, I didn't have cable at home, so I'd watch cable and walk on the treadmill. Then I'd go train some more. So it's been my life for a lot longer than just the 22 years I've been competing. And so I can relate to people that tell me I got to train, or the mental thing, or I hate my husband, I hate my wife, I got to go to CrossFit training today. And so I can relate, but then I have to say, well, play the movie forward 2 years from now. What was going on, first of all, what was going on 2 years ago? Well, it wasn't that bad. It's progressively gotten worse. So what are you going to do when you're laid up in home and you can't get out of the house from this person you say you don't like? You can get up around now, but you're abusing your body in a way that you're not ready for. So play the movie forward a year or two from now. What's going to happen? You're going to be really messed up, and you're going to be dependent on this person you say you don't even like. So take care of this now while you still have some control over it. Back off, put the ego aside, talk to a counselor if you need to. I don't give them medical advice as far as what to do or what not to do as far as their emotions, but I do tell them they're going to have to back off of training.
But how do you, this is interesting to me, right? Because we had those conversations,
right?
Where I was saying that to you, right? And I wasn't able to get that connection, right? So how are you getting that connection with the people that you're talking to? Or do you think it's because you're just recently retired? Because I was out of the game for a while, right? So when we were having the conversations about you retiring or not, I'm trying to play the game of, look, you have this wife. I don't want you to end up in a divorce because you're putting too much time into this sport because of the mentality that it takes. And, at some point in time, you're going to want to have kids. And it's like, no, I don't ever want, but it's hard, man. It's hard to get in there. And it's really hard to get in there with people like you. that's not a derogatory statement. We've had this conversation before. There's like a meathead mentality, right? That I don't know if we can ever get into that, to be honest. I really don't know. You can just put it out there and they'll realize later, but how are you having success doing that?
Getting through to people.
Like
and
that.
And getting them to understand that they got to stop lifting for a while.
Yes. The hard ones. I mean, the easy ones, they're going to get it, right? But there's the hard ones.
So there's a guy that's an old school multiply guy. You'd know his name. And I've been working with him for about 3 or 4 months or so now. Great dude. And super just bull strong. Well, you hurt his back a few years ago, and he's about 48 years old now, and he's wanting to do a comeback, and he's strong as a bull, but his back had him down, like he was down and out last year. And he reached out to me, and I said, okay, let's talk. Here's some books to read. And he just went ghost. I knew he didn't get the books, and I'm like, okay, fine. And so he reached back out to me 3 months later, earlier this year, after he got really messed up in November. He goes, hey, man, I messed up. I didn't get the books. I didn't reach back out to you. I'm willing to do that now. And so I've had him pain-free for about a month now, and he's considering back to lifting and everything. And one thing I did say to him, I said that it was not wise, but I understand why you blew it off. But a lot of the time, I can give them enough rope for them to hang themselves. I'll say, well, here's what I think, but try it and see how it goes. You can always hit me back up. And I've had people where I tell them, if you continue to train, it's going to get worse. And then when I'm right, they usually come back and say, okay, I got to stop. Because countless times I'll look them in the eye and I can kind of tell they're hesitant when I say, well, you can't lift this weekend. I can't bench. And I said, no, you're extension intolerant. You don't do well with compression. You got to stop lifting for a while. But what if I do this? I said, well, I'm not going to negotiate with you on it. Do you want to get pain-free or not? And so the way I can summarize this the best is it's a psychological game. Everyone's going to be different to reach. Mm-hmm. Some people, you got to meet them eye to eye. Other people, you got to be a little bit more of a good cop, bad cop. I had 2 polar opposites come and see me a couple weeks ago. I had a 21-year-old kid, and I had a 48-year-old man that was a very wealthy and a very successful guy. And I had to treat both of them different, and I had to kind of play up a little bit like, hey, your mom is doing you a solid by getting you down here and helping. You need to listen because remember where you were a year ago and remember how bad things have gotten the last 6 months. You have a chance now to nip it in the bud, and if you don't, things are going to get worse, and your mom might not bail you out next time. So it really just depends, man. A lot of the time I end up playing like mentor to them more than anything because they don't want to hear it. And the old me would have just kept bombarding them like I used to do to people when they just didn't. I couldn't get them to see it. I'd be like, and I'd like to go round and round with them. Now I just, I guess I've changed some of my thinking and my approach now. It's like, here it is. If you don't like it, it's not a big deal at all, But
I do think that it still might be like a little bit of a sales game to where maybe they need to hear the message 10 times before they're going to really get it. But the 10 times can't be from you.
Right.
Like think of, I'll just pivot here for a minute. Think of the number of people over the years that you've looked at them, say they want to power lift or even they want to bodybuild, and it's very clear they need to gain weight. Mm-hmm. It's very clear. They're like 6'4", 110 pounds. It's very freaking clear, right? Or you can tell just based upon their structure, if they're a power lifter, they really need to be a couple weight classes heavier to have the leverages to lift. Yep. And that gets rejected so many times.
It does. And
then almost in every case, if it's a serious power lifter, 3 or 4 years later, you'll see a post or you'll hear them say something like, I don't know why nobody told me that I needed to gain weight because they're so much stronger now. And you're just like, I think this might kind of be the same, would you think, with the back stuff? Now, granted, when you're talking pain, there's a large scale. So some people may be coming and saying, now everybody's scale is different too, that they want to be pain-free. Mm-hmm. But what's that really mean to them? Like how much discomfort are they really in? Because obviously for you to travel to Canada and to agree to Stu's surgery without a knife protocol, you were either in very, very bad pain, or you were willing to do anything possible to come back and get the squat record that you wanted. It was one of those. It's probably a combination of both, right?
It was just being broke. Like, I can't describe how painful it was for me. So I haven't talked about this a great deal. I've talked about the day-to-day stuff that hurt. I've talked about the lifting stuff that hurt. But in 2012, my back just got really jacked up during the meet. Something happened warming up on the squat. The platform slid, and I really tweaked it. And I had to scrape and claw through that meet. Like, I'm talking, I won somehow. And then the same thing happened again in 2013, and I couldn't pull the last deadlift to beat Yarnbosch. And it's two of the hardest things I've ever had to do is make myself pull 3 attempts, because I couldn't even get down to the bar. I was in such pain. So even though I just squatted 1147 2 months before I saw Stu, I knew that, dude, this stuff was getting bad. So when I went there, I had to go there with a completely beginner attitude. Like, I just had to break, and I told Rhea, I said, I'm going to give this 100% shot. I canceled my appointments with the follow-ups with the surgeons, the dye injection, myelogram, and all that stuff, and I just pursued it with 100% focus. And at the very least, I said, I'm going to give this a try, and I got nothing to lose at this point.
No, I forgot to mention, I don't know if we discussed this last time, you were in queue for the surgery.
Yeah.
So at that point, there is really nothing else. There's nothing to lose. You go up there, it doesn't work, you're still back to where you were actually planning.
And that was in the back of my mind. At least I know a good rehab protocol to come back if I do. And then immediately when Stu examined me during the assessment and looked at my images, he immediately said, you're not a surgery candidate because you have multiple pain mechanisms. So the likelihood of them going in and fixing the one thing that's your biggest pain generator is low, but they're not going to take away all your pain. So you still have dysfunction, and you have things that you got to fix. You got causes. You got causes that you got to address. You got to stabilize the core. So that's the dirty little secret about surgery. And people are like, I just want to get the surgery. I'm tired of dealing with this rehab. You still got to rehab afterward, bro.
Yes.
And I think people forget that with surgery, there's always potential for complication. And anytime someone's going to open you up with a knife, there's always, well, not always, but there's definitely a lot of times when that rehab takes longer because they're cutting tissue, they're cutting, like it's trauma. It's trauma to the body that they're adding.
You got to recover too from the anesthesia.
Right.
So every surgery I've had, that's like 3 weeks just to get normal strength-wise from the anesthesia. So it's just how different people react. But you're still, regardless of the joint surgery, back surgery, you're still, I don't want to say immobile,
you're down.
You're down for at least 2 to 4 weeks, easy.
Yep.
And that's really before you can start what I would consider real rehab. Granted, you got walking, you have that stuff, and if it's a hip, you got the little leg raises, but the stuff that I would call, probably your definition's different than mine now. Rehab is not laying on the bed pulling my leg with a band side to side. It is, but it's not. So when people look at the concept of the surgery without a knife, I don't think they're really looking at it correctly.
Yep.
Because that's 8 weeks easy.
Yep.
Because the surgery alone, they forget that, and you don't train the week before the surgery unless you're an idiot like me, but you really don't, right?
Cut footage.
Well, you're depressed, and you know what I'm saying. You're in so much pain, you just want to get the damn thing over with. And how good was your training for the last couple weeks leading up to the surgery?
Garbage.
Not that good. So if you really look at the time frame, it's probably 3 months.
Yep.
Anyhow. So what the hell, So I see it now better than when I was making fun of you for doing the what was
Seal
it?
Pilates.
The seal Pilates. Yeah, that was the one.
And
what was weird? You talked about you laughed in my face in a good way. I deserve. It wasn't like
that was all in fun.
It was
but still,
but so when we were eating lunch about 3 years ago when we reconnected, and you busted out laughing with food in your mouth, basically saying that, dude, I don't know how you fucking did it. I don't know how you backed off, dude, because your ego is so big and you just like abruptly just like laughed right in my face.
That's what impresses me so much more about it.
And you're right, because I had no other choice but to do it. And you know what's weird about that is it didn't bother me not training, because I used that same bullheaded pit bull mentality that I used to come up with the big squat last year in my rehab. I just said, this is what my training is right now. I don't care about this other stuff. There'll be a time when this and this and this is back in my repertoire, in my toolbox. But right now, I'm going to build a core of iron, and I'm going to get back, and I want to get my squat back, because David just broke it with 1210 at 275. And, you know, I just wanted to get it back. And I did have, honestly, what helped keep me accountable to doing the program was a lot of self-doubt. That I'm done, you know, I'm done, I'm never going to be back. I'll probably be able to move well. I'll be able to squat 315 or something, but I'm probably not going to ever. I really did think, even up until a couple years ago, I really didn't think I'd ever break 1200, because I was keeping my body weight down and knew that was going to hurt my strength, but I couldn't get bigger because my body didn't like being above 270, so I was stuck in no man's land. But so I really was like, man, you know, I would have liked to have squatted 1200, you know, but it just didn't happen. So
what was the pivot point to make you want to go after the 13? Because you had to go up to 300 pounds, and I know you didn't want to do that.
Yeah. So
something caused that.
Yeah. So in 2019, we decided we want to have children, and I had to reconcile a lot of things with myself. The WPO didn't go well in 2018. If you could name a bad scenario with everything between my training partners and me getting hurt and all that. Look, at the end of the day, it's just meets go wrong, things happen. So I realigned myself in a lot of ways, man. I got my relationship right with Christ. I got my relationship right with my wife. I just had to go back to starting over and realizing that I can't control every little thing. And that was like me breaking. At that meet, I broke. Because two of my training partners disappeared for 3 hours during squat warm-ups, and one guy was a 14-year training partner that just disappeared, and that they knew it was I was trying to make it my last meet, but thank God he had a better plan that I went out in a lot better way than the WPO could ever went. But I wanted to fucking kill Clint. I not like smack you around.
I know, I get you.
So I was so mad, but I realized I just can't control people. I just can't do it. So that was my time where I looked in the mirror and started working on myself. I started, seeing a counselor and working on things. And keep in mind, during all this, I had to come off all my supplements.
Well, I'm going to stop you here for a minute, because I wouldn't say that you broke, right? I would say that you were already broken.
Right.
And then all the things that were going on at the time, and there was more than just that, all these things that were going on at that time forced you to get grounded to the things that were most important.
Yeah.
Your faith and your wife.
Faith in my wife. And I had just stuff going on in the neighborhood where people's dogs, I couldn't go on my walks anymore during the day because this guy was sending his dog after me for walking by his house. It was just, you can't make this stuff up. And so you're right. I realized that I couldn't control everything, and so my mindset was changing. But then I had to come off of my HRT.
Yes. And
I was like, oh God, what's going to happen now? But I got it figured out. I got my fertility restored in 6 months. So I tell you all this because the time I wasn't on anything from January to August, I got strong without anything in my system. My squat got really strong. My bench not so much, because I was coming off a shoulder injury, but my squat and my deadlift were strong.
How was you? I mean, let's pause for a minute here, because usually you go off, right? Mm-hmm. Somebody that's been using for a long time, depression goes.
Yes.
That doesn't seem to be what happened to you.
Nope. I just got ultra focused on the things that are important. I stopped sweating the things I couldn't control. And it sounds so silly. I'm 40 years old almost, and it's like, hey man, you can't control everything. But it's one thing to know it, it's another to understand that and start living it, saying, you know what, I don't even have to react. I don't even have to react. You don't have to swing at every pitch. So some things, someone does something stupid, I don't have to react. Just walk away from it and move on.
But in your defense, for a long time, that's what drove you.
It did.
Right? So me fucking with you in Orlando Barbell, there's some intent there too,
Right?
Because it's going to be like, I'm going to show that son of a bitch that maybe if I do take
Oh,
this
yeah.
time off, I
For
will
sure.
get stronger.
Yeah.
You know, and that's just your mentality. So that's a huge mental shift, right? To where I assume that's some of the things you had to work out with, you know, the therapist or whoever you were working with, because when that's I've had the conversations with you when the stupid things, man, we were trying to tell you, but that's not a big deal, but man, it was to you.
Yeah.
But you were able to flip it, right? And then that's what drove.
It did.
You know, so this part in your life, you don't need that deep hyperdrive, and you can find other ways to get it.
Yeah, it'll destroy. It started to destroy me.
Yeah,
What
so
it started to do.
continue. It was the HRT, and then
Yeah, so we got the positive pregnancy in August, and you know that day I stuck myself. You know, I had my doctor's stuff ready for me, so, and I'd gotten strong during the time, and my body weight just rocketed up. I went to like 295 or 300 like within a week.
Wow.
So I just let my body grow and do what it wanted to do. So I trained all throughout 2019, you know, mostly through August without anything, and then at the end of the year I started getting my squat really strong, but I couldn't quite convert it because the gear wasn't fitting me right because I'd gotten so much bigger. So between you turn into 2020, you turn into a couple tweaks from Hoff, you turn into me really doing a lot of work on the belt squat, you turn just being in a better mental state. I started to really believe that, man, whatever I can unrack, I could squat because I'd got my mojo back. My body weight was good. I felt comfortable moving around at 300 pounds. I didn't feel like I was going to die when I tied my shoes. It was better weight, and I was super stable and explosive, and I just knew that going into the training cycle, even though I blew my bicep off a month before the meet, I had kind of a talk with myself, and I went out there to the gym in my garage about 3 days after I tore my bicep off. And I'm like, let me get under the bar and see if I can at least squat. I committed to this meet. It doesn't feel bad. So let's see Saturday. So I went under there Saturday and squatted like 500, and I pulled the guys in and I said, look, I've already committed to going to this meet. It's in memory of Gene Reichlect. Let's just go and see what I can squat. I'll put the record on there and just see what we can do. And so I shifted my training for the last 5 weeks into nothing but squat focus. And I ate consistently beef, rice, orange juice, yogurt every 3 hours, and just leaned up and got stronger and believed in myself again more than ever. And I got my core super strong by just doing everything I knew I needed to, plus a little bit when I didn't feel like it. And it just all came together, you know, along with the group that I realigned with. They were supportive. They were huge. And I got back with Overkill, and I think that was a big part of getting that custom gear. I was strong enough to squat in the 12s in 2019, but the gear was just all jacked up because I got legs that belong on someone that's 5'2" and a torso that belongs on someone 6'4", you know, which is advantageous for the squat, but it's hard to get pants to fit and a squat suit built for you unless it's custom.
Yes.
So I just put it together, man, and I was just in a good place mentally, and I just had nothing to lose, man, just nothing to lose to go after it. And I felt a little empowered by my mindset at the time and having my babies there to watch and my wife, and just...
Well, I think the front end of COVID too dropped a lot of distractions that would potentially be there normally too.
Yeah.
You know, like some of the people in the gym that normally wouldn't have been in the gym aren't going to be in the gym.
Yeah.
You know, so it thins the line a little bit.
Yeah, it thinned me a little bit in July when I had it, but I had plenty of time to recover. August, September, recovered fine. But
how did your back take the accumulated trauma of those weights? I mean, was it getting shaky or was it pretty solid? I mean, if your bicep blew, obviously your body's under trauma, right? Just from the training.
Yeah.
Was it still holding up the way, or was it like if you were to stay at, let's say you were to stay at that weight, just keep pushing for 2 more meets after that, would that trauma would you regress a little bit with the back?
I don't think so, because I haven't had anything with the back for 7 years. And
Okay.
I blew my arm. Honestly, my biceps probably wanted to tear for the better part of 5 years, specifically the last 2.
I'm sorry, I'm talking more just the spinal compression of all the weight, right?
Gotcha. Yeah. So, I didn't have any problems. I drove 10 hours home the next day, straight through with the babies.
That's crazy, man.
then prep for surgery and went in surgery Tuesday, which is not wise.
No,
It's not wise to do all that, but it was a calculated risk. But my back didn't bother me one.
Well,
single
let's
bit.
stop for a minute because you're leaving a great part of this story out, right? You saw the surgeon beforehand, right?
Yeah.
So you scheduled the surgery before the meet, like a couple weeks out, right?
Yeah, I couldn't find a babysitter for my baby, so I had to wait till after the
No,
meet.
but you didn't tell the dude you were training for a meet. That's the best part. It's like yeah, I can do it on this day,
Yeah, so
which happened to be after the meet.
saw a surgeon right away, and he said, "Yep, you did a good job tearing this off. I'd like to see you on Tuesday." And I'm like,
It's not going to work for me.
Hey,
I'm planning on tearing the other one on that day.
I said, "Man, I just had twin babies. They're 6 months old, and the in-laws are just not going to be able to watch them for a couple weeks." And he's like, "Man, it's going to be a 15-minute surgery if I do it right away. Otherwise, it's going to be 2 hours, and I'm not interested in it."
Yeah.
I said, "Okay, I said, whatever." So he goes, "I'll send you to Bates." So I went and saw Bates, and he's like, "I want to see you next week." And I said, I can't, because this was 2 weeks later. So, it's been 3 weeks already. He's like, "I want to see you next week. Got to get it done." And I said, "Man, I'm not going to have any babysitters for another couple weeks. And I have twin 6-month-olds. I got to, but I can come see you on Tuesday on October 6th or whatever it was."
Mm-hmm.
Because I will not be in town. But he said, "Okay, fine." And when I talked to Stu right after I tore my bicep, but I didn't tell him about it. I said, "Stu, here's what I'm thinking about doing. I'm going to focus on a single lift for the next 5 weeks. Here's my plan for the core. Here's what I'm thinking." And he said, "Sounds awesome." I said, basically, I'm trying to go for the biggest lift ever done in any competition, like whether it be Thor's deadlift with 2 belts and 2 suits and straps and all that stuff. So it's the biggest lift, done in competition. He's like, "Sounds good." But I didn't tell him about the bicep because he had to gave me the lecture that he gave me after I told him. He would have said that, your bicep can die, the tissues die and all that stuff. And I said, calculated risk.
There's a huge takeaway there because I've talked about with myself, because we'll dig a little deeper into this stuff, like post competitive years. You're always going to drift towards stupid shit, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you have to keep people around you. I call them realists and enablers, right?
Yeah.
So my enablers are going to be like, "Yeah, fuck it, sounds good, take more,
Yeah.
have another shot,
Yeah.
do whatever it's going to be, just
Yeah.
keep going. But you got to have the realists too, right? That's the one you don't really want to call.
Nope.
Right, but that's Stu,
Yeah.
right? So you're throwing this idea out at him, and had he said, that probably isn't the best thing, you still would have done it, but you would have paused.
Yeah.
Or you may have actually had more of an in-depth conversation to see why, to see how it could be better mitigated, right?
Mm-hmm.
The biggest takeaway that I'm seeing here is you still have a relationship with him, right? So there's you're certified through him, and you do consults and all that, and seminars with him as well.
Yeah.
But more important than that, he's became that realist through this whole 5 meet process that you had, say your last 5 meets.
Yeah.
So having somebody like that in your corner, if you're a competitive lifter or bodybuilder or whatever it is freaking huge. And they got to be the word realist. It can't be, this is not a slap on the medical community, but it can't be your family doctor that says, "Oh, stop lifting weights.
Bad for you."
It's bad for you. It's going to stunt your growth. It can't be that, but it's got to be somebody that is generally still going to have your best. His in his mind, Stu way better than I do. I've had dinner with him a few times. He's got your health before your lift.
Yeah, he is the most realist you could have possibly picked.
So just making that call is a huge takeaway that anybody listening to this should really understand, that you needed somebody like that before it all happened, right?
Yeah.
And it's hard to find when you're coming up in the sport and you're young, because who you're going to listen to, you got ego, you got all this other stuff. If anything, any reason to drop your ego, it would be to find that person.
And they're not going to be flashy.
No,
They're not going to. Generally not going to be someone you're going to gravitate towards. That they're, they got hot chicks on their arms, and they, always have a cool thumbnail on their video and stuff. Those aren't those aren't going to be the people that really are going to tell you.
Yes. I mean, if they're fake
mentor
online,
you.
what makes you think they're going to be
Right.
real in life?
For sure. But Stu is as real. I mean, he said some stuff to me, and I'm like, damn. I mean, that's true. You're right, but damn. You know, I told him when I was, talking about not lifting anymore. I'm like, what do you think about me doing something like 7-7-7, 7-minute mile, 7-minute squat, 7-minute deadlift? He goes, you want to know what I think?
Oh,
And I said, yeah, that's what I'm asking you. He goes, you're asking for a heart attack? And he just like kind of said it matter of fact. He goes, you got to remember you've tuned your heart to go fast, bop, and then back off. Not to be running for 7 minutes straight. He goes, that's a good way to have a heart attack. And actually, that's how Sam Bird had a heart attack. He was doing a CrossFit WOD, just thought he was super exhausted, and they ended up going in and putting a couple stents in, I think. But he was just super exhausted. He'd been tuning his heart for big lifts for so long, and then all of a sudden you start throwing endurance training in. So the heart's trying to be, it's got a quick sprint, and then it's done. Quick sprint and a lot of pressure, and then the heart is long term, and you wear that sucker out. Runners have heart problems in their 60s all the time just from being worn out. So he shot it down, and I was like, yeah, you're right. I shouldn't even consider anything like that.
So it's really only been 6 months, right? So how are you training now? How are you navigating that battlefield, right? Because you still have the powerlifter mindset, even though you don't. I know you do. You can tell me whatever you want. You still do, because that pull's kind of always there.
Yep.
So how have you been mitigating and managing that?
So, I converted the 3-car garage. I got a complete gym. I got 2 monoliths, 2 benches. Like I got a dream gym, basically, like a little slice of this, basically. So, of course, that is, walking out to my car every day or whatever. I see the gym right there, and of course, I see the monolift and a bar. Obviously, I go back and think about, what I've done the last 22 years. It hasn't been that bad because I've enjoyed the downtime, and I've enjoyed just not having so much pressure. Like each meet coming up, the stakes are higher. I'm trying to do more things. The risk is higher. Like, how long until I go to the well too many times and I destroy my back again? It's nice not having to think about that stuff, and knowing that right now it's a good time to spend time with my girls, my 3 girls, and just be available so I don't destroy my body any more than I have already. And we talked about this. You said that I think you're quitting at a good time, and hopefully you've quit before you've done a lot of the bone damage and joint damage that will appear in my 40s and 50s and 60s. So I'm hoping for the best, but I know my wrists and elbows are going to start hurting. My knees are going to hurt a little bit. And that's just part of the game, but I do know that I see the writing on the wall. I see a lot more injuries in my future, not just a bicep tear. I see where it's going, and I also see how meets are going. I see the cost reward is not there for me to do it anymore. I've got a good business. I've got great contacts. Someone told me a couple years ago that I applied in my life that's been very helpful is you can only push 1 boulder at a time up a mountain. You can kind of hold right there, but if you're trying to push too many boulders up the mountain, they're going to get crushed. So whenever I was pushing for a meet, I had to back off the business stuff. Whenever I was doing website stuff, I had to back off the lifting. So right now it's been great for me not to have that pressure and not be worried about my bench training starting at 9 a.m. through the full day till 6 p.m. That mental aspect just kind of wore me out. Like, that's the biggest thing. The supplementation and the mental aspect, I don't miss that stuff. But I do know that once about that year mark rolls around, I might become a little, curious again, or like, if I go to a couple of meets. But to be perfectly honest with you, it was weird coming here, not prepping at Bob Evans and getting some food and getting ready to get after it and cranking up M&M and like all of us getting after it, like we used to with Jeremy Frey and Driggers and Clint and Zane and Mike and everybody, Chuck coming over. But when I got here, I didn't have any desire to like get after it or anything. I was totally cool, and that's how I know that I'm good with what I've done so far. I'm okay with what I've done, even though I know that, I could pick it apart and say I wish I did better. I wish I would have done this. I wish I'd have done that. But at the end of the day, no matter what, I would still say that, and I would stay in the game too long, and I know that it's for my best interest to not continue to push.
The one thing that you touched on was a big one for me, and it was the boulder thing that you're talking about. Was the when I was training for a meet, the business was going nowhere. You know, and then it's like, okay, this is over. Now I can do seminars. Now I can do this. Now the business is going well. And it was just this constant teeter-totter. And so that began to balance out a little bit, where every lifter knows what their best day fictitiously looks like.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's like, okay, I've done this. And it's like, okay, I could do this. I could do this. I don't want to sit here and say what I think I could have done.
Mm-hmm.
But anybody that knew me would agree, those numbers were viable.
24.
Yeah, right around. So something like that. But that became not good enough. Right? So I had that going on too, to where even if I could pull this miraculous day together,
Yeah.
it still
And your
isn't.
bench had gotten up over 700 too.
Yeah, it still isn't going to be competitive to be where I want to be.
Yeah.
Then the kids came around, right? And then you're in a very fortunate, blessed spot right now, because if you want to, you can just work from home all the time.
Yep.
And there's some people are about quality time, some people quantity time. I had the ability, just as you do, to say, you know what, I don't care about quality time. I have the opportunity for quantity time. I will be there for when they crawl, when they walk, when they stand up, when they squat, you know, all that stuff. I will be there.
Yep.
I have the opportunity to be able to be there when they get off the bus.
Yes.
You know, and all these other things. And did that, it's still the boulder thing, you know, did it hurt the business a little bit because of that? Probably.
Yeah.
But I don't ever regret that. Right. So that's the opportunity that you're in now, that's to think about. So you start putting more of those boulders in there, you're going to start becoming the quality time. And for some people, they have no other choice.
Right.
I get that. It's not a slam on them in any way. I was given a choice, you know, and you have a choice in front of you. You know, I'm just speaking from my choice, you know, so I have no experience with the other side of it. But especially with my oldest, who's autistic, I don't know when he's going to talk. I mean, he's verbal. He's not a nonverbal, right? But when he was younger, you didn't know.
Right.
So maybe every 3 days he wants to have a conversation, but I just don't happen to be there.
You gotta be ready.
Yeah, so I would have missed that. So that's a good thing that you're looking at. Now I'm trying to give you some benchmarks, right?
Yeah.
So when you start to get pulled back in.
I mean, I to sum it up, I said this on Bell's podcast a couple weeks ago, I think, or maybe I said it just a bunch of times. I want my girls to be raised right. I don't want anyone else raising my girls, and I don't want anyone else banging my wife.
Seems reasonable.
So if I'm gone just because I decided I wanted to power lift and, you know, get my name in the local paper a couple more times, which I haven't gotten, but you know the thing, and I die over that shit, that'd be so stupid. It's like, what are you doing, man? You had a good lifting time, you've got a good career, you got a family now, but you still had to have your cake and eat it too. You know, I don't want to be at that point, because it doesn't take much. I'm not even talking about an accident in the weight room. I'm talking about, you know, a stroke or something, you know, or just
life.
whatever it may be with lifting that just isn't worth it. Like the risk reward just isn't there anymore. And I want to be able to roll around with the kids. I want to be there, you know, and powerlifting, it pretty much accomplishes the opposite of everything concerning that. The opposite of everything there.
And you know what's, I mean, I noticed it today when we were filming. We spent all day filming awesome stuff that'll be up on our YouTube soon. But it would be interesting to see you 10 years ago, what you would be like if you had to teach the same sort of stuff.
You can.
Yeah.
Go on our website.
Yeah.
We had him do a So You Think You Can Deadlift, or one of them, right?
2010.
There's a
11
couple of
years
minutes.
ago.
Yeah.
And look, because that's what I noticed when he was doing his stuff here today. I'm like, holy.
It's like it's not the same person.
Oh, dude.
Oh my God.
Yeah,
I'm gonna have to look that up.
The coaching is night and day.
Is it?
Oh my God, is it? Maybe you should go look at some of those older ones, right? Right. So,
Yeah.
but there's reasons, right? So there's a lot of reasons to where being technically efficient became way more important to you.
Yep.
right? So we're teaching the squat, say many, many years ago. It's like, whatever, just fucking warm up, take some weight. I'll tell you what you need to work on.
Right.
You know, that's not that you didn't know, but you didn't care enough to really look into the details, right? Because some of the details you may not have known to be able to look that deep in.
True.
But at the same time, you're still actively competing, and your number one goal is to be the biggest, strongest lifter you can possibly be. So the focus, albeit selfish, right? So it's not misdirected, right? Because I think you kind of need that for that point in time. This is also why I think sometimes hiring competitive lifters as a coach is a big mistake, right? Because their number one goal is their lifts, and it's selfish, right? And it's not a bad thing. That's why they get to where they are. But to think that they're going to be, and there's exceptions to every rule, but to think that they're going to be an exceptional coach is a big mistake. It's just not going to be there. That goes away. So see that so you get hurt. And then you're like, oh shit, maybe some of this stuff means a little bit more than what I thought it meant, right? Because we can talk genetics all day. You still had to train your ass off, but genetically you're built to squat. But it also wrecked you. So anybody that wants to talk genetics, well, let's talk about that too. If they're so damn good, you would never have gotten wrecked from it.
Right.
So when you look at those older videos, your cues and everything were right. You know, it was good, but nothing like it is now. You know, so it's also a good time because you've already transitioned into the coaching thing years ago. But now the coaching that you're doing and the consulting you're going to do with more focus to be able to put on it, it's going to explode. It really is.
It has been.
It is because your talent and your skill set for that is way beyond 90% of the people that are out there. So what is, and it's they'll see it when they see the videos. It's there.
Yeah, and it's that level of is that intangible, like that level of give a shit. Like you can just tell you care about what that person is doing and how they're doing it, which again, if you're not fully invested in that process, and I think it's that level of investment that you put yourself into. If someone hires you for a consult, for an assessment, it's like, okay, we are in this together to get you feeling better. And it is. And I saw it today. I was firsthand. I got to witness it firsthand. And again, you really do genuinely care about the people that you work with.
Well, and to go back to the selfish thing about the powerlifters, just to give them a little respect here, because I was one, you know, you still are kind of, you wouldn't be the coach you are now if it wasn't for that. Right. So you can give me the best coach of the power lift or the squat, or I don't care what it is from a strength aspect with the lifts that we're talking about. Give me the best one that's out there with zero experience on a platform, and then give me one with experience on the platform, but 10 years experience. The platform guy is going to beat him every single time. Because you learn things under those heavy weights that you have to go and compete. There's a difference. Like I do stupid shit now, right? I do stupid shit. I like to train for something. So if I'm training for a max spider bar squat and I want to do X amount before the end of the year, I always set that date for like October. Because if something happens, I can just move it to November. You're a competitive lifter.
If you get hurt, you can just be a mummy for Halloween.
Well, yeah, exactly. And I mean, that happened last year where whatever I had out there, I ended up straining an adductor and it was an issue. It's like, you know what, fuck it. I just move it 6 weeks back. It's still done before the end of the year. Guess what? You can't do that if it's a meet. You have to pull it together on that one day. So it's a completely different ball game when you have to do it on this day, right? Compared to, maybe I'll take a weight in the fall.
Yeah, it's like the practice heroes in football and baseball that can smash and bat in practice. They do great during fungo, but then they go to the game and they're out of their element. They're just not game day lifters. They're just when people dictate, you're lifting here, this is what you're using, they're just like, oh, you know, I don't have my bent bar and my favorite music and all this stuff, and you can see like they just haven't done it and they're just not very good at it. They're strong, they're just not a good lifter. There's a big difference between someone that's ridiculously strong in the gym that can do circus lifts and you're just like, what in the hell? Like, how do you even do that? And then people who are competitors and gamers that do what they need to do to win. And I I can't tell you how many times that I don't care. I let people outlift me in the gym all the time in the last 10 or 15 years. I just don't care about that. I do what I need to do. Every once in a while, you know, I'll turn it up a little bit if I need to. But that's one thing I think that helped my training career is I train with a lot of guys, 3 or 4 guys totaled over 2,500 in the gym. You got Blue, Bird, Clint Smith, Drigger's 2,300. You know, all those guys were under 275 that went 2,500, 10 years ago when, you know, that was like kind of unheard of. But we had a great training environment. I just knew when to shut it down. I just knew, like, I don't care about this. I'm going to save it for the meet. Whereas you've told me stories about the dynamic at Westside.
Mm-hmm.
Throw your money in the pot. Biggest rack pool takes the money home.
It was a different.
Yeah, and that's good. That's great for camaraderie
Mm-hmm.
and like building competition. But how much of that is too much?
Well, there's a lot, but the point that I'm trying to make is you as a consultant or a coach. So let's just kind of like downgrade this a little bit. Somebody comes to you and they want to get their back right for vacation.
Mm-hmm.
So they got 3 months out, but they don't want to go hike somewhere and their back's all jacked up.
Mm-hmm.
You understand, okay, here's a date.
Mm-hmm.
We have to make this happen by said date. You get that because the meets and you understand the deadline.
Yes.
So even if it's something that may seem irrelevant, right, to you or anybody else, it's obviously relevant to the person that just said, I want to get this done by this, or you know, or I'm training for a meet if that's the case.
Yeah.
But most clients typically are not power lifters.
Yep.
They're competitive power lifters.
Yep.
They want to build the lifts, but most of them are not going to compete. But they have these other things.
Yep.
Right? So I think the competitors and the ones that have to put it on the line on a certain time, you know, end up being able to empathize. Is that what I'm looking at? Empathize a little bit better with other people instead of saying, what do you need to do that for? You know?
And then on the flip side of that is having that practitioner background. You know when it's a possible goal or it's not.
And that's hard, man, because you got to be real with people. Because sometimes, I was talking with Sam about a strategy of, before seeing people in person, a strategy of talking to them online for a virtual conference, just to make sure that they're not coming to you with unrealistic expectations. So let's say there's something missing in the communication through the email, you don't do a call or video with them, and they show up and they're like, hey, you know, I'm not going to take any time off, but I just need you to help me get my back fixed because I'm doing a meet in a month. And you're just like just certain, like, people's expectations need to be realistic. Like, hey, I want to get back to lifting within 2 months. And like, I can't do that. You got to work with me at least some to be able to get you pain free. I'm not going to, I asked Stu, I said, you know, one time I talked with the guy, spent, you know, some time with him and told him specifically what I thought he should do. He didn't do it and went and saw Stu, and Stu told him exactly the same thing. And so I I called Stu and said, well, how'd it go to so-and-so? He goes, it went good, you know, they had unstable spine, da-da-da-da-da. And I said, I told him exactly that. And he goes, yeah, sorry about that. I guess sometimes they just want me to wave a magic wand over them. And that's what it is. Like, they really think that they're missing this magic bullet with supplementation or training, the newest training program. Training strategies are great, you know, but you got to deviate from the program. You got to use other things like.
Well, here's the thing, though. Let's use that same situation. So somebody comes at you, they're a month out, and they're all jacked up. Could you give them advice to get them through the meet? Honestly, yes.
Yeah.
Right. You could. We've done it. Like,
Duct
we've
tape.
lived. But here, liability-wise, why the fuck would we ever do that with somebody that's a complete stranger? Because we already know the risk-benefit to this is it's not.
You got nothing to gain.
There's nothing
yourself,
to gain.
Me, you have absolutely nothing to gain, and the only thing you have to gain is this guy being happy for smiling. Oh, I can do the meet, and enabling him.
Yes. So you tell them X, Y, Z, do all this, and then it still isn't going to be a good meet. And if it is a good meet, it's slimly a good meet, and you get them through.
Yeah.
But the odds of that happening are small. But the odds of him coming back and saying, or her, whoever it is, coming back and saying, you jacked me up.
Yep.
And it's
Yeah.
like, no, motherfucker, I didn't jack you
Jack
up.
yourself up.
'Cause I ran into that situation because I never pulled out of any meat from an injury, ever. I just found a way, to do it. So then I started becoming like that guy. Like, hey, man, what? And it's like, after a while, I can't do this, man. I can't do this. Especially when you have shit to lose. It's like, I can't do this because, first off, the odds that you're going to PR are second to none. Mm-hmm. And if you do, it's not going to be by much. So how important is this? Mm-hmm. A world championship? Yeah, back then, maybe. Nationals? I guess maybe because you qualify for the worlds, or a WPO money, maybe. But how much? Because it goes the other way. That $1,500 you're going to win, your deductible's $5,000.
Yep.
But that's what I think people want. And the crazy thing is that people think that you're willing to tell them.
Yeah.
It's like, why in the fuck? How much would you have to charge?
Through an Instagram message, they want you to fix them. And, hey, Brian, I live in India and I can't afford you, but I want you to tell me how to fix my back, please. Thank you.
And I'm not going to give you any sort of background information on anything at all. Just fix me.
Yeah, it's like you said, man. You don't have anything to gain, and you stand everything to lose. And and it comes back to this too. Even if you do help them, typically whenever I have a lot of great clients, right now. I've had many great clients in the past. Most of them really good. But then you have, no matter what, sometimes, no matter how good the training is, how good things go, if they win, it was all them. If it goes south in any way, it's all your fault.
Of course.
And that's just the coaching 101 thing.
Yeah.
So that even more, like, you have even more to lose when you know that, because they're not going to sing your praises if you help them anyway. Mm-hmm. And, it's not worth doing, even if you think it might be harmless.
No,
and that's why I think it's important to communicate and do a virtual call and charge them. And then apply that charge for the virtual consult. If they come and see you, roll it over to that. But that protects your time because they're renting your brain. Mm-hmm. Not just anyone has the information that Sam has in your head. And Dave Tate, we talked about this stuff. Like, if it has no cost, it has no value. And that's the problem. People will not adhere to free advice because it costs them nothing. They have no skin in the game.
Right.
You charge them for it, then all of a sudden, man, I paid for this thing.
Get my value out of it.
Yeah. When's the last time someone went to Costco and complained about free samples? Like, hey, your samples over there, they're just not really that good. I'm a little disappointed. No, it's free. Who gives a shit? Move on, So that's the way people then, they sample us like crazy on social media. They'll ask you, and 15 other people the same question until they get confirmation bias. They keep moving. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. There are some good people with good intentions that I've met on social media and such. So I'm not saying that everyone is doing that, but they'll think you're a dickhead too if you tell them the situation that you brought up a minute ago about the guy that shouldn't be lifting, and you could kind of get him through the meet. But then when you tell them, the real thing, like a Stuart McGill type, like father-son talk, they're like, dude, you're a fucking dick. You're a dick, man. You just don't want me to be successful. It's like, dude, I want everyone to be successful. I'm not going to tell you what you want to hear. Now I'm going to be a dick. That's one thing that's hard. But I'm trying not to be a dick anymore at all.
Yeah, good luck with that. I've been trying to do that for a long time. I'm better. It works its way out, but I'm better. I just remove myself from certain situations like that. So
I've kept my circle a lot more tight in the last couple of years, and had a lot of people just uprooted out of my life. It just happened. Whenever I started having that mentality, God, take away people you don't want in my life that just aren't good for me. That's not. People want to act, so weird that you would talk to God. Why would you want people around you that aren't good for you? Why?
Well, the old you, it would drive you.
Yeah.
Right? But now that's got no benefit. Right? So let's say you can have 10 people around you, and that's all you can really have. Right? And like 5 of them were to drive you. And you keep them now, like you got to drop those 5 so 5 more can come in, because out of those 5, maybe 1 or 2 of them are going to be able to actually push you.
Oh, yeah.
Not drive you out of anger or drive you out of, I don't want to say hate, but
a little bit. Hate fueled it for a long time, and it's just that's not healthy. But I enjoyed it. I enjoyed the verbal judo and talking shit. Dude, I love talking shit. And a lot of time people would be like, dude, did you hear what Carrol said? And would get back to me. And I'm like, were you not there? I was completely facetious and sarcastic. I literally didn't mean any of that. It was just a satire. No, he said this. I'm like, oh, God. I was talking shit, man. You started it. You started it, and then,
That's the best part.
It is. It's.
We get any super chats or anything like that?
Yeah, no questions so far. We've had a lot of support for the Milk Fund, I must say. We've had.
I think that video covered the Milk Fund. I really do.
Yeah.
I think we covered that.
Yeah, we got lots of Milk Fund, multiple Milk Funds, and we just got a real big one from Boom 15. Just again supporting the content.
Yeah, if anybody has any questions for Brian, go ahead and pop them in there. Is there anything that you want to follow up on him with that we've covered here?
Yeah.
We can keep moving.
Yeah, absolutely.
Can I just ask one serious question real quick before we move on? Now, we've been talking a lot about, serious stuff and whatnot. Do you guys have a MILF fund?
Mm-mm.
Okay, that's just something.
I'm married, I guess.
Yeah,
I'm sure as fuck not.
My wife, I guess. I guess, yeah, my wife. But
Dude,
she pays me. I don't pay her.
Yeah. Dude, I'm staying down there at the Holiday Inn. Yeah, I hadn't been there in 7 years. Tell you what, man, I saw a couple pretty good prospects outside the Super 8.
Remember the weed place now used to be that, oh, God, what was that bar? It was some gross-ass bar that was there. That was the fun. God, there were some funny things, man. One hotel in town, right? The Holiday Inn, and the one next to it was just rot gut.
Yeah, there's a couple twos walking around the parking lot there.
Maybe if you grabbed a few of them, they'd be a 4.
Yeah, actually, it'd be interesting because, well, it's a medical marijuana place, so it's not recreational.
It's higher brow.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I'm not too sure how that will work. Probably better quality humans than when it was that bar.
Right.
Which is an interesting thing. So, yeah,
I guess I could just stand outside the dispensary and they walk out, and if they're, halfway decent looking guy or girl, you could just be like, "Hey, so you smoke weed?"
It could be. I mean, the dude out there should be a cop out, not a cop, but there's a security guard that hangs out front.
So, hey, you smoke weed?
It's like the equivalent to a chat room.
Want to come back to my room? Yeah, it's definitely, there's some shady stuff going on. And around the back of the Holiday Inn, there's a guy with a little Walmart portable beach charcoal grill that he had fired up back there. I guess he was about to throw some wieners on there.
Were you down the one time when they were finding the bed bugs in the other one?
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's 2 hotels. Like there's the Holiday Inn, then it's like I don't know what's called now, a Red Roof Inn. Where, I mean, one of them was literally like $30 and the other one was like $150.
That's where those prospects are walking around right now. Still there. Yeah.
So what happened was there was a bunch of people coming into the seminar, and the bed bugs were all over this Red Roof Inn, but then they couldn't. The Holiday Inn wasn't allowing anybody from this hotel to go to this one, right? So they had to go all the way to Hilliard because of the bed bug thing. And then mattresses, when I drove by Monday,
stacked up.
Just stacked up outside.
Yeah, because I had to pay the bill for the Holiday Inn for the guys we were covering, and there were probably 25 mattresses. I'm like, holy crap, this was for real. Because you never know what people are telling you.
That happened in Cincinnati in 2010 for the Pro-Am. The whole city of Cincinnati had an infestation of bed bugs, and all the hotels had mattresses stacked, around the dumpster, on the dumpster, everywhere. So we could hardly get a hotel in 2010 in Cincinnati for that. It was it's pretty funny. I'm sure a couple people out there listening, like Jason Pegg, Driggers, a few people there.
I think Jason was part of the bed bug thing that was here.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Wait, we missing something.
Jason is one of the most he's a good trash talker.
Oh yeah,
really good trash. Mm-hmm. He's witty, and he's pretty brutal. I mean, the dude has like 1.25 arms that work. He got the one blown up, and it's kind of like a fiddler crab arm that she kind of keeps.
Strong hand.
Mm-hmm. I'm just busting Jason's balls. He knows.
I saw him a few months ago. He stopped out for something.
I respect him.
He's doing well.
I respect him. Yeah, man. He's fireman, doing well. He's that's awesome, man.
So we ended up getting a question that just came in. Rocky Mountain lifting. USPA Worlds is coming up in November, and the doctor wants to do surgery on my thyroid. Is it realistic to go to do both while losing 3.5 weeks of training?
So what federation is it? USA?
USPA.
USPA. And He's wanting to know if he can, or they can.
If it's realistic to get a thyroid surgery and still compete.
When's the meet?
November.
I don't know.
He's going to lose 3 to 5 weeks of training.
I would consult his physician
Yeah.
and then follow up with the surgeon. That's definitely that's about the most out of my scope. That
I would think so. I mean, I'm not a doctor or anything like that, so I'm going to kind of go against the grain. But that's like 6 or 7 months, right?
Yeah.
And if he's going to get the surgery soon, I don't see any reason why somebody couldn't. I don't know the recovery.
Yeah, I don't know if he's getting something removed. I have no idea what.
I wouldn't knock it out of the realm of possibility until obviously he speaks to, a medical professional. But I think it's too early to knock that out of the cards.
it is. I would definitely ask the doctor if head pressure is going to be a factor.
Good point.
To his recovery. That's why I'm like, yeah, it seems like it should be okay in 6-7 months, but he might get you can't have extreme blood pressure of any sort for 2 years or something.
Yeah.
And the guy's head blows up.
Yeah.
And then he's
that's why he needs to talk to a medical professional.
Yeah, no, he's not going to get medical advice.
Hold on a second. We got trolled.
Yeah, we got trolled. Because I'm just thinking you dropped thyroid dose, right?
We got trolled because we're talking about how we don't want to tell a guy to do a meet in a month because his back's jacked up. Meanwhile, this guy's brain's falling out of his head.
Yeah, but it's not his back.
Yeah, it's true. His brain's falling out of his head, and he's like, "Hey, man, you think if they get this thing back in me, I can, I can still lift tomorrow."
So the next thing I wanted to talk about, and it was posted up on your Instagram, was your UFC appearance. Can we pull that up on the screen?
Yeah, what's up with you and Jake Paul?
Jake Paul and I
best friends.
Jake Paul and I we connected about 3 years ago.
You have it to pull up?
There we go. Yep.
Like, where is that at?
Jacksonville Coliseum.
Okay.
So
that's also, by the way, that's his teaching stance as well. When he's coaching, that's his coaching stance. I saw that in all the videos today.
Yeah, so I don't know Jake Paul, but I did have a run-in with him at the UFC. He's one of the most infamous people on the internet right now with his trash talk and him knocking out Ben Askren. So he's been jawing back and forth with a lot of people in the UFC. So I was working Octagon security for the UFC. And so you guys saw what happened a few years ago where the people got in the Octagon with Conor and Khabib and the whole thing. Well, ever since then, they have people on each corner of the Octagon after a fight ends to make sure no one comes in the Octagon. So when I wasn't up there when fights ended, I was told about 5 hours before the event started that, who Jake Paul was, which I knew, and that my job was to make sure that under no circumstances did Jake Paul and or Antonio Brown come over the barrier, and you do what you need to do to stop them from getting in the Octagon. Because they were thinking if their guy won, they were going to go in the Octagon and act a fool. Not to fight.
I know you've done security before, but how do they define do what you need to do? Them.
I don't know. They left it really
That's all
great.
they said.
And I think, Jacob, if you go to the next couple pictures, you'll see what he had to deal with in terms of character.
So that's me with Usman. He walked out. I'm glad he didn't try to do anything to me because I wouldn't have known what to do. So one more. So
yeah, there's the man.
So there's me sitting right in front of Jake Paul right there, just making sure that he didn't come over that barrier. But I will say, as jackassy as he's been in a lot of things, he and his people weren't running their mouth. They weren't throwing stuff at me. They weren't belittling me. They weren't trying me. So to me, that was respectful to show that, yeah, he is doing this for attention, but he wasn't completely belligerent. So that gained my respect because someone like that pretty much has a free pass everywhere he goes, it wouldn't have been surprising if they would have been a bit more antagonizing than they were.
Go back to that first one. So when you're doing, how often do you do security for these things? Go back to the first picture.
Sorry, I was trying to change cameras.
Okay.
That was the first one I ever.
That was the first one. So where are you at when they're actually fighting then?
Down there where Jake.
So
Jake
the
Paul.
first row. So how's that? See, obviously the seating's got to be good, but is it really? Because you're at this weird ass angle.
Depending on what side of the octagon you're on, but it's sweet being down there and seeing. But some areas aren't that good. There's a lot of people there, and then others you can see right up in there, and it's perfect.
Okay.
Yeah, that was my first UFC event that I'd been to, like personally, and that was the first one I worked, and it was pretty cool to be able to be in the.
They're full capacity there now.
Yeah,
or is it really?
Packed. There wasn't a seat in the house left.
Damn, that's cool. That's great.
and it was an awesome card. But I did think it was going to be on with the way, Jake Paul had said some crazy stuff about DC. He said he would beat DC's ass and all this stuff and beat him till he cried again. And so when I went to the bathroom, DC didn't know that Jake Paul was there. So when I was in the bathroom, DC got up in his face and was saying, dude, I'm not that guy. I'm not one of these guys that you're just going to talk trash to. And so I just missed that, but DC didn't end up doing anything. But I'm interested to see what happens with this kid because Usman, the guy that went the welterweight champion that I was just with there, he supposedly has verbally agreed to box Jake Paul in the next event. And look, Jake Paul might be a douche, he might be a kid, but he's got clout and followers that he makes money happen for these events. So Usman probably made about $750,000 for this fight because he retained the belt and such and a bonus. But Ben Askren made over $1 million with the pay-per-view event. So I think this is the way a lot of people are going to start going. Not that the UFC or Bellator or ONE are going to become obsolete, but people are looking for these super fights because the rat race of the divisions, it's sometimes they're biased, sometimes people don't get title shots, sometimes people get skipped over, sometimes you got to fight 4 or 5 killers before you get a title shot and this ain't going to happen for you. So a lot of the time people are doing these kind of outside the box, meet in the middle, like boxing matches and
entertainment matches, more or less. I mean, they're still matches
because they don't have to worry about battling for the next couple of years. They can just take it one fight at a time and make bank, and then go about it, and not have to deal with the stuff that the UFC. Sometimes people are a little upset about the UFC and the way you treat the middleman there and the people that aren't at the top. So people are looking for these fights to get a big payday. So
it sounds like a different path for me though, because if the title's still going to matter.
Absolutely.
Right? It's still going to matter. But if these guys can get, let's just call it an entertainment bout and make $500,000 or $1 million, then they don't have to worry about the next couple of years.
Yes.
They just train. And if they don't get a big payday on the little ones, so who cares?
Yep.
They're set.
And they're pulling this stuff in other sports as well, like strongman. Like Hafthor and Eddie Hall are going to be doing a boxing match, and it's going to be, I imagine, pay-per-view, and it allowed them both to lose weight, and train for something different. But again, it's that entertainment value.
I don't see how that doesn't end in a double heart attack.
Two
guys that big that have primed their body.
What you were saying earlier.
Like I saw Thor fighting, and he looked like he was in quicksand and on 20 Xanax. So he was fighting. He just like slow, dude. It's just he's a big.
Keep in mind, there's
guy.
strongmen though.
Yeah,
but still, I mean, well, hell, no event's going to last longer than
it's 60 seconds to 75
tops,
seconds.
Right?
Yeah.
So how long's a round?
What is it?
They're either 1 or 3 minute probably.
Right.
Yeah.
That's going to be a hard minute.
Yeah.
No, but what I'm saying is they're trained to do that minute. From the heart thing there, because they're not powerlifters that's one rep.
Right.
A lot of the powerlifters, heart rates just because of adrenaline blow. It's still 3 minutes is a big deal.
Yeah,
it's going to be a big deal.
Especially in any strongman event, you're not getting punched in the face.
But the training, though,
the
training is the issue because the training's so much different.
Yeah, so I don't know, but I mean, I don't wish that happens to them at all.
It would take a long time. Keep in mind they have a year. I'd have to really go back and look at my programming stuff because the adaptations can take place, with the right training, the right blocks, and everything builds upon that. A year should.
That's probably why they did it, just to get that distance.
But that's assuming that they went about the training blocks correctly to build, that capacity up for that. So we'll see. I didn't think about what you said, though, what Stu told you about that, because that's way true. That's kind of why block training came into play.
Yeah. So I don't wish that they fall out or struggle, but that's just kind of like you look at something, you kind of call it what you see. I don't wish that upon them, but a lot of people have been gravitating towards outside the box type things. I mean, we talk about how little traction powerlifting has gotten. And I've been talking about how much strongman traction has gotten, arm wrestling has gotten, and those dang slap contests have gotten a lot of traction. And sure enough, during that event where Jake Paul and Ben Askren fought, they had in the middle of it Ric Flair refereeing a slap contest. Right in the middle of it. It was terribly done. It was poorly put together, but they still had that sport right in the middle of a pay-per-view event.
Yeah.
Why couldn't you have a guy trying to squat 1,300 pounds right there? You know?
Yeah.
Yeah, Ric Flair ain't doing well.
He was not. You saw him?
No, I've seen him before. He's not. He doesn't have that same flair.
No, he wasn't. He
Yeah.
wasn't in the building.
Yeah. I mean, that's a rabbit hole. If people want us to go down, we can go down. But that's what you just asked is a rabbit hole we've had conversations about a few times over the past several months. Is why is powerlifting not build that traction? But let's go to something else because that will seriously.
Let's definitely talk about it. Let's talk about it.
Let's wait a little bit. Let's jump on it.
Let's see the question, and then we'll.
Yeah, if somebody's got some questions, let's hit those first.
Sure. I got one in the chamber, actually from our own Nate Harvey. Nate Harvey asks, what were your protocols on the belt squat leading into your last meet? Times per week, heavy, light, sets, reps.
Dang, bro. You're getting very specific with everything. So Spud was cornering me for the same stuff. So I belt squatted twice a week, 2 times per week, 1 time heavy, 1 time light. So going into the meet, when I squatted heavy on a Saturday, I belt squatted light. And then on Wednesday, on my accessory day, I'd belt squat heavy. And then on the weeks that I squatted light with the barbell, I'd belt squat heavy. And then I'd get a lot of volume in on my secondary belt squat day. So I did sets of 5. I did 10 sets of 5, and each week I just added a plate or so. Added a plate, then I'd have a week where I regressed a little bit, did less volume, less weight, and then hammered it again. But the rep scheme was 10 sets of 5 working up, and I ended up working up to 14 or 15 plates with the bands. I just maxed it out basically and did a set of 5. But I knew that with that volume that I was able to achieve with the squat max, that I've never touched that amount of volume because I couldn't put a bar on my back and do 500 for 20 sets of 5. You know what I mean? Like I've never been able to achieve that type of conditioning with that. So thinking outside the box a bit with a lot of suitcase carries. People are really big on the marches, on the belt squats and the bands. I think that that could be beneficial, but I also think that if they would grab a kettlebell and go walking with it, 50, 70-pound kettlebell, and they switch sides and they go bottoms up, man, they could get so much out of that combined with some belt squatting and then the core stuff that we talked about today, the big 3 and the stir the pot. Those components, belt squat twice a week, once heavy, once light, those things together were the little pieces of the puzzle that helped me. But you also got to consider that I was 30 or 40 pounds heavier on meet day that all went to my torso and my ass and my legs and my shoulders and stuff. So my base was so much more thick and stronger foundation, and just coming off the gear for a while and then getting I had a big jump from being able to do that. So the belt squat was 10 sets of 5 twice a week, and I just rotated going heavy and light, and then I would do different variants of the belt squat though. I would do front harness like a Zercher, then I would do front squats, so the harness would be higher, then Zercher would be lower. I would do paused Zercher, paused
during the same
squat.
is that part of the 10 sets? So the 10 sets of 5 were different variants on that day?
It would change. Yes, it would change.
On the same day?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yep.
okay.
And but towards the end of the meet, I just went balls out heavy, 10 sets of 5, just traditional squat. But the Zerchers, the front squats, the Spud harness I used, it was great. The Dr. Squat harness, and then the piston squat where I just keep all the range in the middle. I don't go all the way down, which I never do in a squat. I never, literally, I don't think I've ever went all the way down in a squat in my life. But so you go. So you
Yes.
So you keep that range of motion, the focus on the
He was
quad.
waiting for us to say, yeah, you have.
Pumping that range of motion and using lightweight and just pumping blood in the quads for
Yeah.
sets of 5. Then of course pause squats and the whole explosive squats. And then I even did speed squats on the belt squat. I'd load up 4 or 5 plates on there. I'd lower the eccentric really slow and pop up real quick, and I just kind of thought outside the box quite a bit with that because I had more time. That last month, I just hammered my legs and my core. Didn't have to worry about benching. I was worried about deadlifting. So it was a little bit of luck and a little bit of thinking outside the box and getting bigger.
So am I to infer from what you're saying, though, the volume on your squat training, though, dropped?
On my regular squat training? Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So that's a key thing for people to pay attention to. So instead of doing 3 or 4 sets or heavy sets, it was way down. So you're making up the difference with the belt squat, because somebody listening may just throw
add
it
into
on
it,
top.
right?
Yes.
And
so
that's a lot
I would
to add on
stagger.
top.
I would stagger. I think my weights that I went before the meet were 960, and I stopped there. You know. Then I went 1050. Then I had a deload and did a whole bunch of belt squat stuff. Came back. My next weight was 1150. It felt good. Heavy belt squats. Took a down week, and then took 1205 in the gym, and it felt good. Heavy belt squats for the final 10 and 7 days out, and then I just shut it down and knew that, hey, my legs are strong. I don't have to cut weight. That's the biggest thing. Like, I was able to go into the meet, drinking Coca-Cola, eating Chipotle, eating Greek yogurt, and I felt like $1 million going in. So I don't want to discount that alone of me cutting weight forever and being 30 to 40 pounds bigger and being better prepared mentally and physically and being in better gear and having tips from the best powerlifter of this generation, David Hoff. Even though he won't talk to me right now, he's ignored me ever since the last 6 months, and maybe we can connect and, you know, hug it out while I'm here in Columbus. If you're out there, Dave, I'm here.
So you had two barbell squats a month, essentially.
Basically, yeah.
Which is, that's a commonality that I've seen with a lot of guys squat over $1,000.
Yep.
I remember Dave Barno telling me this from a long time ago. Looking at him like, what the fuck, you squat once a month? He's like, dude, I can't recover. And then I heard the same thing about Hoff. I've heard the same thing about several other people.
Yep.
But what I didn't hear is you're buffering it with the belt squat, which keeps the volume up, which I think is more intelligent than the other, right?
Dave Hoff also was on me about 3 or 4 years ago about getting the belt squat. So really, Dave, just text me your address. I'll send you a gift if you don't want to meet up with me. Send you a freaking fruit basket.
I mean, you had mentioned range of motion. You've mentioned keeping tension on the muscle. Me and Dave actually found one of the most elite athletes I think we've ever seen on the planet on this YouTube video that you sent us the other day.
This is what you need to train for
Yeah, so
now.
this is it. Jacob, if you want to pull up, let's go with that first video.
Because you don't really know what to train for now. These are the records you need to go after.
Yeah, this is the stuff that matters, Brian.
And there is actually somebody in here that I think has a bigger squat than you. So this is like 2,000 pounds.
One arm?
One arm.
I mean, that's...
So now he's got a good hip hinge, right?
Yeah, it's a functional movement.
Kind of like the suitcase carries you were talking about.
And anytime you're speaking Russian, it just adds like 20% to any bar weight.
Like 5 of the plates are coming off the ground. Skip forward. Go look at the squat, because the squat. Yeah, this is a world record. Right here's the world record.
Yeah.
Like, you don't have the world record. This is the world record right here. Check this out. Reverse bands too, by the way. I like that.
It is. It is good.
Why the fuck's he got a reverse band? Or is that? No, it's a strap. See, did he come up? There. Look.
Wow.
You know the other thing too, Brian? His squat's deeper than yours.
I was just thinking that, man. It was it was close, and my stance was wider, so he actually moved the bar more than I did.
Show him the Grizzly real quick.
Yeah.
I
So
know
next,
I know he's seen this.
yeah,
You've seen the
Jacob.
Grizzly.
Next one.
I have to send this to somebody at least once a week.
Kairos Grizzly?
Yes.
That's the man.
Any of them work. It doesn't matter. This one here, go to this one. This one? Yeah.
Well, I think we should bring up that he too tore a bicep.
Yeah, his bicep tear. Go to his bicep
Way
tear.
better.
Yeah, I want to know if your bicep tear was like this. Have you seen his bicep tear? Yes, I want to know if your bicep tear was like this.
Yeah, we'll go back to his channel.
So go to Grizzly's channel and then search. There you go.
Where's this guy's lair at?
I have no idea.
I bet you could hear him if you got close.
I'm kind of like new to this shit, so I only found out about this guy like a month ago.
He would send me messages on Facebook.
Is that what you did when you tore your bicep?
It should be.
You could actually pull up my bicep tear from I think I posted it October 4th or 5th.
Instagram?
Yeah, it's on Instagram. It wasn't that bad. I didn't fall or anything. I just kind of like shook my arm like I got electrocuted. So what's this guy's deal, man? So he's got some lair in Russia, and he just he eats. He looks like he's drinking
Goats,
right out of the blender.
like full goats.
I don't know what his deal is. The guy's kind of strong. I mean, he is throwing around big weights.
No,
for the
he's
stupid
definitely
shit he's
strong. It's like John Paul, old school, like circus strength.
That's it. So where do you get the October?
You'd have to just go down for a minute.
See y'all. No, that's not
No,
it.
see.
Oh, I don't even know what I'm doing.
See more posts from Marek Health. Oh, it's gonna make you log in.
Here, yeah. If you want to, I'll look through it. If we want to just move on to something, we can find it.
And my truck's still dirty. Like I went mudding, and I'm still getting mud off of that from a month ago.
Oh, really?
Dude, see all that grass in
Yeah.
there underneath? Man, it is like it's growing.
Underneath
It's growing out of my muffler.
All right, so let's talk about this powerlifting thing. Like, why? You're recently removed from it, and we don't need to talk about the things that were going on that we were working little, but that brought up the conversation that we've had a few times. Like, why is powerlifting not making money? Like,
Right.
why is it not growing? And it's a weird thing, because when you reached out about the one thing that was kind of going on, my first reaction, like, ah, shit, here we go again. It's the freaking WPO all over again. It's this all over again. It's this all over again. I've had probably 5 different people, over 30 years have the same type of plan and idea. And I see the patterns, and it's like, fuck, here we go again. So I kind of knew where that was kind of going to go, but I do see the potential pop more frequently now than we ever have in the past. Usually it was like many years before somebody would have, okay, let's do this professional thing, and it would come. And now it's a few times a year.
Right.
There's different things that are coming up, and the Kern just happened, and I think there was a payout with that. I didn't pay that much attention to know if there was prize money or what it was, but that was kind of the biggest. But what are some of the issues that you see as to why nobody's been able to get this to pop to a point to where the prize money could be comparable to other sports? Because we see the bitching, right? We see the bitching, like, why is it not in the Olympics? And we see the bitching of how come, the best lifters aren't making even $1,000 or a few $1,000s. What's your thoughts on that?
Well, I think that,
well, let me step back real quick.
It's an easy answer, like, to start, but go ahead. Sorry.
I was going to say, this is not a multiply raw wraps.
Right.
It applies across the board with all federations, all types of powerlifting. It's the same sticking points with each. So go ahead.
So I think that a lot of the cases, the wrong people have been in charge, unfortunately. The wrong people have been making the big decisions. There's not been enough money, obviously. Someone's going to have to invest a lot of money to get this thing off the ground if it's going to be a professional sport. With that said, their meets are too damn long. The meets are just too long. I mean, even a fast meet, let's say USAPL fast meet, they're like 4.5 hours sometimes, but still 6 hours that your family members got to go and sit. That's not counting driving, travel, everything. And that meet is buzzsawing on 4 or 5 platforms. It's 4 hours. It's done. Every other meet, pretty much, is going to last anywhere from 6 to 11 hours. So no one wants to go and sit through that. You can't televise that. You can't streamline that. The people that have family lifting hardly even want to be there and watch it. So there's no appeal for people to come watch. There's no appeal for people to watch it on TV because it takes too long. So I think those are the 2 biggest hurdles, that the wrong people have been in charge, and the meets just take too long. And
if there's any power lifters that are on this thing, post in here why you think there's professional powerlifting doesn't really take off. I think that's one good point. The obviously having the right people involved is a huge thing. And it is going to take financial backing to kind of get it to move, in that direction. But the other thing was, and we agreed on this, is they have to take care of the lifters. That I think when people get involved, that I've seen, a lot of times the numbers that they think need to be paid out are misguided, right? It's like, okay, the winners need to make $100,000, whatever it's going to be. And there's 13 weight classes, 12 weight classes, depending on the federation, it kind of changes a little bit. So how are you going to break that all out?
Right.
Or as we talked about, if you got 4 people that are going to be in the pay, only 4 people are going to get paid, which seems to be the case a lot of times, 3 or 4 based upon coefficient, formula, whatever it's going to be. There's always the one guy or the one girl that's going to show up and like, okay, fuck it, I can't get first. So it always goes to her, always goes to him, which leaves the other 2. So say first place is going to be, throw numbers out, $100,000. Second place is going to be, that's too high because it's never going to be that. So first place is going to be $30,000. It's not even going to be that. So 10,000. First is 10,000. Second will be 5,000. Third is going to be 2,000. Well, immediately, everybody except that one person that is going to walk away with it, even with openers, is getting the 10,000. So immediately, everybody else is like, "No, wait a minute. I can get $3,000, but it's going to cost me $3,000 to get there, and I need to take 3 days off of work." So now it's not even a break-even opportunity. And then the 1,000, like, that's if you're third by formula.
Right.
What about everybody else? So that's where I've always said this is a little messed up, to where, what if they set the pay structure up to where the top 3 in each weight class just break even or close to it, right? So the first place breaks even. Hotels covered, flight would be covered. And you know what? Powerlifters are pretty cool about things. Like if they don't have to get the flight, they're going to drive, you just pay them the gas stipend. They're not going to be like, well, fuck, you gave him a plane ticket, which costs $700.
Yeah.
They just, and then you work it down that way. I think that can build traction, because then the top 3 in each weight, you can still have overalls.
Yeah.
The top 3 in each weight class are like, okay, well, this first place, it covers everything. Hell, it even covers my days off work. The second place is, it covers my travel.
Right.
It covers the hotel. And the third is like, well, at least it covered my hotel.
Right.
But hell, and today it's like, no, you got to pay $150, $200 for the entry, right? And then maybe if you're the top 3 by coefficient, you'll get 500.
Yep.
That's one of the biggest problems.
Yep.
Because without that, you're never going to get the best people to come. You always get the top 3.
Yep.
But as soon as the top 2 or show up, anybody that might have been able to be 3 or 2 because 1 bombs out, they're not there.
Yeah.
So that kind of strips them away, but that still falls back on the people at the top in the organization. And what I've seen is a void of putting lifters. It's either all lifters, which ends up being a clusterfuck, right? Or no lifters. It's like, okay, this company's going to come in, they're going to try to do this, and it's like, oh, boom. None of these people lift weights. They don't understand what I just said.
Yep.
That if a lifter just gets half their travel expenses covered, and that's third, oh my God, that's like, it's not the greatest thing in the world, but it's like, holy shit, this is better than anywhere else I've gone.
Yep.
But unless you're a lifter, you don't know that.
Right.
Like, all they see is, here's this big payday. Now, if you are, here's the other caveat. The level that you're competing at, you want to see the big numbers because you got a shot at it. So you got to take care of those guys too.
Yep.
So you got to take care of, I don't want to say it's a second tier because they're all top tier, but there's still a difference.
Yeah.
So you got to take care of that pecking order too. But I think you can do that non-financially. You still got to have the prize money, but if you just reassure them say when you were competing. Look, Brian, I'm going to guarantee you these things. The bar in the warm-up room will be exactly the same as the bar on the platform. The monolift is going to be exactly the same. The pinhole settings are going to be exactly the same. The platform, guaranteed it's going to be rock solid. I mean, just simple things that you would think would be taken care of. How many times have all those things ever been taken care of where you've competed?
Not very many times. The last one I did, they had the same bars on the platform as the warm-up, which was good. The platform was solid. That's all I could ask for, at Burt and Vinny's last meet. And so many times they bungle up the platform, or they have a monolift that doesn't work in the back, and they're all hodgepodges, and the benches are different heights, and some have fat pads, some don't. It's just like, dude, this is not professional.
It's not
at all.
And I don't think that these meet directors, I don't think that they understand the message that sends. It sends to those competitors, I don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
So you got a warm-up bench. You got a bench in the warm-up room that the naga height on the pad so bad that it's split and you can see the foam through it.
Mm-hmm.
What's that tell your lifters? It tells me
you can get MRSA.
I mean, yeah, it was. Well, basically, you're not worth padding, putting a new layer of naga hide on the bench. You're not worth that.
Yeah.
You're not worth a couple $100. It may not even be that.
Yeah.
You're not worth a new pad.
Yeah.
That's like fucked up, and then they expect, this grand performance on your part, or for you to tag them on your social media after the meet. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's like there's a balance that kind of has to happen. Did anybody say anything with?
Yeah, so actually a few people kind of commented talking about what their opinions were as to why powerlifting hasn't exploded. A really good one here is, it's from Dave Marcus. It's more fun to do than to watch.
Well, yeah, I mean, you pointed that out. I mean, it is boring as hell.
Yeah.
But I think there are ways you can kind of fix that.
And there's a lot of comments on there being so many weight classes that even watching it, you wouldn't have a really clear understanding as a layperson of what the hell was going on.
The counter argument to that is it can always be edited down for TV, which is true. But how many edited sports events ever do well on TV?
Right.
You have to have a live component to be able to pull it off.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, we have no questions coming in. Again, it's just a lot of the same things that we've already gone over.
I don't think that the weight classes, I don't think that really has much to do with the lack of success, because you could say the same thing about wrestling. Wrestling has a zillion weight classes, and it's not struggling at all. There's people that start wrestling and before elementary school, and they work their way up from 40 pounds all the way up to 240 pounds. And there's a zillion weight classes in between there. And it's a long time. The tournament's long, but it ain't long like a powerlifting meet.
Mm-hmm.
So here's the thing, too, that a lot of people won't know is this. When I was growing up, I watched powerlifting on ABC Wide World of Sports, right? I believe I saw Bill Kazmaier. I remember seeing Vince Anello. So they can edit it, right? And keep in mind, this is when there was only 3 channels on TV. So they were able to get themselves TV time in a landscape that only had 3 channels. Think about that.
Yeah.
Now we have a landscape with thousands of channels, live streams, YouTube, all this other stuff, and they're not able to pull it off. Just from a business perspective, all I see is somebody's just lazy as fuck, or they don't. I normally say you're either stupid, ignorant, or lazy. Right? You just don't know what you don't know, or you're ignorant. You might be able to know if you learn it, or you just don't care. So it's one of those 3. So there's obviously got to be a way. How that way moving forward happens. I've always said it's not up to me. I'm done. I've been done for a long time.
Yeah.
It's up to. I've always put it back on the lifters. The lifters got to figure out what they want to do. Because here's the other thing, just from the business side, is competitive lifters are a terrible market. From a business perspective, they are a terrible market.
Yep.
People can disagree with me, they can argue with me, but I got 20. We founded this in 1998, right? I got 20 years of research to validate this. We actually went through Open Powerlifting, and we took the database of every competitive lifter and then compared that to our database of customers. And over the depth that we went, I think Alex only went back maybe 3 years, 5 years. The highest revenue we had was 4.3% of our total revenue came from competitive lifters, right? Now, the disconnect for us was, well, then why then is 70% of our content geared towards that? Because obviously it's not working.
Right.
Right. So, but that's only the competitive lifters, right? Compare that to the number of people who like to train to build a squat, bench, and deadlift. So that market's way bigger. And I'm guarantee you that market represents more than 4.3%, right? Yeah. But when you have companies that probably know the same thing I do, have the same type of stats I do, and if they don't, it's very easy to go pull from that database. It's open source, right, to be able to see. And then you're going to reach out to them and say, hey, look, can you sponsor $100,000 for my event? You're like, what the fuck, dude? We only made like 60,000 total in this market last year. So how is that possible?
Yeah, but you don't understand. Your banner would be on the back of a platform where dozens of people would be tuning in.
Yeah, I mean,
tens of people.
Maybe for some things that might work. I don't know. I only have, my own background to go off of. But I'm not cutting the sport down. I come from the sport. All my friends are in the sport. It's an amazing sport, but they got to fix that, right? Because if they need backing, how are they going to find backers, right? When there's no monetization that can, why would any advertiser throw money out when there's a negative return? There's not a positive return. Yeah. And maybe there is for, I don't know. I'd have to sit down and speak to other companies to be able to know, but maybe there are for some, maybe not. I don't know. But that's a big disconnect there too, is because where it's going to come from. But does it have to? That's the other. Does it have to come from the people they think it needs to come from? Or is there a broad spectrum here where, now you take these lifters and then you promote them, for
reality show
or,
put them all in the house together,
like your truck, right? So big ass fucking truck like you had there, right? So how can you use this strength, this force development? I don't want to use power because it's not really power that lifters do, but in people's mind, power. Can they represent and help sell those type of vehicles? There's where the market could be. So
Martinez.
Martinez Leases.
He was actually on a Geico commercial or whatever. I mean, that's cool, man. That's you see him breaking into the mainstream, and it seems to be a common theme with strongman athletes. They're way more, for whatever reason, they're way more appealing because I guess the general public can relate to picking up a refrigerator and throwing lead kegs or whatever over. They can see oh my God, that's 60 kilos that they're throwing in there like that. Meanwhile, if you squat something, they'll be like, oh, how many times did you do that? Oh, just once? Oh, okay. 1,300 pounds? How many times did you do that? Just once? Oh, I mean, that's good though, right? Yeah. I mean, it's most ever done. You mentioned the powerlifting on TV, the ABC Wide World of Sports. Remember the Mountaineer Cup was repiped in on ESPN in the early 2000s, late 90s? That's another example, and it was just streamlined to the top people. They had the final results. They only followed the top 5 people or whatever. And boom, boom, boom. Here's Eddie Cohn squatting, and then here's the next guy. Boom, boom, boom. There's third attempts. Commercial break. They're all benching. They come out. Boom, boom, boom. It was quick and efficient. And I think that's one way they could do it. It has to be efficient. It has to be quick. But there was money in the Mountaineer Cup.
Yes,
there was a lot of money in there. 20 years ago there was a lot of money in there, more than there is in just about any event right now. Not all of them, but there was a nice chunk of change, $10,000 a person or something like that. You would pair up, an amateur would pair up with a pro. So Ed Cohn would be in it every year. Then he'd get another amateur guy that they would pair, and they'd lift for combo total, and they'd split the winnings or whatever.
Yeah, as an outsider looking in, kind of seeing, and I need to confess I'm more disconnected probably than I have been in a very long time. The lifters do seem to dictate the bigger meets more so than the federation does. Like it's almost to the point the lifters no longer give a fuck about the federation.
Right.
They're going to go to where the best directors are, and that to me is a step in the right direction.
Yes.
Right. As long as those meet directors don't end up doing what every other meet director we've seen do in the past 30 years,
Yep.
then I think there has potential. But what normally happens in cases like this is the meet directors start to see that tipping point to where there becomes money and they can see the ability to make money. And then instead of it going back into the meet, it goes into their pocket. And this is not just bullshit. This is 30 years of seeing it over and over and over. So if anybody's on there like, no, so-and-so's not going to do that, you know what? Tell me after they don't. I'm not saying that they're going to. I'm just saying the probability that that's going to happen, in my opinion, from what I've seen over the past 30 years, is 100% that it's going to happen.
You would just like to see it.
Yes.
Yeah, they aren't putting money back in the equipment, back in the event, back in an
The
escrow.
lifters.
Yeah, they're not, upgrading the equipment or whatnot. And then the problem is they keep making that margin bigger each year. They'll shave a little bit off. They'll reuse carpet, or they'll reuse this or that. They won't buy new bars when they need to. And I think that's going to be the biggest thing. There has to be meet directors and people in charge that aren't worried about making money. They're worried about putting on a show. And I think that's step one. And that's not going to be done by people with empty pockets.
No.
It's not going to be done that way, because you're going to need all those orange Elite FTS monoliths, 4 of them. And you know what? That fucker weighs a metric ton. Got to get it there. It's the best monolith on the market. That top piece about retired and killed my whole crew trying to put that dang thing back together when we moved it. But you know what? That thing ain't rocking a bit when you slam 1,300 pounds.
But it's the point that I'm making from that business side is it has to be backable.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
So the first step in making anything backable is the representatives who are putting it in front of the people that they want the backing from have to have conviction behind what they're doing.
Yeah.
So now you have large corporation that's going to look into this sport, right? They want to see conviction. What do they see? Division.
Dereliction.
They do. This federation hates this. If you go and just look at this from a new spectrum, like, I don't know much about this, I'm looking into backing this, I want to put a lot of money into it, then they go into it and they just look at all the drama and all the bullshit, and it's not even drama. You can pivot. Right? Like, you can pivot MMA drama, boxing drama, you can pivot into rivalries and all this other kind of stuff. They're like, this isn't even backable. They need to get their shit together.
Why is that fat guy laying on the ground bleeding?
Yeah.
Did he get punched? No, there's no punching in powerlifting.
I mean, there's just certain
He
elements.
just tied his shoes and had a rupture.
There's just certain elements, man. It has to be backable. There has to be a story. There's certain things that just make things that are backable.
And then eventually an ROI.
Yes. But without those things, there's never an ROI. There's just not.
There needs to be that level of legitimacy.
Yeah. I don't want to keep talking about powerlifting because I'm sure these people don't give a fuck about powerlifting.
It's a little therapeutic, right?
Yeah, it is.
It's a little cathartic.
Yeah. So I kind of want to shift here a little bit. I saw a couple comments on CBD because you're a big proponent of CBD, and you are developing your own CBD brand, right?
Yeah.
Want to talk about that a little bit?
So I've been a fan of the marijuana plant for a while, and
The devil's lettuce.
Yeah, and so I have my medical card in Florida, and I actually started around the time that I got rehabbed with Stu. I just needed something to help me sleep better at night, something to take the edges off of my knees and hips, and at the time my back. So I started utilizing CBD and THC, and then I started to separate the two to see how I did with THC, how I did with CBD. One of my girlfriends from high school, a good friend of mine that lived in the neighborhood, she's been working in the industry for about 10 years now, and she told me that, hey, high doses of CBD will do really well for you. So about 3 years ago, she started sending me some test products, and then we started dialing in the consistency, the taste, the dosages, and everything, and I gave her feedback for a couple of years, and so we got to where we rolled out our CBD here recently, unofficially, but it should be rolling out in the next next 2 weeks officially. And we believe everyone has different approaches, whether it should be full spectrum, broad spectrum, or isolate, and that's different cannabinoids in it, right? We believe that isolate is the best. We know exactly what it is. It's pure, and it works really well. And so it's 99% pure. The manufacturing process is 100% legit and high quality. We use MCT oil for our oil, both for our balm and for our oral. Dave's talked about some of the tinctures he's used, the oil drops.
Yep.
And they either use cheap hemp oil and or alcohol to help dissolve the CBD in the solution, and it tastes horrible. It gives people indigestion. So ours tastes good, and it works really well. And I actually have a bit of a case study where I tore my pec last April, and I slammed a bunch of CBD for about 3 weeks, and you can see the regression of my pain actually, or my swelling go down. If you were to pull up over there, if you pull up Brian Carrol tearing pec.
We got the link for you.
Yeah, you could see.
It's in the document. There you go.
Oh, so that's my.
Pec. Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
Not bicep.
Yeah. But anyway, I wrote an article about the timeline in 18 days. It went from black and blue completely to nothing to bench pressing in 4 weeks.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that made me a believer in it. It helps people sleep. The topical's really good for localized pain that we found. It's not a miracle worker. It's not going to heal your lupus. People oversell things, right?
Sure.
And then immediately people turn off. But I think it's a good tool to have in the toolbox, especially if you train heavy, especially if you take anti-inflammatories. I was able to replace my CBD, just the oral, and now I use the topical with it too, but I was able to replace my Voltaren, diclofenac sodium, which is a long-acting anti-inflammatory. I've been able to eliminate that completely out of my protocol and not need it, because if you look at the side effects of Voltaren, it's basically the worst things you can think of possibly for your guts. So I've been able to get off Voltaren. I haven't taken any Voltaren in the last couple of years. I haven't needed it. So I replaced the topical cream, the Voltaren topical cream with CBD topical, and then the oral Voltaren. I was taking both. I've been able to just substitute the CBD with it.
Now, you said high doses. I mean, granted, if you're utilizing a CBD product that's quality, what is from what you've seen with your own usage of it, what do you think is a good amount?
When I had that serious strain, which is what it was, the PEC, I was taking 400 to 600 milligrams a day. So the general dose for the public is typically 10 to 20 to 30 milligrams 1 to 2 times a day. So I was ramping it up and hammering it because I was a little bit scared, and I was trying everything I could to be ready for when we brought the babies home too. That was only 2 weeks. The pec tear was 2 weeks before the babies were coming home.
Wow.
So it really, really helped clear it up really quick, and I was benching within 4 weeks. At the time, I will note I was not taking any other peptides or anti-inflammatories. I'd already eliminated the diclofenac out, and I didn't have any BPC 157 or TB 500 at the time, so I just rolled with it. So I isolated that, and that was the main thing that I used. A lot of other products out there, I hit on a minute ago, full spectrum, broad spectrum. The problem is these formulas are proprietary a lot of the time, so you don't know how much of each cannabinoid you're getting in it. So that's why we're going with CBD isolate. It's just the isolate variation, so we know what we're dealing with, whereas broad spectrum and full spectrum can be good, but they have other cannabinoids in dosages you don't even know. So it might be enough for you, it might not be enough of other cannabinoids, but we know that isolate works. So that's the way that Kristen's brand's been going for the last 8 years, and through trial and error, they've been able to eliminate the doses through the dose range through cancer patients, going through chemo, cancer patients foregoing treatment and just using THC and CBD with doses up to 1,000 milligrams a day just to keep them eating, feeling better and such. So she has a good grasp on how much of that you need through these case studies. And a lot of the time, these little bottles that you buy that are full spectrum, 200 milligrams for like $30, it might only have a couple milligrams of CBD in it because it's not regulated. That's what happened a couple years ago with the boom. It was unregulated. Then these big companies that have folded since rushed out with their product. The quality control was garbage. And once they started getting tested in the last couple of years, they were at 50, 60, 70% of what they claimed, and then, they were gone. So we're all about quality over quantity with the MCT oil. And you mentioned when you walked off the taste. The MCT oil is actually good for you and it tastes good. A lot of the other companies use either hemp oil as a cheap filler or alcohol to help dissolve it, and that's what gives the stomach irritant with the way it's dissolved in. And the balm is MCT oil too, so it's a good quality. It's not cheap, but I'm not about just putting a cheap product out there, saving.
Yeah.
I want it to work. I don't want to. I've had some success over the last years in lifting and coaching and, being a McGill practitioner. And the last thing I want to do is roll out some snake oil and then, everyone just bomb on me even harder than they do about my squat depth. So, but I'm all about, if it doesn't work, like we talked about Dave is a unique case. He needs a lot of it. And I want feedback from people. He needs more. We're going to dial up a formula for him and let him try it. Everyone's going to be a little bit different. Some people will just flat out not respond well to it. Other people have more cannabinoid receptors that they just happen to respond, just like androgen receptors. They take a little bit and it's like boom. Some other people take just a ton and they get nothing. They look like they don't even work out. It's the same thing with the cannabinoids. It's genetic predisposition for absorption and such.
So when do you think that everything will be launching? What's your game plan for that?
So 2 weeks. 2 weeks it'll be online. I got a few people that I'm sending wholesale to. Spud's one of them. So it should be on the shelf and ready within 2 weeks. I've been doing a soft rollout and even more testing on the flavors and stuff and the labels. So within 2 weeks it should be live, completely live.
Fantastic. All right, we're not getting too many questions coming in right now. I got a couple from the Instagram that I kind of want to bring up here.
Well, let me go down this road here because
here
you
we
said
go.
something else about
There's the smile.
The THC, right?
Yeah.
So before I call it the weed card, right? Before you had the weed card,
Yeah.
how much experience did you have with THC, marijuana, whatever you want to call it?
A bit, yeah, quite a bit.
Quite a bit beforehand, right?
Yep.
So you're like an experienced pothead.
Yeah.
Okay. Here's my story. I don't even know where to start with this. Fuck it. I'm just going to go. All right. So I've smoked pot like 5 times in my whole entire life, right?
You want to make it 6?
Well, you follow me for a minute, right? And I just never had a need to, right? So, and I barely ever drank. Right, I've had
You
a
had
video.
Fireball in 2013 when
Yes.
Anderson Silva lost.
Yeah, it's probably like the last time I probably drank. So it's very rare. It's just I never saw a point of it. It's just the way my mindset was. But anyhow, when I think I was out here training with Ted earlier this year, and we were talking about the hotel where you're at. He's like, "Well, there's a medical marijuana thing. That's a dispensary right there." And I'm like, "Well, what? Ohio has this now? This how I don't." No. I'm like, well, fuck, if anybody has candidate, I have to qualify for like 5 different reasons. So I go on the website and I look and I'm like, yeah, I can qualify that. That is like fine. I'm like, this is a shoe-in. So I go down there and I go through the process. I do my little like online whatever. It wasn't hard for me to get qualified. All I really had to do was to send an
Circle
X-ray.
the whole body.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Like, yes.
And well, as soon as I sent the X-ray of my hip replacements, it was like, okay, you're good. I'm like, okay, cool. So then I go in there. I'm like, now look, I have no idea, like what I'm doing. I have no freaking idea, none. And it's
Someone
like,
get
well,
him an apple.
They're like, well, it's going to take some experimentation, right? And I'm like, okay. So then I like walk in there, and there's the big like menu, right? And I'm like, the fucking menu's got like tinctures or whatever it's called. Then it's got edibles, and there's like chocolate edibles and gum. There's like I'm just looking at this. I'm like, now if I put this in an Excel sheet and calculate the number of possible combinations to experiment from, I'm dealing with like 300,000. So I'm like telling the dude, like, here's the deal. I just want something to be able to manage the pain. I don't need to be all fucked up like I was when I was in college. Like, I had enough of that. I don't need that. And he's like, so anyhow, I walk out of there, $300 lighter with some gummy things and oils. Oh, then I asked him, like, I want the stuff that I just want to smoke the shit because that's all I didn't know these other things even existed. Can't do that in Ohio.
No.
What the fuck you talking about? I can't smoke in Ohio. what the fuck? Like, what's this place for? This is how stupid and
We only
ignorant I
have
am,
these
right?
suppositories for
Right?
you.
Then I'm like, why the hell are you calling it a flower? It's fucking weed, right? You know, and I'm just trying to have fun with it. Anyhow, I go, oh, Jesus Christ. I'm like, okay, now what am I supposed to do? And I got this vape thing I can't even figure out how to use, right? I'm like searching YouTube on how to turn the vape on. And I'm like, I got to plug it in and charge it,
Yep.
right? So I got to charge it, then it's good for like 10 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, well, what the fuck? So I'm like, this is way too complicated. I'm not doing that, right? So then it had the little drops, little weed drops. So I put it in there. I put a whole dropper in, right? I didn't do a drop. I did the whole dropper because I figured that's what you do. It's what you do with other shit that I've used before in the past for strength.
Yeah.
Like, so anyhow,
More the better.
yeah, like 45 minutes later, I'm like, this ain't doing shit. Then the next thing I know, my head is stuck against the chair.
It's higher
Right.
than giraffe genitals.
No, and then it's on TV. There's
I Love Lucy.
no, it wasn't InfoWars.
Golden Girls?
No, it was that Owen guy from fucking
Owen Benjamin.
no, from Alex Jones's thing, the War Room.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm watching him.
Fucking
and,
lizard
oh
people.
My God, man, I'm laughing my ass off. Then I decide that I'm hungry.
Yeah.
And then I go to stand up. I can't feel my feet. So then I sit back down. I'm like, I do not want to walk down the stairs. I'm going to fall on my face. Finally make it down the stairs. I get an apple, come back up, and it's the fucking best apple I ever ate in my life. I go, this is what these potheads are talking about with the food tasting so good. I need to get another apple. But do I go now? Or like, what's going to happen? Anyhow, I was fucked up is what I found out, right? And so then when I find out, okay, I'm legitimately fucked up right now, move your arms. I'm like, motherfucker, it still hurt. Like, goddamn shit ain't doing anything. I still hurt, but I'm fucked up. So is this good or is this bad? And now you're having that stoner conversation with yourself. Then I start thinking, when's this going to end? right?
Time is passing
And
very, 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 very slowly.
Yeah, so that was like the first experience. I'm like, fuck it, not doing that again. So I'm going to try to take the gummy before bed. You know, so I take a piece of the gummy and wake up in the middle of the night, stoned as fuck. Laying in bed, I'm like, I'm just going to pee myself. I do not want to walk to the bathroom. So then it's like going through back and forth. So I've been practicing this whole stoner thing, and I'm not good at it.
Yeah.
So I need some help.
Okay. Definitely. Yeah, we can definitely go.
Because I'm failing miserably.
Yeah, I can give you a little bit of a 4-in-1.
But here's the other concern that popped up that I didn't know at the time. Like, I can't get a concealed carry now. So I'm like, fuck, how do I get rid of the weed card?
It's a different kind of high.
Yeah, what's more important really in my life at this point in time? So
Yeah, that's a whole complicated issue
Yeah.
with the federal and local, and it just gives me a headache even trying to figure out, the ins and outs. Yeah, so you got to find the right dosage of the THC for sure, and man,
well, it's a strain too. Like this is a rabbit hole that's not just a rabbit hole.
Yeah.
This is like a whole fucking garden of different kind of shit.
Yeah, it's like you got to get high to figure out how to get high.
Well, it kind of sounds like if you didn't start in junior high, you're fucked.
Yeah. Well, in terms of the intensity of it, it's gone up tremendously in terms of potency. It's insane.
They are basically little bodybuilder plants. They plant them in cocoa. They feed them magnesium and calcium, and they play easy listening music to the plants. Not even joking. Totally serious. They put so much effort in these plants, and they're so potent, and they can accelerate the potency, and they grow them inside. And they're not plants anymore; they're trees. They're literally trees. And it's interesting. I went up and helped my friend harvest one time for his grow, and we were trimming and everything. And man, some of these buds, they're just like the size of a 2-liter bottle on there.
So I mean, here's basically the overarching question is the only reason I'm doing this, because I don't care about I don't like the mental state, right? I don't really give a shit about that. I'm doing it for the pain management, right? So I've been on a pain management program since 2005, right? That's medically supervised and all that. But it's becoming more and more of a pain in the ass to be able to deal with that, and how it works.
And that's annoying because I'm sorry to cut you off.
Yeah.
It's annoying because I understand that so many people got hooked on them. I understand the system was completely abused. With in Florida everyone was coming from up here to Florida, Kentucky, Kentucky, West Virginia, Tri-State, coming down, Tennessee too. I understand that, but at the same time, at the end of the day, people need to take responsibility for. I'm not saying that addiction isn't a disease. I'm not saying, but at the same time, people need these medicines. There's some people that they're not going to be able to get relief unless they have 20 milligrams of hydrocodone a day. They're just not going to. So now you make it impossible for the people that need it to get it, and you're shunning it. Like, the research has shown that opiates, when they're managed right, they are highly addictive, but they're not that bad for you, like people say.
It has to be managed right,
yes,
right? To where it's possible, right? Because that's basically what I have, and it's 10 milligrams.
Yeah.
5 twice a day. And but there's a lot of hoops, a lot of hoops, and every year it changes. And so I'm looking at this, and it's like, okay, this is managed. Fortunately, I'm not taking 30 a day. I've never had a need to be able to take 30 a day, but I've seen this go from a prescription that was renewable for a year, down to all the crazy shit. So I'm seeing the writing on the wall. So that's why, medical marijuana, we got this. When this finally stops, right, and I see the writing on the wall. It's going to. Yeah. And when it stops, that's just me personally from the selfish side. From what you're talking about, what are all these other people going to do? That aren't going to be able to find the other way, right? They're going to heroin. Where are they going to go? Yep. They're going to find a way. Yep. And so that's what I was looking for, is just that little bit, because it's not doing anything inflammation wise, right? It's just affecting the brain just enough that you don't care enough, about it as much. That's all it is. So I see the possibility of the THC being able to do that, and it's dose related. So you being an experienced pothead, would you say that my assessment is right? Yeah.
So what you need, and I'll see about what they have down there when I go back, and I'm checking out the talent in the parking lot for the for the dispensary. But jokes aside, you need something similar to 3 or 4 parts CBD to 1 part THC. Yeah. So heavy CBD and a little bit of THC to take the edge off, but the CBD will help take your pain away. So you got to think of the CBD attacking the inflammation a bit, the THC being the analgesic. So THC takes the edge off, the CBD works the magic. And so 3 to 4 parts to 1, I think, would be really good. So something like a dose of 50 milligrams of THC to maybe 10 or something like that, or 15 THC would be a good start, or maybe even less THC than that. But hammering the CBD, I think you would see. And another thing too is the CBD help offsets the head high with THC. It'll help level you out a little bit. So
I didn't know that.
Yeah, it will. It will. So that should help a great deal.
So I could take, say, the CBD that you sent, right? So the next time I venture down this path with the shit that I have, I take, some of that. I can look at the dose and just figure it out.
So take a full dropper would be 30 milligrams on that, and then take 2.5 or so, or take 5 milligrams with that.
Yeah, I can try to do that.
Yeah.
Any advice from the people that are out there that are like enjoying my story?
Actually, Cameron just said Dave needs CBD rather than THC. All about the terps. So
because of terp.
The terps are the active ingredients that have different influences. So it's the smells and the aromas and the effects of the body. So some of them lead to more sleep, some lead to more healing, some lead to more relaxation. So it's hard to know exactly all the terpenes that are in each one, but that's why we go with isolate, because we know exactly what's in there. That's he's kind of making the point that otherwise it's a crapshoot. You have no idea what's in it from full spectrum and broad spectrum. It's inconsistent.
So that's my other concern here is we kind of know exactly what I need from the Norco, like exactly, because the tolerance hasn't even changed over all this time. Where now, if this variable changes all the time, because you don't know what it is, like how do you control that?
It's hard, and that's why I'm fortunate that I have my own brand now, because I've been experimenting And I go to the dispensaries in Jacksonville, and it really is all over the place. So you've got to find certain strains and certain brands that you like, and then you stay with them, and just stay as consistent as possible with the dosages.
Well, it's kind of the same thing as the old school other shit.
Yes. Yeah, and it's hard. It's hard because it's not the exact clean science that going to Kroger to refill.
There's a point in my time I injected cattle implants, so I'm not really too concerned about.
Right.
Accurately did that though.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, that's some good stuff, man. Some feedlot
Heiferoid
supplements.
Heiferoid.
It sounds like a made up name.
No, it's for real.
But it is a little bit. It's more sketchy than going to Kroger and getting your prescription filled. You know what you're getting, unless the pharmacist had a bad night or something. He's all jacked up and gives you
the wrong shit.
Yeah.
What else we got here?
So, a question that came in a few times was we're talking a lot about pain relief and injuries and whatnot. The questions come up a bunch of, can you compete at a high level in powerlifting and not be all jacked up?
It's I guess in the realm of possibility, it is possible to have the best genetics, to have a really good training program, and be lucky, but you're going to get hurt.
For longevity, no. I would say no. If you're young, say you mature fast in the sport, and there's people it happens, right?
Yeah.
18, 25 probably can, do real well. Then if you get out young, but that longevity, man, the wear and tear, it's gonna get you. But you know what? That's kind of like an unfair question, because that's true in any sport. Show me one person in the NFL that's not scathed.
All right.
When you're talking about competing at a national level and a high level, if you were to compare sports across means, that is the same as the caliber of you're dealing with people that are ranked in the top 10, 15%.
Yeah, and that's, and they said successful, right? They had a high level, like competing at the highest level of the sport.
Yeah, but that's all relative. Like a high level to someone might be a 500-pound squat. A high level might be a 1,500-pound squat. They're trying for, in 10 years from now or something.
I've said this before. The fact of the matter is the time when you decide to compete in anything is about the same time you decided that competing was more important than health.
Exactly.
I think
right. So if that's not the case, then you're going to recreationally participate. So you can still do recreational meets or whatever you want to call it, or you can play recreational soccer or whatever it is. That's not the same as making that other decision.
Going all in.
It is kind of, right? And if you're going to make that decision to go all in, are you really willing to make the decision to go all in? Because if you're not, maybe you want to just recreationally do that.
And what's funny is I see more recreational lifters for their back than by far anyone that's competitive, because what do? I like deadlifting. I learned how to deadlift 3 weeks ago. I was trying to pull 405. It got out in front of me, and I felt a pop. I was squatting. I was feeling good. I got a little forward. I felt a pop. That's literally like what I get 5-6 times a week, like that exact thing. I'm not a competitive lifter, but I love doing the lifts.
That's the majority. By far, that's the majority. But on the other side of that, a competitive lifter wouldn't put themselves in a position for that to happen.
Right.
Meets 16 weeks out. I can't have this. And any lifter, I'm not going to say any, but I would say the vast majority of know what you're talking about with the pop. Right. It would pretty much, I can say we've all had it, right? You oh fuck, and you can shake it off, but it's a couple weeks. At best it's a couple weeks. At best maybe a few days, but still you're going to be you're going to learn from that one little pop, like, oh shit, if I'm going to squat this Friday, I need to really be conscious about what I'm doing. And then actually for some lifters, it can be the best thing to happen early, because they're going to refocus on some of the things that you showed today. Like, how do I get up? How do I get out of bed? How do I get off a chair? How do I do this? And these things, people still don't think we're serious when we talk about these things.
I know.
And it's ridiculous, because they're tearing their backs apart doing that far more than they are squatting or deadlifting or anything.
They're locked in when they're squatting and deadlifting.
Yeah.
They're locked in and stiff, but they're not when they, reach down to grab their belt or to unload the bar. They take the time off, like mentally, and they check out. And that's cumulative. The lifting, the loading, the unloading, you know, the way you're treating your body before you went to the gym, after the gym. You know, it's all cumulative with that, especially concerning the spine. The next thing you know, it happens suddenly when it's been happening for the last 5 years. You just haven't paid attention to it.
If you could go back to your 16's probably too young, to your, when was the first nationals you did? Was it the WPO? That was like one of your, you had to qualify for it.
Yeah, the first senior nationals did with 04 in Baton Rouge.
If you could go back to, you know, Brian Carrol of 03 to give him powerlifting advice, what would you say? So you're already through the teenage years. You're at this point you're committed, right, to the sport moving forward.
21.
You know? Yes. So now you're looking back, right? Now, granted, a lot of the things you've learned through the mistakes, so I get all that. You know, I get that. But what would be some takeaways that you would want to tell him that you wish you would have known then?
Believe in yourself. Know that your current, you have more ability than you believe you do. Take your time and don't rush, and prepare for the long haul. Don't think about the next 6 months or 2 years. Think about the next 5 years in chunks at a time. And if I would have done that and known that, it's interesting because if you'd have told me it would have took 21 years of competing to hit, you know, my best squat ever. I mean, first of all, if you'd have told me I would have squatted 1,000 pounds, I probably would have been like, whatever, I'm not going to squat 1,000 pounds. So it's kind of hard to say, but the big thing is take your time, build the foundation, don't compete so much, and just enjoy the process. Because I was in a rush. The whole time I've been in a rush. Hurry up and compete. Hurry up and rest. When's the next meet cycle coming up? I need to beat those numbers. I mean, it was just completely obsessive for me for so long.
But isn't some of that necessary, though?
It is. It is. It was completely necessary. And I still would have done it all. I still would have done everything, but I would have been a lot more patient and been a little more easy on myself about things. And I would have been a little bit more grateful, too. Grateful along the way and the pathway, and accepted the challenges as challenges instead of like the end of the world. Just mature. I wish I would have had a little bit more of a mature approach when I was, 20 years old or so. But that's not the way things work.
What is to those listening?
You
see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Those listening that are in that position, though, it's the takeaway that I'm kind of seeing here is instead of thinking of where you want to be a year from now, think of where you want to be 4 years from now. Let's say a quadrennial, like Olympics. Olympic sports work on the quadrennials. Even high school football players are kind of working on the 3-year, cycle when they come in there, But if you work on that quadrennial, then it puts things a little easier to focus, and it shows you got a little more time than you think too, because you don't think you have the time.
Right.
So if it's you want whatever it is to be ranked top 10, whatever, it doesn't have to be next year.
Right.
Especially when you're just starting, even though you want it so bad. But if you really, here's the trick though: if you really want it so bad, once you put yourself in the position to make the highest probability of getting it, right? So is that highest probability of getting it going to happen in 6 months or 4 years?
Right.
So it's a mind fuck,
Yeah.
right? So I think that's the takeaway with that, because that creates that longevity. Because if you really, really love it, and this is probably any sport, any passion or whatever it is, 10 years goes by. And you don't even know it was 10 years.
Yeah.
Where at the same time, how many people come in and out of the sport within 2 or 3 years? Way, way, way more.
Yep.
So the first thing I think is you got to figure out who you are. Are you going to be a person who's going to be around for just a few years? Because then I could probably have a conversation of, put the throttle down, rush and break everything, because you're not going to be around long.
Right.
But if you're going to be around, you don't want to be out before you have the potential to be your best. That's the tricky part.
And I mean, you see that with strongman. Like the most competitive strongmen in the world are in their late 40s.
I think there's a level of maturity to this. That there are outliers, right? So even in like the Olympia and the bodybuilding, you know, it's getting younger again. It kind of like works in these weird waves. But for most of it, it's going to take a lot longer than people think it's going to take.
Yeah, because you have the capability of doing that, and then you executing it in the gym, and then you have to have the good day at the meet under those conditions. And my best lifts together in a meet added together is 29:30. My best total is 27:30. So these are not gym lifts; these are lifts done in a meet. It's just hard as hell to put all that together.
Well, let's say the squat, which is, you know, many will call it just a primal movement pattern. Like, what's the big deal? It's just a squat. But I can have a conversation with you about the squat and say, when you're in a meet, right, and you're coming up, or even when you take the squat out of the rack, there's so many little adjustments you need to make to let the bar settle as it comes down, and all these adjustments that you're making are in that millisecond based upon where it feels. How's the weight feel? Where's this feel? How's this feel? At that point, that is not a primal pattern. That's skill acquisition over 20 years to where you don't have to worry about squat down, stand up. That's given. You don't have to worry about exact placement of how this technique's supposed to look. That's given. The only thing you have to worry about is, doesn't feel where it needs to be correct. Doesn't feel where it needs to be correct. Doesn't feel where it needs to be correct. Somebody with 2 years experience can't do that. They're like, fucking heavy squat it. Fucking heavy squat it. And that comes with repetition and time. And load too, because it changes the heavier the shit gets on your back. You know, it changes a lot. You know, that's kind of where Matt Dimmel told me many years ago. It's going to feel heavy on your back. It don't mean you can't lift it. But you need to understand it's going to feel heavy. And there's a certain weight for everybody. And I think it changes as you get stronger. It probably moves up, you know, a little bit. But that's something that I think is very, what do I want to say, misunderstood. You know, with coaches, you know, that are teaching primal movement squats, stuff like that. It's like, I understand all that. I totally get all that. I get that from personal training's perspective. You start talking a skill, you know, competitive skill, we're talking a completely different thing.
And whole, like, multiple levels.
You got to you got to make those corrections with, you know, a load on your back that can break your back literally. You know.
And it's funny, we were talking about that today in one of the videos, and when we were demonstrating the McGill Big 3, we had Jen was her name? Jen? Doing the movements, and while we were correcting them, you could see, I mean, she's strong. She's very strong. And we were just correcting the tiniest things, and all of a sudden it's like, fuck. Like that changes the movement entirely. Just
getting her left hip to open up a little more so she wasn't getting the kick in. Just a little thing like that. But, I mean, it's years and years and years of not only doing the lift yourself, but analyzing movement and learning how to watch movement. And seeing it, like, things happen quick. You got to be able to look at 25 different things at the same time, and then move around to the other side of the room, and then go north, south, east, west, and then you're still like, I don't know, need to do another rep. So there's so much to it that when you entrust a coach to help you, I mean, nutrition, training, progressions, coming back from an injury. You need to really do your research to see, like, who you're letting advise you to do these things. We talked about it earlier, the 6 questions that you have. I mean, it's not just anyone can teach you how to do these movements correctly. Anyone can tell you to put a bar on your back and squat down and drive your heels to come up. And that's what you see at the CrossFit gyms, you know, and that's where you see back patients and knee patients and hip patients and shoulder patients that are just lining up to PT, you know, all over the place. And not just anyone is built. We went through this today. Not everyone is built to catch a snatch in the hole with good form. Not everyone's built to do a deep powerlifting squat below parallel. The hip anatomy on everyone is a little bit different. Some people can literally keep a flat back and set their butt on the ground. Some Chinese athletes, some Polish and Russian athletes. You know, people like me from Ireland and Scotland, we have more of a deeper hip. So it's going to take, if I go low, it's going to come out of my lower back. It's just my structure. It's just how it is. So these people that say everyone should squat ass to grass in these football programs, they don't understand basic anatomy and physiology. By the way, football coaches, when do football players play with their ass on the ground? Never. They don't play that low. So there's been multiple tests. The most leg activation the quad comes from about a half squat for football players. Trap par deadlifts off a platform. That's how they should be playing. They shouldn't be training like a power lifter off the ground or squatting their ass below. Like, I was working with an NBA player and he showed me the way they told him to squat. It's like, dude, this is like
He'd be squatting
terrible.
for 3 hours. Like, he would just be going down and down and down. He would never hit the bottom.
And they're saying that they want the people 6'7", in football to squat just like the 5'5" running backs. It's like, no, each person is different. Their demands on the field are different. Their builds are different. You can't just have everyone do the same workout when it comes to that level. You got to have them separated, unless you want everyone to be hurt, just because you want everyone to squat to a low box.
Well, that's the other thing about that level, though. They're already hurt.
Yep.
Right? So every one of them have nicks and dings and surgeries and all the other stuff. So you can't train them as a group simply just because of that either.
And they're multi-million-dollar athletes that they have these derelict strength coaches that walk in there, and I've seen it. Like, dude, like, what is going on here? This is, $1 billion freaking franchise, and you guys have junior coaches in here. Just, it reminded me of 10th grade weightlifting class. Just everyone doing whatever the hell they want with any form and loud music and just
getting
chaos.
hyped up. And,
which is good. You want to have a team environment. That's what's attractive to people about CrossFit. Team environment, everyone get together, train, all that stuff, camaraderie. The same thing in the locker rooms, but you don't want a bunch of tomfoolery in there where people are getting hurt, because then what good is the training? You're supposed to keep them injury free and on the field. If they're getting hurt in the weight room, that doesn't make any sense.
We had a couple super chats actually pop up here while we were talking from Derek. He tore his tricep off in October, benching mid 300s again already. Arm size difference sucks. How to fix that? He wants to know if he should do one side more than the other.
What do you have?
You can take that. I mean,
definitely do some single arm stuff. Maybe do some before and after you train. Maybe an extra day. Is he saying he's having uneven lockout issues? He's back to 300.
Just the size
that's
difference.
That's a big one.
Yeah.
That's the big thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it just might take a little bit of time to fill back out, or that the muscle itself and or the tendon is just not the same anymore. It's stretched out, it's lengthened, it's thinner. So it may never actually be the same. Are we talking a 16th of an inch? Are we talking about 2 inches? Like, there's a big...
Yes. I think you really have with that, you have to go off bar path, how it feels. Does it feel even? Does it feel like it's supposed to feel, right? Because...
No uneven lockout, just responded.
Yeah, so I mean, you're once you're injured and it's a surgery, you're compromised, right? So I've known lifters that have a significant difference in arm length, right? So if you looked at their bench, you'd be like, what the fuck? Why are you 3 fingers wider on one side than the other?
Sure.
And people will try to fix that.
Yep.
It's like, dude, the Vogelpohl was one that he had to stagger his grip because of issues like that.
Yep.
And people are going to try to fix it. It's like, you do understand. Or like, well, it's so imbalanced. I'm like, dude, his arm is longer than the other one.
Yep.
So these are just things that kind of happen with injuries, right? So I do think if the muscle belly, there's a difference there, right? So that can be nerve damage because of the surgery. It's going to take a long time for that to kind of reestablish, reconnect. So maybe he's doing some work on that, like Brian said, is important. But if the bar path is right, it feels right when you strain it. Two things. It's the same when you fatigue. So high rep stuff, it fatigues at the same balance, I guess. I don't know how to say what I'm saying, without being crooked. And if it fatigues under a single load, so that matters. Now, if it's always lagging, right, that's how we've kind of figured out with a lot of these tricep tear guys, that one side always lagged, right? Yep. So it's like, oh shit, you need to stagger your grip, which is like the worst thing people would say, but they still got to lock it out. if they can't lock it out. Now, granted, if they're not a competitor, maybe the advice would be different.
Right.
Actually that conversation would be, do you need to do that exercise anymore?
Yeah. So to kind of summarize, I think that first of all, does the surgery feel like it held good? Does he have any pain? There's things like that. Does it feel like it's going to break when he's benching? It sounds like he's back to everything. It sounds good.
Yeah, it sounds like it's more of an aesthetic issue.
Take your time. And let the anchor and the surgery do its thing, and don't be in too much of a hurry to hit PRs and stuff. It sounds like he's already back there, but just want to encourage that right side. That right side might be compensating a little bit more than he understands
in other areas.
Yep.
All right. Yeah, he just said he's a 1/4 inch difference from one side to the other.
Yeah, I mean that's not all that uncommon for people that's not even injured.
All right, we got another question that came in. Following Westside Barbell powerlifting program, can Dave briefly talk about how often he would go into a Circumax phase when he trained with Louie?
When I was there, it's just before a meet, so twice a year. Now that may have changed after I've been there, but it had a defined purpose, right? So it's like the way that I see it. So Louis may see it different. It's been a long time since I've talked to him about training in this type of regard. The way I saw it was you're putting this crazy increased demand on it to try to get a higher level of super compensation from it, which is that alone is already taking a peaking cycle to a different level of risk, right? So the outcome might be 5% better, but the odds of that outcome not being 5% better are probably higher than if you just used the regular peaking phase.
Right.
So are you willing to risk, this is how I thought of it. Are you willing to risk the performance at this meet for that extra 5% that may be there or may not be there? Right. So that's how I kind of looked at it. And a lot of the times I was, right. So granted, I never saw this if I do this, is that cost benefit ratio going to be 20%?
Yeah.
Or 10%. I mean, that's 50 pounds to 100 pounds. I mean, it can jump up there pretty quick. It's like, well, no. All right, because there's increased damage because of this with the band tension that we are using. By doing that, now I'm greatly increasing the load on my spine, which is going to fuck my bench up.
Yep.
Right? So my shoulders, mainly because of the shoulders with the tension that we are using. So that's kind of how I saw all that. So while I'm a fan of it, I'm not, because what's the level of experience? What's the skill level? What's been the peaking that's worked so far? Because when I hear beginners and intermediates, like, I'm going to do a Circumax, I'm like, you're out of your fucking mind. Like the other stuff isn't going to work just as well, with not the level of, but then you see people doing repeated Circumaxes. Like I just did a Circumax and I did another one, deloaded. First off, there's no way in hell I could ever do that.
Yeah.
Because it wrecked you. I mean, it absolutely wrecked you. And I shouldn't say that, but when the meet was over, I was more wrecked after those meets than the ones where I didn't do that. Right. But meets can just wreck people anyhow. So that's my answer there. It's not a bad thing. It's everything programming wise has a cost benefit ratio. People need to think about what that is, because sometimes choosing the lesser is going to be the greater. Because most people just see the 5%, but they don't see maybe that's got a 10% negative aspect to it, where the other one might have 3% and 3%. You got to weigh this shit out, and if you don't know how to do it, ask people that have.
I know that. So we could do an analogy with bodybuilding. I think I've heard John Meadows talk about this. A few other people too in recent years. So with bodybuilding, there's a couple different schools of thought. There's the person that, like, I believe it was Meadows, I could be wrong, but they diet longer. They diet a little bit longer so they don't have to do all the water loading and the tricks and everything at the end. They just pull their water a little bit and they go. Some other people, they do all the tricks in the book. They stand to look 2% better or 10% worse. So a lot of the time they're like, we're just going to diet for 2 weeks longer. We're not going to do all this stuff where things can go haywire. We're going to come in lean in time. We're going to pull a little bit of water off, and then we're good. And that's the same type of thing. Is it really worth trying to pull out all these bells and whistles to only gain 2% when we're most likely going to, if at all, look just, the same or maybe even worse at the night show? It's going to be all over the place, look really good at one point, then you spill over at night, and then it's just not worth it. It's a disaster.
Yeah.
Diet longer, and then don't worry about getting so cute with that stuff. Drop your water and come in full.
Yeah. And sometimes it may, right? Say it's a lifter and their best squat is 480 or 475, right? Like, what's the point of doing like 480, 485? Like 500 is the next big thing.
Right.
That might take one of those, okay, let's do this on this training cycle. And they're willing to take the risk because they're not going to be satisfied with a 490.
Yeah.
And I get that, but if it doesn't work out, then next time don't do that again. Do it a different way.
Right.
So there are times, not every time.
The correct answer is, if it works, it's good. If it doesn't work, it was a bad idea. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, the hindsight. You know what I mean? That's what it is.
Well, I think the biggest thing that I see with lifters when I sit down and I talk to them, if they have any experience or a decent level of experience, you just talk a little while about what's worked and what hasn't worked. They know the answers to everything already.
Right.
They just need some kind of confirmation to be not confirmation bias. I mean, you really need to talk about what worked, what didn't work. And then they can start figuring some things out and see where the holes are. Because they'll also, when they find, they got to figure out the holes, the weak points from that. I don't see the point of changing if it's a lifter that's been training for 10 years. I don't see the point of shit canning everything that they're doing to be able to do something else without having a conversation to see is there 50% here that we can retain and then build off of. It just doesn't make sense to me. Yeah,
I mean, it's those conversations that I think people need to have more of with their coach or with a consult, or they need to understand.
Yeah, I don't want to rant about that.
Oh,
Go ahead.
Come on, let it rip.
Go. Okay, you're going to do that with your fucking online coach that's going to charge you $250 and send you a program every single week. Something like that. The coach has got to do some things like Brian does where they have phone consultations. This is a conversation, and this isn't a 10-minute conversation. This is a couple-hour conversation that's going to take an investment to be able to do this, right? So and I've done these. So if I do this, it's probably 3 hours of my time, and somebody's going to be paying probably $750 before it's over with, because I got to have all their training shit first to be able to have the conversation. But I can say when it's all said and done, they won't have to hire a fucking online coach to send them a week program every single week, because they're going to know what they're supposed to do. But that's the weird ass thing with this whole dynamic that's going on, is people don't want to do that. Right? Or maybe they would if they knew the option was available. Maybe it really comes back on the people that are providing the service, because there's more value from the phone call, right? Or a FaceTime or whatever people do anymore, to be able to dig deep in the weeds to figure out what we're talking about here than there is, here's this week program, and by the way, next week I'll send you the next one. You don't think these fuckers already got all 12 weeks written out? Yeah. It's all in there. So that's kind of where my rant goes with this, because how can you do that? Like if you're an online coach and you're charging, it's probably $250 for 12 weeks, or they're using some service and they're paying $20 a month, right? Right. So you're going to call the person that wrote the program, and they're going to sit there and talk to you for 2 hours about this for $20 a month.
It's a great deal.
It ain't going to fucking happen.
Right.
So there's got to be expectations kind of on both sides. And a lot of the times it was fucking, I'm done. But it's just a fucked up industry. It is a fucked up industry.
Yeah. I was talking with Sam a little while ago, and they're paying to rent your brain and your experience. They're not just paying for your time. They're paying to rent your brain and pick your brain.
But they're not even doing that.
Yeah.
They just want, here, send the program. And here's the program. And then, anyhow.
Is what they should be doing, is pay to rent your brain.
Right.
Rent your brain.
And you're expediting the process for them.
Well, you want to know how good your coach is. If you have a coach, then ask him how much would it cost to do a phone consult for an hour, and just talk to him. Then after the time you're done with that, if you have any brain in your head, you're going to realize A, they're a nitwit, or B, they're not.
Yep.
right? But at least that time that you're spending is going to give them more information to be able to make better adjustments to the program if they're even making them in the first place.
Right.
So,
And a good coach would be having those conversations.
but they can't.
Right.
You know, if they got 30 clients or 70 clients or whatever, how many clients, how they do that? There's 40 hours, work hours in a week. However, I mean, nobody works that, but anyhow, they're supposed to be, right? Some people it is, but for me, it's not. Yeah. But anyhow, it's just, how do you do it? So ask any of these guys, oh, how many clients you got? I got 60 clients. Okay, so how's that work out?
Yep.
You know, so if each one, if you're doing an hour consult with each one, that's 60 hours, and when are you actually doing the program?
Yep.
You know, so they're not. They're just selling people a training program. Quit saying it's fucking coaching. It's not.
Right.
It is not online coaching. It's a goddamn program.
Yep.
Flat out simple. Tell me I'm wrong. What part of this is coaching?
Yeah.
Looking at a video of 1 rep once a week. You know, they did fucking 99 warm-up reps to get to that 1 rep. So all those could have been fucked up by mysteriously they hit this one right.
Send you my best one.
Yep.
Yeah, and you think they're going to send the shittiest one? Anyhow, stop.
Well, speaking of programs, we just got a super chat. Somebody wants to know the update on yours and John's power building program.
It should be done. It should be done. And we're John and I are going to be in Philadelphia on Monday and Tuesday. So obviously it's not going to launch then. It could launch next week. You know, I haven't talked to John. I will know more when I get back on Tuesday. But we were just waiting on formatting of the last week of the program. And when I mean formatting, I mean the graphic crap. So it's basically done. And he wasn't. When I talked to him, the launch is basically going to be him and I sitting down doing a live YouTube thing, and here it is. Go.
Okay. We got another super chat. Dave, I did those partial range of motion Romanian deadlifts for around 6 weeks and literally 50 pounds to my best conventional pull. Only change that he did. Nailed it. Thanks.
That's great to hear.
Yeah, it's good stuff.
That I like that. I like the way that answer just ended. Made one change, one variable at a time. And you talked about a guy that's 10 years in that's just throwing everything out and saying, okay, this is a new program. This is my new best friend. Everything I've done is garbage. We're going to go here, and we're going to do this. You know, one thing at a time, and you might just be one little tweak or adjustment away from like really breaking into the next level.
With most people, there's so much low-hanging fruit, it's ridiculous. The only this is from my experience, the only time it really gets hard is when you're dealing with very, very high-level power lifters and you're trying to build a squat, bench, and a deadlift. Yeah. Right? High-level pro athletes, it's not as hard from a strength and conditioning standpoint because they're really beginners and intermediates strength and conditioning.
Yep.
And at that high level, you're just trying to make sure they don't trip over a dumbbell.
Well, the high-level powerlifters, you got ego things, you got all these other things you got to contend with, which isn't really contending if you know it. You've been around it your whole life. You expect it's there. It's like, how do you trick the fucker into doing what you think they should do?
Yeah.
And make it them feel like that they're empowered. And, you know, it's a game. It is. It's really a game. It's a hard game. Right. And it's basically just us working with our friends because nobody's going to pay you for that game either.
Yeah. You know, and then, you know, you got these high level power lifters that you got to, like you said, the ego and such. And then, you know, they work the night shift at the titty bar. So you got to deal with their sleep patterns and their, you know, everything.
Well, that would be the low hanging fruit for them. But
Get some
in
sleep.
a lot of those cases, though, they can't change that because that's the only income they have.
Tell them to stop hanging out with your friends outside the weed store.
There's so much low hanging fruit, and we could do a whole freaking podcast on low hanging fruit just by talking about a stable core, a rigid core, building a core of iron, moving well, getting sleep, and eating a decent diet, and having a decent program where you go light every once in a while. You attack your weaknesses. There you go. There's your program. Now figure out what your weaknesses are and attack them. Dial in your form. Like people are looking for this freaking magic bullet, you know, and the magic bullet is experiment. Find what works for you. Remove the things that don't work for you. And then one variable at a time, and stop acting like you're entitled to success in 6 months or 1 year. It isn't fair. My squat's been stuck. Man, my freaking squat was stuck for 10 years. 10 years it was stuck. And it wasn't like I was just going and hitting 800, drop from 1185 to 800. It's 1080, 1150, 1150, 1120, 1050. It's just, and then it's just one of those things. People think that they're entitled to big lifts indefinitely. They think they don't have to put the work in. They also think they're entitled to lift heavy forever. It's like, well, it's not fair. I'm hurt. Nothing in life is fair. Yeah. That's why people with longevity that's been doing it forever, Tom Brady's like, dude, that guy is special to be able to do that for 21 years or 22 years. You know, Dave Hoff is special to be able to lift at that level for the last 11 years. It's special. Ed Cohn, 20 years not losing a meet. That is special. It isn't just about, man, this one guy passed for 1,000 yards last week. That'll be headlines for a week or two, and then boom, they're just forgotten because he's a nobody. He's a one-hitter, and that's it. So, man, it's just all about I digress.
So that's all the questions we got. I don't know if you want to bring this in for a landing. We're almost at 3 hours.
Oh,
yeah,
really?
we can bring it down so you can close us out.
Yeah. All right, guys. Well, if you enjoyed this episode, make sure that you jump on elitefts.com, check out all the content we have, check out anything that, what was that quote? Anything that fits in a gear bag or you put weight on?
Anything you can put in a gym bag or you can load weight on, we have. That's
beautiful. That's a great way to do it. Brian, thank you very much for joining us today. And a message to everybody still listening here. Do we still want to do that if they do the timestamps? Want to bring that up before we?
Yeah. If anybody that timestamps this, we'll send you. How do we say this? Because we can't say.
Oh, a reward.
We'll send you a reward because we're not allowed to say the word FREE, I guess, on YouTube.
Yeah, we get.
But anyhow,
blocked.
But anybody that does the timestamps, it helps us tremendously. It helps everybody else as well, and we'll definitely take care of you.
Excellent. Perfect. Beautiful. All right, guys. Thank you very much. And thank you very much for joining us on this. And we will talk to you in the next one.
Good night.